we live?
Yes! Hey now! It's your boy PSA Stitch here with another Sunday live stream with everyone's favorite harmonica playing sidekick, Adam, friend and forever. Today!
Why do you do that? Why do you always do that, you bastard?
Today!
Stop it. I don't like that intro. Start over.
I love that intro. The people, the fans love it. And that's all that matters because today is a very special day. It's our 100th episode. How the fuck have we been doing this 100 times, Adam?
It's crazy. It's totally crazy. I can't even count to 100.
I know. Too many, not enough fingers and toes. Thank you guys for sticking with us through this journey. The journey of terrible wokeness that we've been covering for 100 episodes.
100 years.
For 100 years, 100 episodes. Yes. We love you. We should say, we're going to show all the art that we got later. We got a billion amazing pieces of art. The background art that Adam is using right now is from Alagus Art on Twitter.
Yeah, it looks amazing. Look, he got my robot arm in there. He's already ready for the comic.
Yes, and he's going for another JoJo reference, which we always like. Anyways, Today joining us, very special guest, an actual real-life friend of mine. Yes, I know people in real life. I don't just exist on the internet. Who we will be referring to as Capton. Hello, Capton.
Now, how do we prove this though? How do we know that you really?
It is different to call you Sitch. It's true.
Okay, try not to dox me.
I do like what Adam said. How do we know I'm just
exactly.
Like a robot?
We know that you hired this person, Sitch. Come on. We saw your ad on Craigslist.
Capton is a voice-to-text program, and I'm typing in.
That's it. Yes, that's perfectly
typing in my opinions. Yes.
Okay. Sitch is the best person in the world.
Oh, hey, look, there we go. See, aren't I so much better than Adam?
You are amazing.
See, thank you. I like this. This is great. We should have Capton here every stream.
Captain sounds like A-Team to me.
No. Okay. So let's set up the background for this. So Adam Neely, very big YouTuber, million subscribers. Okay. He has a video where he kind of just says that music theory is horrible, racist, white supremacy. Pretty out there. And I am not a big music guy. Adam, despite his amazing harmonica skills, not a big music guy. But a friend of mine, Capton, is a big music guy. What is your background here?
Yes. I've studied music in college for many years. I took all the classes that this guy's going to talk about. And,
every class? You took every music class?
Well, probably not every music class that exists in the world. So,
okay.
So I claim that.
We need to get that guy on.
But you've taken all the white supremacist ones, correct?
Yeah, apparently I have. So that's I want to see how this video is going to say it's affected.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a class called Introduction to White Supremacist Music?
I mean, shouldn't there be one at this point?
I don't know. I'm wondering. I wonder why they don't take the tack that there are all these other ideas about music that we should talk about too, instead of going, the only ideas we ever talk about are white supremacists. It seems like that's not a good opening salvo for convincing people to expand your horizons with musical history.
Right. Anyways, are you ready, Adam? Should we just get it right into the video?
Yeah, let's get into the video. What the hell? Okay. What are we waiting for?
Your face.
If you're online and you see the phrase music theory, try replacing it with the phrase the harmonic style of 18th century European musicians and see if it still makes sense in context. Here is an article that claims to explain
that just means classical music, right? Captain.
Specifically, yes.
Captain.
Usually.
We already lost Captain.
Captain.
And wait, am I not here anymore? Can you hear me?
We're just joking.
Oh my gosh. So this is he has my big problem with this is some of his points are very interesting and very relative.
Get into that. We'll do a piece by piece.
But you're right. Like when you get to college and you take music theory 1, you know, and usually you have multiple semesters, round 4 usually, music theory. You get there, and he's kind of right. We're just studying 18th century classical music.
Okay.
The genius of Lady Gaga using the harmonic style of 18th century European musicians. The article then goes on to highlight her song Bad Romance's use of the raised leading tone in a minor key, which was very popular in 18th century Europe. Very cool. This is a class that you can take all about the harmonic style of 18th century European musicians, and the way that you can tell is by looking at the course catalog, which has a lot of tonal harmony in it, which was very popular in 18th century Europe. This is a thread on the electronic music producer deadmau5's subreddit, which asks, does Joel use the harmonic style of 18th century European musicians? Well, no, he doesn't use the same vocabulary that Mozart did, and he is very clear in interviews that he uses.
So this isn't going to be important now, but in the future, it's going to be very important. Notice that the person he has playing classical piano is Asian. Now, you might say, what does that have to do with anything, Sitch? Don't worry. It'll be important later.
Is a different skill set.
Do you self-identify as a tech guy or as a musical artist at this point?
I think I'm more tech than, you know, Mozart or whatever the hell.
What about need help understanding how the
What was that little clip for? Why did he throw that in there?
I don't know.
I think he threw that in there because his question was, feel more like a tech guy or like a musical artist? And instantly, the other guy's response was, musical artist means Mozart.
Right. Oh, okay.
I
So he threw it in there to
And
say,
he's-
oh,
yeah,
okay.
that he's saying that, you know, maybe people's thinking of today is you say, oh, I'm a composer or I write music. Oh, you mean like Mozart, right?
Did we miss a
Right.
Mozart because they were black and we didn't really pay attention to them? Is there a black Mozart out there?
I mean, if there is, shouldn't we find them? I mean, there's no problem with that.
No, but like
And
historically.
historically, well, his argument is kind of be that, you know, we do study the same musicians every time when we study 18th century classical music.
Well, wasn't Beethoven really black? Right? Isn't that what the Hebrew Israelites always say? Beethoven was
It's
secretly
true.
black. So
It's true. I mean,
maybe-
were you there? Do you know? You
that's
did
I
see it?
wasn't there. That's a good point. Maybe
It's
this
true.
entire video is built on a lie, because if Beethoven was black, that kind of destroys the whole theory, doesn't it?
It's true. It's true. It's true.
We do study this stuff kind of habitually.
Mhm.
I guess my question is there a wider lexicon?
Whiter
of-
or wider?
a wider?
Okay.
Well, the theory, the actual argument of the video is that there isn't a whiter. I'm just wondering if there is a wider lexicon of music. I guess that's the argument that he's making that we don't necessarily pay attention to. I know he made some quips in here about how, you know, these people are musical geniuses and it's kind of offensive to call them geniuses. And I keep thinking, why? I mean, we're not allotted one genius per human race. Like these other people of color composers, they could be geniuses too. I don't understand why.
No.
Taking
Only
away
the
the
Jews
genius-
get the geniuses. Okay.
Well, I don't. Why?
No.
Come on, man. I'm the wrench guy. I want everyone to have a wrench. I'm throwing out genius to everyone here. Come on.
You're basically Adam comes out as full comedy this stream. Doesn't believe in merit. Everyone gets a wrench. Everyone gets labeled a genius.
I think everyone has some merit that they can point to. So I'm all for finding that merit in people. The thing that's really super offensive, and I watched this video yesterday, and I was just triggered to high heaven because all the accusations that he's making, I don't understand why you have to knock Western music, theory, history, whatever, down a peg. Why can't you elevate other voices? Maybe those voices aren't out there
right.
to elevate.
Paradox for $3 says, I can't believe you're finally doing a video I sent you on the 100th episode, no less. Oh, joy. Thank you.
There you
for
go.
sending me this video, Paradox. Also, Paradox for $1 says, I love how the sleazeball changed the title from Music Theory is Racism to Music Theory and White Supremacy. Yes. The original title of the video was very
Really?
different. Yes.
Oh my God, that's hilarious. I was thinking it's so close to music theory is white supremacy. And I guess that's originally what it was.
That's what it was. Paradox also complains for $1 that Capton, you should wear headphones because you're causing feedback.
Oh no.
Do you have headphones?
I
can't
am
hear.
wearing headphones. Oh,
Oh,
no.
well then you're crazy, Paradox. You don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I don't hear any echoes. Someone in the chat said
No, I
there was
love
an
you,
echo too,
Paradox.
but
It might just be because he has a shitty mic. I don't know. But if he's wearing headphones,
hopefully it's
shouldn't be,
going away.
it should be fine. Anyways, the Rooster 499 says the obvious solution to this is to give Black Americans their own Wakanda. Yeah, unfortunately, that is what some advocate for.
Fits in with the harmonic style of 18th century European musicians. How many of you guys know the harmonic style of 18th century European musicians? Did the Beatles know much about the harmonic style of 18th century European musicians? Etc., etc. You get the point.
Sting did. Sting knows all about this stuff. Lead singer of the Police. Yes, he was classically trained. Oh, but he's white. Never mind.
He's white supremacist.
We see this all the time in popular media. We've been trained to see the two of them as the same thing. Even though the analytical models, the music theory, that might help in understanding the music of Beethoven might not help in understanding rock music, or country, or R&B, or electronic dance music, or any of the...
So I'm confused because he's saying that classical music theory won't help you understand modern music, but all the articles he showed were people asking how modern music uses classical musical theory.
Yes, that's a good point. I mean,
So
that's
does it-
kind of exactly what they're asking.
So does it actually help or not?
Well, there ends up being a big problem just with the phrase music theory, because when you're discussing, oh, do you know music theory, it is kind of like pushed, especially in college, that when you take the classes of music theory, you're only studying one theoretical analysis that is 18th century. But I think that when those people, especially non-musicians, are asking, oh, does this song, use music theory, or is there good music theory in the song? I think they're referring to is are they using musical analysis in this song?
So they don't mean musical theory in this very limited academic
Yes,
sense.
and
Probably.
yeah, because what kind of question? I mean, and it can be a question you could ask. There's nothing wrong with that. Is saying does Lady Gaga use specifically 18th century music theory when she's composing?
Right.
And
Hell no.
Hell no. I mean, she would probably, because there are other things that most people use today.
Yeah,
like
cocaine and heroin.
Yeah,
What
well,
the
it helps.
hell? Come on, we're talking about American music here.
I'm about rock stars.
Yes. So I would want to theorize that when people are usually asking the internet, usually, does this pop composer use music theory? Usually are they analyzing their music to pick and choose which chords when composing,
As opposed to just reaching into their gut and pulling out whatever sounds good, feels.
Yes, and
Right.
that's an argument that can be made, because a lot of pop composers today are musically trained and know,
Right.
I would say, contemporary music analysis. Usually when you go to college, though, if they went to college, they did study 18th century music analysis. Do they use it a lot? I wouldn't probably say that they use 18th century music analysis in their
Probably
compositions
not.
today at all.
Right.
So
What do they
a lot
use
of this
instead?
feels like Sitch's law, which is that that majority of arguments are really arguments about definitions, and that him
Yes.
and the professor he brings on later are just complaining that the term music theory in college specifically is defined to refer to 18th century classical music. And if that wasn't the case, then they wouldn't really have an issue.
Yeah, I think that's one of the issues, and maybe the biggest issue that's discussed here. You're right. Just the definition of the class, which
Which is
I can get into later when they
right.
start discussing.
That's very silly that all this is about a word being defined
Yes.
in a way that they don't like.
The styles of music that you, the person watching this video, are statistically more likely to listen to and make part of your life than the music of Beethoven.
Oh, wait.
Let me
go
put it
back
this
for
way.
one
Most people
second.
watching this video are statistically...
So for those who don't know, Capton, you're a jazz guy.
I
right?
do. I do. I
Oh my
study
God.
I did study jazz. Yes.
Does that depress you? Look at that. Look
Look at
right
that.
at the bottom of the list. The very bottom of the list. What is right there?
Yeah, I put jazz.
Jazz.
Yeah, there it is. There it is. There it was. It when I was in college, it was very common, especially with people studying other genres, to pass around the phrase, "Yeah, jazz is dead. Let it die."
Look at that. Jazz is a whole 50% of musicals. Actual musicals.
There you go. Though this is 2013, I would be shocked if a 2020 thing had rock as number one over R&B and electronic music. I'd be very
Rap's
surprised.
got to
if
be
rock-
up that list too. I
Yeah.
can't believe rap is so far down that list. Rap is totally mainstream now.
More likely to listen to and make part of your life than the music of Beethoven. Let me put it this way. What most people think of as music theory actually does a pretty bad job of
When I take math in, growing up, we learned like algebra and geometry and like how to figure out the measurements of triangles. And I never use any of that in my real life. Is that because it's white supremacist math? Like, why am I learning all this math I have no desire or use to in my real life? What's the point of this? Explain it to me.
Did the people who came up with those mathematical theories, what was their race?
Oh, that's a good point. I don't know. I think some of them were like Arabic, so maybe it's not white supremacy. Maybe it's Middle Eastern supremacy.
Why is this important?
Exactly. That's the
Who
question we're getting
cares?
to. Yes. Why is this important? The race of the person who made the analytics.
Yeah.
of describing musical practice in most styles of music. Instead, this has kind of been used as a means of comparing all music from all people across the globe to the stylistic practice of a select few musicians. These guys
Yeah, we're going to compare their music to our music. Like, that seems totally reasonable. Like, why would you compare them to our music? That's their music. Now let's compare it to our music.
Right.
What's wrong with
Part
that?
of the thing that he keeps not bringing up in the video that this is an American perspective, obviously, of musical theory. Like, if you go to Japan, and I assume you're in a college in a Japanese class, learning music history and music theory, they're going to have their own, music history. They're not going to be teaching you about, 18th century Europe.
American blacks, isn't it a little racist to take American blacks who've been a part of the American story for like 200 years and say, oh, this is our history. This isn't your history. Your history is completely different. See, you find your own history. Isn't that like racist? That seems a little racist to me.
It's a little
why
racist.
isn't it their history? Why do we assume that they're going to be offended by this history because doesn't particularly happen to be their skin color?
Right.
Boy, the assumptions there. It's just awful.
Let me go back.
all music from all people across the globe to the stylistic practice of a select few musicians. These guys versus, say, I don't know, these guys. So, can you spot the difference between the tonal composers on the left and the tonal composers on the right?
Yeah, I don't know any of them, but
What's the difference, Adam? Tell me, Adam. What's the difference?
well, the difference he's trying to point out, the racist difference he's trying to point out is like one is African Americans, blacks, whatever you want to call them. The other is white, European. The black composers are all photographs, so they're all relatively more recently. So
Oh, I thought it was because the people on the right have a much better wig game.
no, because those pictures were taken before the camera was invented.
Oh, wow. I just thought
Yes.
this was like they took pictures of Beethoven and they like put it through like the filter on Instagram that made it look like a painting.
The original camera was a dude with a paintbrush, Sitch. He would sit down in front of you for like 2 hours and draw what
I
you
see.
looked like. Yeah.
Who invented portraits? Okay, because that could be racist.
A
right
white
there.
supremacist, of course. So what do you what is he doesn't talk much about these other composers, which is totally racist of him. Like he doesn't go into their bios or anything like that. Who are these people that he tokenly uses their pictures but doesn't mention anything about them?
Yeah, well, you're right. His point is so blatantly obvious, and saying that we discuss is like as he's saying, I studied the people on the right. You know, when we
Mhm.
got to any kind of music theory and analysis. So I do. I mean, because his point is, I just don't like. I mean, couldn't we study? Would it be wrong to add any of these people to what we're
No,
studying in music
by
theory?
all
Of
means,
course,
add
you're
them.
right. You're right, but is it saying it's wrong to study the people on the right? This is what
That's
what
that's
do,
the thing that's totally
you
offensive
know?
because he
Well-
basically is saying it's wrong to study the people on the right. We should be studying the people on the left. Why can't we study them all?
You
Why
studied
can't we
jazz, right, in school?
I studied jazz, but
Okay,
we're gonna
so
get it. We're gonna get into that too.
I assume when you study jazz, you don't study the people on the right.
of course. So
There you-
oh my gosh, yes. So when I studied jazz, and I taking a jazz history class, innovations in jazz through history, and it was just it never felt at all like the composers, especially even with the music theory, were being picked that we would study based on just their race. It
Right.
felt like the only criteria they were being picked on was their contributions to music. But then again, would you say that if we studied predominantly Black innovators of jazz, that they're promoting Blackness in jazz or a Black supremacy of jazz?
Yes.
Some people would.
That's what I can't get over.
The Black Israelites would.
That's what I can't get over. It's never did we feel like someone was saying jazz isn't for you based on your race because of the race of the composers we were studying.
Right. So you, as a white person, didn't feel when you were studying jazz, which you prefer over classical music, I imagine, that you were being shunted out as not a true jazz fan because of the color of your skin.
Yes.
Did they call you out?
should've.
Did they? Did they call you Whitey and stuff?
Oh my gosh. In the middle of class, would Whitey please stand up? Yes. Would you like to discuss your opinion on this Black music? Whoa.
Were you accused of cultural appropriation at all? Come on. We know how academia is these days.
Oh my gosh.
Dude, Captain is the ultimate cultural appropriator. He likes jazz. He's a drummer. Oh my God. Terrible.
Bad. Very bad.
That's right.
Johnny.
The ones on the left are American. The ones on the right.
Look at that. Now we're okay. Good.
So, but
are
wait a
German.
minute. This is actually.
They clearly wrote the better
This is actually.
music.
Stop it. This point actually destroys his entire argument
It
for the
does.
rest of the video. Okay. So let me back it up a second just to really hammer it home. And also, I wanted to read. Johnny Stop for $1 says, whenever you hear math, try thinking late 20th century Texas Instruments hardware exclusively doctrine. # casino calculators matter. Yes.
I love those.
That's right. The ones on the left are American. The ones on the right are German.
Okay. So all the white people, they're not white, they're German. And all the people on the left are not black, they're American. Now, this is very important because Adam and the professor that he interviews basically do something super racist for the rest of the video.
Adam
that's a
Neely,
big-
not this Adam.
Adam
I would
Neely.
never do anything racist.
No. This Adam always does something. This Adam always does a racist every day. He calls me up
Me?
first thing in the morning,
What
says
do you-
Sitch,
me?
and he just says the N-word. And I'm like, what the fuck, Adam?
Nazi?
Why do you call me at 6 a.m. every day?
This video is so funny. This video would lead you to believe. This video would lead you to believe that the Nazis won the war.
No, but so anyway, my point is that Adam Neely, okay, and the professor, what they do is they keep conflating Germans with all white people again and again. They'll act like talking about Germans means you're talking about a mystical, unified white culture that doesn't exist except in the minds of no bullshit.
Yeah, we got to get no bullshit on. Come on.
Get no bullshit on. Finally, he found someone who agrees with him.
I saw Saving Private Ryan, and I didn't see a lot of troops from Africa invading the beaches of Normandy.
Wait a minute.
It seemed like white on white violence the whole time.
How is Saving Private Ryan like a real movie? White people don't kill each other
I
over
know.
cultural war reasons. That doesn't happen. They're all the same. They're all white.
Yeah, unified culture.
And they clearly wrote the better music, which is why we study them. They clearly have the superior music. They clearly have a superior culture. They are individuals of genius who rise above the degenerate masses and their degenerate music. They are Part 1, the white.
Who's saying that?
No one.
I've grown up never hearing this.
Okay. Well, we'll get into it later. The guy the music theorist he brings up later, Shanker, kind of believes this, but Shanker, we'll talk about it when we get there. But the thing is that Shanker, who's like the linchpin of the argument that music theory is racist, if you actually read what Shanker believed, he wasn't a white supremacist. He was a German supremacist. And they keep conflating that to white supremacy. It's very racist of them to do this.
Racial frame of music theory.
Hi, my name is Philip Ewell.
Notice how he said rise up above the degenerate masses? What the fuck, dude? Seriously? The degenerate masses? Yeah,
Degenerate masses,
if you're not a musical genius, degenerate.
Obviously.
I am an associate professor of music theory at Hunter College here in New York City.
Dr. Ewell gave the keynote speech at the annual Society for Music Theory conference.
Our white race.
Notice how he uses the hoity-toity voice there when he says it? Even he knows, even his subconscious knows, this is all a bunch of bullshit. Nobody gives a fuck about this.
Do you see who Professor Ewell is commenting on in the picture?
Oh no, who is it?
It's Eduardo Bonilla Silva. Those of you that have been with us for a long time knows that I have a big bone to pick with this man in regards to the power plus privilege. This is the guy.
P equals R.
This is the guy pushing the power plus privilege equals racism meme in academia more than anyone else currently. That's the guy that Professor Ewell is drawing all his ideas from.
Oh, really? His ideas, huh? Doesn't come. I like people that come up with their own ideas. That's just me.
Racial frame believes that the music and music theories of white persons represent the best framework for music theory.
It's part of everything that we do, white racial framing in music. All of the materials that we use in our music theory classes, for sure, are so deeply indebted to whiteness.
In his paper.
See, this is so fucking racist, dude. This is so racist. Like, I was under the impression music didn't have a color. Like, call me crazy. Oh, okay, yeah.
If a white man plays music in a forest, is he still racist?
Evidently, according to 18th century music, hocus pocus.
But see, here's what's interesting. So he poses this concept of the white racial framing, this white racial theory of music. Okay. Mm-hmm. He never, ever in this video backs up the claim that having classical music theory be about white composers who created classical music in the 1800s, 1700s, obviously. He never actually has any proof to that claim that is making people racist or promoting a white racial theory in America. It's just the central claim to this video is just said and never backed up.
Right.
Whatsoever.
Probably if you asked people on the street, they wouldn't even know the race of these composers. Like if you asked them,
well, they wouldn't even know the composers. So.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So if you did a man on the street thing and said, did you know Mozart was actually African American? They would say, oh, really? I didn't know that. That's cool. That's great. Like we could literally change his race and probably get away with it.
Mm-hmm. That's very true.
The white racial frame of music theory, Dr. Ewell says that music theory can be seen as a racial ideology in which the views and ideas of white persons are held to be more significant than the views and ideas of non-whites. Woo, okay.
I know.
Got to pause for that. Let that sink in.
So that claim, that's the central claim of the video, is never backed up with any sort of evidence whatsoever. It's just stated as a fact. Just accept it.
Yeah.
To be more significant than the views and ideas of non-whites. Woo, okay. Racial ideology.
Don't you think every single person thinks that their personal views are more significant than other people's views? Just simply by the fact that they're their fucking views.
Yes. Well, when I was talking to Kathon about this video, he was telling me that like when he was in school, everyone thought that their own genre of music was like the best music, and all of the music was fake.
Yes,
Of course.
Yes. And I understand that's actually a lot of problems that people who like they come into music school, played music their whole life, they come to music school and college, and they realize that like if you studied classical music in college and you come in and you're like, I want to learn jazz, all the classical kids are like, jazz is not music at all. It's terrible. It's garbage. Get it out of here. Classical is the only way to go. But then when you go hang out with like jazz kids, they're like, oh my God, classical music is just garbage. Do you want to go to a concert and just fall asleep? What's wrong with you? And then you're like, yeah, but you listen to pop music and they go, pop music is garbage. What are you talking about? Jazz is the only way to go. And, it's very elitist, but it's elitist based on genre.
Yeah, based on your taste, not your skin color.
Yeah,
Imagine pinning that to your taste to your skin color. Like the only reason you like this music is because you're white.
Oh,
what?
It like hurts me to hear that. Because I'm like, he's kind of got somewhat of a point that the people are usually pretty elitist in college based on their genre. But then it's like kind of twisted to be because of the race of the composers.
Right.
And I'm like, what?
That's such
when
a
you were
racist
doing the
take.
jazz stuff, were all the jazz kids black? And you were like,
no, not at all.
okay.
Oh my gosh. I mean, it's crazy. You're going to go to a college and you're going to go see the jazz band. You're going to go, wait, why aren't they all black? Because they're not.
Right.
And
were all the classical music kids white?
No, they were not all white. You can't look at them and say, yeah, there's too many whites here studying classical music. Got to get them out.
Exactly.
But they were all
It's
racist,
not what it
right?
was.
Yeah.
Of course, yes, that's to be instilled in them subconsciously.
Oh, but God.
Ubiquitous for $10 says, I graduated from WSU with an undergraduate in music. Music theory, as he describes it, can be somewhat limited in application, but there's nothing stopping people from adding better methods to theory. Yes.
Sure. Yeah.
I think
That's the one I don't
lot
understand. Like if they want to change the syllabus,
right.
they want to add stuff to the syllabus, fine. But why do they continually make this argument that it's not only that we're missing some things from the syllabus, it's that we're goddamn racist because of the white people on the syllabus?
Exactly. Well, maybe it's cynical. Maybe it's, every music, I'm sure every music professor or every music theorist, they want whatever music they think is the best. They want that to be taught. And, there's always going to be pushback because it's very hard to change entrenched dogma in any institution.
Sure.
So what better way than to promote change to what you want? And it's like, well, if you don't agree with me, it's because you're racist.
That is the entire reason that they use this argument in everything. It's like, I don't like those types of comics because you're racist if you like those types of comics. I don't like that type of music because you're racist if you like. Yeah, it's an argument. It's a stupid thing. It's like it's a tactic. It's not remotely sincere.
Caleb Black for $2 says, when I'm not animating for work, I write and play in a band, which I will graciously not plug. Honestly, I don't get what Neely means here. We study the classical composers because they're the foundation on which others built, and I'm a huge jazz fan. Yes. And Paradox for $1 says, this is very funny. Paradox for $1 says, the left argues white culture doesn't exist. Example, Destiny spends 30 minutes arguing with Eric Stryker that he has no claim on music theory. Yes, it's very funny. Destiny literally spent, I think, an hour maybe arguing with Eric Stryker, white nationalist, about music theory and about the fact that there's no magical white culture. But then also the left turns around and says music theory is invented by whites and a white German supremacist. So they've taken, it's weird because Adam Neely and Professor Ewell seem to have taken the white nationalist argument and gone with it.
Yeah, great. He looks a little like a white nationalist. He does.
How dare you?
I'm waiting for him to come out to do a collab with, God, I forgot his name.
With who, Adam? With who? Who are you going to label?
Nick Fuentes.
There you go.
There you go.
That sounds like some critical race theory jargon. And as we've learned recently, that is un-American. So I don't want to talk about
a little jab, a little TDS there. He's like, I got to let you guys know I'm suffering from a little TDS.
Yeah, so critical race theory is un-American.
Totally
by
un-American.
definition. Because it's very funny, because critical race theory not only argues that American society is fundamentally racist, but it also argues against liberalism and the concepts of liberalism. And even, it's very funny, I actually found an online critical race theory textbook that is often cited as like one of the genre-defining textbooks. And right in the introduction, right under the what is critical race theory, it says, unlike traditional civil rights, which embraces incrementalism and step-by-step progress, so they don't like traditional civil rights, critical race theory questions the very foundations of the liberal order, including equality theory, legal reasoning, Enlightenment rationalism, and neutral principles of constitutional law. So seems pretty un-American if you ask me. I don't know.
Neutral principles. No, we need to go back to a monarchy, Sitch. We need a king to deliberate and hand the law down from God.
Oh my God, it's so sad.
I know, it's terrible. Hold on, we got to dig in a little bit here, because he just the comment, for those of you who don't know, is a dig at Donald Trump, because Donald Trump made critical race theory illegal recently in government institutions. The teaching of critical race theory, or anything related to critical race theory in government institutions. So when he makes this little quip about how critical race theory is un-American, it's a jab at Donald Trump. He doesn't really elucidate on it. But
well, when you say teaching in government institutions, what they mean is like, if there's a federal institution that has some sort of, anti-racism training or some sort of something like that, some sort of equality training programs that people have to go to, they can't be using critical race theory ideas.
Aren't they all based on critical race theory ideas? Isn't this basically just going to take the...
Well, they don't have to be, and they weren't. Because obviously there was, equality training and racial training before critical race theory became a thing.
Okay. Yeah, maybe.
So yeah, like color. This like the big thing that they hate. The big thing that critical race theory hates is colorblind.
Yeah.
The idea to be colorblind. They say that's a dangerous idea, and that's racist. Being colorblind just perpetuates racism, according to them. So no, you can definitely teach those kinds of classes, but you may be right in terms of that today. Most of those programs probably do draw heavily from critical race theory, because that seems to be popular among the circuit, unfortunately.
20 years ago, all these programs were teaching color blindness. That's what a lot of people are offended by, because you and I grew up with the color blind model. We aren't going to see color. We don't need to see color. We're all Americans. Now, all of a sudden, that's racist, and a lot of people are super chapped about that, myself included.
Well, it's funny because I've talked about this before. It's the perfect example of the destructive nature of attacking the Mott. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So the Mott, this is literally how critical race theory formed. It was literally attacking the Mott. So the Mott and Bailey approach we talked about is when someone has a real argument, and then when they're attacked on it, they retreat to a safer argument. Okay. Mm-hmm. So the critical racist theory complained that in the 80s, or in the late 70s, they felt, anti-racist activists felt that there needed to be more government social programs helping the Black community, despite civil rights legislation, because obviously, hundreds of years of slavery and segregation is going to have long-lasting implications on the Black community, and they need, they need assistance beyond just saying, well, you're this, you have equal rights under the law now.
Right.
And so there were people who were opposed to giving Blacks more assistance in the 70s and 80s. And the Bailey, I guess, the Bailey is the real argument, right?
The moral Mott and the bullshit Bailey. So the Bailey's the bullshit argument.
No. We always get this wrong.
The Mott
every time, man.
No, the Bailey's the low argument, and the Mott is the high argument. Moral Mott. The moral Mott, the bullshit Bailey.
The Bailey is the real argument, and the Mott is the safe argument.
Yes.
Okay.
The bullshit argument.
So the Bailey, the real argument was, there was people in the 70s and 80s that just didn't want to help Black people because they either were racist, or they didn't care, or they just didn't want to spend the money, et cetera, et cetera. And then when they were when they were
Challenge.
confronted about this,
Yeah.
they would retreat to the mot, which is, oh, well, you know, we're trying to promote colorblind society. Thus, we can't help Black people, especially because that would be racist. That's a form of racism. That's not being colorblind.
Yeah.
So because of that technique,
They were like, we
instead
got to
of-
get rid of this colorblind shit.
Right. So instead of the advocates for racial equality, instead of them making the point that, well, we agree with that as a principle to be strived for in the future, we still have hundreds of years of inequality to make up for that you can't simply wave away. You know, it's going to take a long period of time. Instead of doing the work to make that argument, they said, let's just attack the concept of colorblind racism and tear it the fuck down.
Yeah.
Despite
That's still
the fact
racist.
Right. Despite the fact that on a moral level, that's exactly what we should be striving for, is colorblind racism.
Yes. Equal opportunity, colorblindness. Yeah. Colorblind society. How do we fight back against that? I feel like getting rid of critical race theory is a step in the right direction.
Yes, that is a step. I don't know how we. I don't know how we would do
you
it.
have to rebrand like the colorblind society already, because so many people are growing up thinking colorblindness is racism.
DJ Kong Factor $2 says, the irony of this is it's actually demeaning to Black artists. Artists like Louis Armstrong and Jimi Hendrix understood music theory innately without formal lessons, and he's not giving them credit for that genius. There you go. It's interesting.
Totally.
And Caleb Black for $3 says, I've taken music theory, and I've never had a conversation where I felt someone was belittling the complexity and difficulty of the music of people like Charles Mingus or Duke Ellington. If Neely studied this stuff in school, then why isn't he racist? Oh, that's a good question. How come Adam Adam Neely studied this? How did he escape the bubble of white supremacy?
Maybe this is his penance or something.
Well, I haven't watched a lot of Adam Neely videos, but Captain was telling me that this is Adam Neely literally is does the thing. He became famous doing the thing he's now criticizing.
What's that?
Yeah, I've watched this guy before, and you know, I'm kind of a music nerd among the musicians when it comes to it, especially like music analysis. Like music analysis is not something that's very popular even among musicians. We really want to get into the analysis piece. You got to be pretty nerdy when you get into that. So a lot of his videos, he'll take other pieces of music and use musical analysis to define why does it sound the way it sounds? Why does it sound good? What are they doing with the notes in the piece? And that's so interesting. But now we're saying that maybe that's bad. Maybe that's racist.
Hilarious. Wait. So he basically runs the stuff through the white supremacy frame. He's like, I've been a white supremacist my whole life.
Yeah. Adam Neely became famous running things through music theory filter on his YouTube channel, and now he's claiming that he's part of the white supremacy, I guess. He's perpetuating white supremacy, I guess.
What's he going to do? He should private all those old videos. These things are like, that's so much white supremacy.
He's making money off of white supremacy. Oh my God.
This is evil. Shut it down.
Mr. Guy for $9.99 says, world started yesterday with grievance studies. Have to ignore atonal music has dominated highbrow, looking at the nose down on classical for decades. Incremental liberal inclusion hasn't happened. And Loner Renault for $5 says, currently in music school, didn't even finish the video. My main issue is with the black cellist dude that called anybody supporting MT white supremacy. Anyone supporting music theory as white supremacist adjacent. Yes, he does say that later in the video.
Yeah, he goes into some other music stuff, some Indian music stuff, and I kept thinking, like, it's so ridiculous. So we're not entitled to our history. Like, what is he insinuating? Like, we should go to school and study other people's history?
Right, but this was so crazy because you can have world history, you can have other forms of music theory, but if this form of music theory is what dominated, classical music or the culture of American culture back in the time period that colleges became a thing,
Yeah.
then that's just the way it is. That's the way it's going to be. It's not because of racism. I'm not going to go to Japan and go to a music history class and start saying, you guys are racist because you're only learning about Japanese
I
music.
know exactly.
Yes. Yes.
Exactly.
Right? Like, am I going to
Exactly.
go into like a Japanese art class, Japanese art history, and like kick over all the paintings of like the samurai people with like the beautiful brushstrokes and be like, well, this is
Racist.
bullshit. Why are you learning about Michelangelo and Leonardo da Vinci, you racist? Like, what the fuck? It's crazy.
It is crazy, yeah. That's what
it's
was
even-
so infuriating about this video.
Well,
it's like
and it-
you throw your heritage away and study someone else's heritage, or you're a racist.
And it's even worse with music because as this person says in super chat, Adam Moreau for $5 says, started watching the Neely video, then thought, meh, Western intervals are based on mathematical frequency ratios like 3-2, perfect fifth, not race.
Yes.
And that's what makes it
Yeah.
even worse, is that a lot of this is just math.
Yeah, totally.
That too much on this channel, lest we be accused of un-American activities. So to try and figure out why American
I'll accuse him right now. You're totally un-American. America's a multicultural society, but you're taking it way too far here, buddy.
music theory is not built around these American composers, we're going to focus on just the music. And we already kind of have done that. We saw how music theory in popular culture can simply just mean the harmonic style of 18th century European musicians. And there are some musical elements which are
Did somebody say harmonica?
No, they didn't.
unique to that style that are not shared in other styles, which are oddly prioritized.
One thing I like to talk about, which because it's so funny, is figured bass.
Figured bass is a system where numbers indicate intervals and chromatic alterations above bass notes. It's kind of like a 17th century shorthand, like chord symbols, a means of getting by on the gig. Musicians would read off of figured bass charts and improvise their parts, which was a practice called basso continuo, or simply continuo.
And as a cellist who's played a lot of continuo with some really good Baroque groups, figured bass is something I live and breathe. I love figured bass, I understand it intimately. When we think about having it in our music theory textbooks, are you kidding me?
Here is a music theory textbook from 1725, Johann Fuchs's Gradus ad Parnassum.
So wait, so Kathleen, you agree with the concept that fingered bass is not useful for most people?
Well,
Right.
yeah, this is where like he said, he uses figured bass playing with his Baroque ensemble. So, yes, you could use it playing with your Baroque ensemble, but I'm not going to use it when I'm playing any other style of music outside of any of those, or specifically classical music. So the point that he comes in, the point I think that he should be making is that when you get to college and you take music theory, which again, let's change the definition and call it music analysis or analysis of, classical music or 18th century classical music, to be very specific. You're going to take something like 4 semesters, some colleges maybe even more, most around 4 semesters of figured bass. And you're a jazz kid sitting there going, why the fuck am I learning figured bass? This is just such a waste of time. But if you're, like he says, like a cello player sitting there, you're gonna be like, this is actually pretty interesting. I'm going to use this when I get into the real world, maybe. I think that when he says he played, the Baroque using his figured bass, I think that's even a little more obscure than the vast majority of classical players.
Right.
If you're going to play what specifically he said, you might use your figured bass. There you go. But college really kind of forces it down the throat of studying music. I'm a music major, well, what
Right.
kind of style do you play? Well, I play death metal, what are you doing studying figure bass then? Well, it's kind of forced on us. Now, the point I would want to make is, we should learn everything. Learn figured bass just to appreciate the that it was important to music history. Should we?
Just a little bit, not 4%.
Of course, yes, of course. It is in the 90%, 99 maybe, of musicians graduating from there are never going to use their figured bass again.
And
Well, now
that's what I think is so detrimental to his argument, is that a lot of the things he's saying in terms of the criticisms You agree with almost everyone I've ever heard who's involved with music school has agreed with that there's a lot of useless things taught in music school, but it's just but then the reason he gives for why it's taught in music school, that's where everyone's like, what the fuck are you talking about? It's not because of some racialized white supremacy.
Yes. So maybe that's what drove me so crazy about watching this. It's like, I'm like, yeah, it is pretty useless. Maybe we could, have a conversation about cutting it down or maybe even getting rid of it, making an elective or something. Whoa, wait a minute. We have to get rid of it because it's teaching whiteness to people? Whoa. What's happening here?
Right.
Oh my God.
It's annoying because you could do this. I feel like you could do this with any field in college or even high school. Any study anything that everyone's probably experienced this in school. Anytime you study English, you learn a bunch, you're going to, I fucking read, what was it called? Who's the guy that fights Grendel? Beowulf. I fucking read Beowulf.
Yeah.
Fucking England. Like that's pretty fucking useless, right? I read the Canterbury
The movie's
Tales.
great. Beowulf, the movie.
Oh God. You just like to see naked Angelina Jolie, but
You don't like the movie Beowulf? We have another
it was
one.
terrible. No.
Really? Oh, the movie Beowulf is great.
But we had to read like the Canterbury Tales, okay? And it's so funny because I was in my English class yelling that I was the educated in English class. I was like, no, let's. I was yelling and arguing with my teacher that we should read Dante's Inferno instead because we've got people getting tortured in hell. But anyway, but you could do this for any field. You can do this with math. You can do this with psychology. Why do they still talk about Sigmund Freud just because he was the father of psychology? So much of his ideas are bullshit now. Like any field is kind of mired in the institution in which it was created. It has all this like old baggage and add-on stuff because what happens is it's taught, and once things are taught, they kind of solidify in the institution that's teaching them, and it's very difficult to change things, and institutions are generally very slow moving. But none of this is because of white supremacy. It's just because of the nature of institutions and academia.
Well, I finally see the utility of this argument, though, because basically what he's saying is all this stuff is just tired old shit, and it's very stuffy, and you probably aren't going to use it in the real world, and it's impossible to get rid of. But what if we call it racist?
Exactly.
It makes it just a little easier to get rid of this tired old stuffy shit. So now I actually see the real motivation here.
Yes.
They can't just come out and say, this is boring. Well, fuck this shit.
Which honestly does not look that much different from a textbook from 2011, Harmony and Voice Leading by Aldwer and Schachter. Nothing has really changed in 300 years, even though music has changed quite a lot.
Nikolai Rimsky-Korsakov wrote a harmony textbook, the most famous harmony textbook ever written in Russia, probably. And he said, you know what, music is so crazy these days, I'm not even going to put figured bass in here because it's kind of a waste of time. It's outdated. We don't need it anymore. That was 1884, Adam.
Seriously.
Wait a minute.
Wait, yeah. Well, he said that he still uses his figured bass a lot.
Well,
which was shocking to me.
Yeah, but beyond that, he just said a white person in 1884, a white Russian said that fingered bass was useless and took it out of the textbook. Okay, if fingered bass is only there, figured bass, I keep saying fingered bass.
Finger bass.
Right? Finger the bass, yes. If figured bass is only there to promote white supremacy, why would a white person remove it from the textbook and say that it's boring and useless and not helpful?
Because it's boring and useless and not helpful. And it has nothing to do with race.
Hey, check this out. This is what Rimsky-Korsakov, the Flight of the Bumblebee guy, wrote. In most of the existing manuals of harmony, we find rules for reading the now obsolete figured bass, but little or no practical advice for harmonizing melodies or selecting chords.
Wait, was Nikolai Rimsky-Korsakov, was he a white man?
Listen, look at that name.
I don't even know.
I'm going to guess yes, just from the name.
Yes, yes. But this is what's so ridiculous about this. You have other white people all throughout history saying that this is bullshit and useless. So how is this a racialized thing whatsoever? It's just bullshit and useless, Adam.
Yeah.
Just old.
Look at that face he's making. He knows it's bullshit and useless. Look at that. Look at that face.
He's like, I got to get a video out this week face, right?
Yes.
There.
140 years ago. I mean, might as well be explaining this book or this book or this book. Like, nothing has changed in 140 years.
We don't have to perpetrate a system which is, once you
Well, to be fair, I would imagine that nothing has changed about classical music
Yes.
in 104 years or whatever, right? Because it already happened, right? The past already happened, so.
Did you see the Freudian slip he made there?
No, what do you
Instead of
say?
saying perpetuate, he said perpetrate.
Ooh,
He's the accusations are flying here.
right.
actually look at it, kind of ridiculous.
Figured bass is totally useless in understanding any kind of music that isn't Western or tonal. Instead, it's a tool designed to understand the style of music from one kind of people.
I now refer to it as yet another method that the white racial frame of music theory can.
Well, why do they conceptualize it as one type of people and not just one way to look at it? I don't. It's
'Cause they're
Exactly.
racist.
like
Yes.
any person on the planet, regardless of race or gender or sexual orientation, anything, can use this method to
Yes.
study music. They don't have to. Like, it's not impossible. It's not linked to your biology. There's not some kind of thing that you have to put your DNA into in order for it to work. It's not some alien technology.
Police and enforce whiteness. They'll never say that. What they'll say is, oh, but it's his.
Oh,
Wait.
yes.
He just
To
said
police- I know.
figured bass
I
is
know,
used
I
to
know.
police
Oh my
and
God.
enforce whiteness.
Whiteness.
Okay. This is what drives me
We're
crazy.
doing it all wrong. We need to enforce whiteness more.
You need to have the white cops come and bang on your door. They go, Captain, are you studying jazz in there? You need to stop that right now. We're enforcing whiteness. Okay. You put the drumsticks down right this second. You can play some damn classical music.
Exactly.
Oh my gosh.
I like the band of the idea of a roving band of white checkers. We're just checking to make sure you're white in there. Just checking to make sure you're enforcing your whiteness in there. Okay.
Historical, and it can help with other things. There's a reason that they're going to give for everything, for keeping things the way they are.
That's how it's justified anyway in the course catalog for.
Okay, this is what's so annoying. He just said no one's going to admit that it's to enforce whiteness. They're all going to give you some actual reason, right?
We're lazy and we don't want to change it.
Yeah. If you're making a claim like this person wants this because they're racist, and that person says, no, I want it for X, you have to prove your fucking argument, right? You have to provide evidence that they're lying or wrong, or that you know something that they don't. In this fucking video, they never do that. It's just assume that it's racism.
Yeah.
That's the default setting that they're coming from. You're automatically it's like a witch thing. You're a witch unless you can prove you're not once you're accused. And I'm saying you're racist unless you can somehow prove you're not racist.
It's bullshit. People don't want to play along anymore. People are fed up
Right.
with this shit. They are. They're like, this is nonsense. Fuck you.
Or AP harmonic style of 18th century European musicians. But let's say that you were enrolled in AP Spanish, and the way.
And how much of this is like because you have all these teachers who are teaching skills that maybe are useless and they just want to protect their job.
Their jobs, exactly. That's the reason. The reason is we're lazy. We don't want to change it. You know how much work that is? Fuck that.
Right.
Reprint the book from last year. Let's all go to lunch.
way that you were taught Spanish course was by studying 300-year-old Spanish grammar. Now, studying these archaic tenses might be interesting. It's definitely historical. The way that they spoke Spanish back then definitely has influenced the way.
This is a terrible analogy because
Yeah, it is totally.
because as he's talked about the music, again, this is like this weird, he's just mad about the term music theory not being specific. Okay. You know, in music theory, again, it's a study of classical music or 18th century, 17th century classical music or whatever the time period is. Okay. So obviously it makes sense that you're going to look at it through the frame of the time period. If you're studying Spanish today, you're studying it to speak Spanish to people today. Okay.
Exactly.
You're not studying Spanish from 300 years ago as some sort of art form. This is not a comparable analogy.
I think a better analogy would be something like fashion, because fashion changes so fast that studying contemporary fashion would seem like foolish, because who knows what the fashion is going to be like in 20 years. Like music has to be the same way.
I compared this to like studying Shakespeare. Everyone studies Shakespeare all the time, and when you're even in high school and middle school, you're studying Shakespeare. And like when you're reading it, you're like, why are we reading anything that has not today's grammar?
Right.
Yeah.
And you're like, well, you're not necessarily studying this to learn today's grammar. Well, this is called English class. You should be learning English, today's English.
Yeah. True.
You know, and they're like, well, we're going to learn Old English today. And you're left going at the end of that class. What was the point of that? But I mean, are you left in the end of that class going, I feel whiter now? You know? Like, no, it's just old stuff. And a lot of good points of, you know, every kid's sitting there going, oh my God, we have to read Shakespeare again. This is so boring.
That's,
Yeah,
you know,
totally.
that's true. I remember in English class when we had to study Macbeth, when I walked in, the teacher actually took a paintbrush and they put white paint all over our faces when we walked in to just really instill the whiteness in us. Even though that the majority of my classmates, you know, were not white, it didn't matter. She just put the white paintbrush all over them, you know. It was a very traumatic experience for them. I can totally understand.
It's the way that Spanish is spoken around the world. And I don't know if you already know a little bit of Spanish, maybe it might be useful for understanding Don Quixote or whatever.
Could you teach a class on contemporary music theory or pop music theory?
Absolutely. And I'm gonna let my bias come out here by saying, you know, I learned all that you know, figured bass and all that crap. And then after that, I was allowed to start taking jazz / contemporary music theory. And they're the same thing. You know, jazz theory is what contemporary people use for their theory, you know, with extensions. And it's not as, the rules aren't as strict on.
Oh, so I didn't know. So contemporary music theory is based more off jazz theory.
Yes. At least American, if you want to get specific about it. American pop music is theorized that way. So you'd say, you know, you got your different extensions. If you got like a C chord, right, they're going to write C7, and you're going to play a C in the bass, and then all the other notes you're voicings, you can kind of, you know, you got some freedom to put them where you want. You know, so it's kind of more open-ended, and I think it's great. Now, you wouldn't want to use it to study 18th century classical music.
Right.
You could, which was us in our, God, we're so nerdy, we would want to try to take analysis from 18th century and study new music and then do the opposite, you know? And all the other music kids are like, God, why are you doing any of this? Just go play music and have fun, you know? Because we were such nerds. But like, that's why I was so into the music theory and analysis of different styles and different analysis techniques. And then again, if you were to take pop analysis, it's still, he's going to get into how limited it is. Every analysis different analysis style that you use is so limited to other genres.
Right.
You know,
what do you,
which he's going to get into.
When you're doing an analysis of music, what are you trying to determine? Like if you're, I understand when you're analyzing things in art, I understand, you know, you're analyzing proportion and color and that kind of thing. What in music are you analyzing?
Excellent question. So the way that I always saw it as like there's a direction that you go, you know, when trying to understand something or study a concept of music. The direction that you go is first you listen to the piece. And you listen to this piece and you listen to all these different sounds and you're like, this is awesome. Some of these sounds are unique that I don't feel maybe I've heard before. I've heard somewhere else. And you're listening and you're like, this is really good. I want to know what made these sounds. So I'm going to take the piece, I'm going to look at the notes on the page and start grouping them with using mathematics. You know, basically a music analysis system is pretty mathematic-like, you know. And that way you can look at the first chord of the piece, the first sound you hear, And you can look at it and go, I want to especially composers, I want to recreate a sound like that, or at least understand why it sounded so good. Well, it's going to be a C major 7 chord. And you're like, wow. And then you look at another piece and go, that piece also is a C major 7 chord, and you compare the sounds to each other. But you can only do that if you analyze the piece, because our brains can't memorize every note. We don't have like infinite perfect pitch to know. Like if I were to play a song for you and you can completely sing it perfectly back to me, we want to analyze the piece so we can kind of understand what sounds were going on.
So you're saying for humans to conceptualize it, they transform the audio experience into a notation that you can just look at.
Yes, and so you can compare it to other sounds, other pieces,
right,
and say, look, they kind of sound similar.
There is a proportional thing that you're looking at as well, like you're looking where the notes are placed and that kind of thing.
Exactly,
I don't
the
know
notes
anything
are placed,
about music, so
how they're grouped together, because you can take a group of notes and rearrange them in different ways to give you different sounds. Especially if you're like, oh, it starts with like, if you want to really analyze a piece that you from a great jazz composer or performer, and you hear him play something on the piano, and you go, I want to, especially from a composer standpoint, I want to compose something that feels like that sound. You want to analyze every note that he plays, and really get into how he's making decisions to group these specific notes together.
Right.
Which is what all music analysis is. Looking at it from an analytical standpoint, mathematical standpoint.
It's kind of ironic that the professor in the video is coming at this from a critical theory lens, because critical theory is very skeptical of a lot of objectivism and empiricism. And it sounds like the whole point of music theory is to kind of create some sort of objective measurement and objective way of breaking down music so you can analyze it.
Yeah. Especially, you're right, when you're comparing it to another piece, you're comparing the analysis of it, saying he uses these chords this way, and looking at this piece, he uses this chords this way. You're creating rules on your music theory of what sounds good and what doesn't.
I mean, this is what bothers me so much about the whole is art subjective or objective argument. Because it's like, yes, what you personally like is going to be subjective, but that doesn't mean that there aren't objective rules to music, to painting, to storytelling, et cetera, et cetera. There's always going to be some objective criteria that exists there.
Yeah, I would want to try to compare it to, like, if you're an art student and you're studying the specific works of a specific person, and you're looking at these and you're studying the different strokes he uses, and you want to recreate a painting of your own in his style.
Right.
I mean, you got to study the types of strokes he uses, the types of brushes, how he creates that piece from, like a standpoint of like, not like what was his inspiration for it. I want to know like exactly what strokes he uses and copy those strokes onto my own works to get that feel. And it's very analytical.
Right.
Yeah,
if I said objectivism, I apologize. I didn't obviously mean Ayn Randian objectivism. I meant to be objective in the first place.
Yes.
Empiricism.
It's so cynical that they are applying this to music, though, because when you're pinning music down to a particular type of people, or even just like pinning it down to race, music is the one thing that anyone can listen to and have some understanding of without ever encountering it before. Like, you don't have that advantage with language. It's
right.
Horrible. It's like, why would you pin it down to race?
Because that's the problem. This is the problem with critical race theory, is that you're going into it saying, I'm going to look at everything through the lens of race on purpose. So you're going to find what you're looking for.
If they were just honest, if they were saying this is tired old shit, and by calling it racist is the only way we can get it out of the program, then I would say, okay, I get you. Like, I understand the motivation now. Okay, all right, let's get this fucking tired old shit out of here. I'm definitely one for moving on. I like contemporary stuff. So
you dirty liberal. Oh my god.
Well, my wife is always dragging me to museums and stuff, and I'm like, oh, tired old shit. Why are we looking
at?
Why
Kyle
are we
Adam
looking?
Over here.
Seriously, I look at paintings that I mean, there are obviously exceptions, but there are a lot of paintings that are famous and worth millions of dollars that wouldn't get like 5 likes on Instagram. They're garbage. They're
You know
garbage
what?
tier paintings.
All art should be appreciated through the lens of Instagram and Twitter likes. Okay.
Well, I'm just saying.
If
I'm
Mozart
just
can't get
saying.
1,000 likes on Twitter, then it's bullshit. Throw it in the trash.
Okay, I'm with you. We're having a conversation here. Like, if you want, I mean, it is some sort of a popularity thing. Seriously,
Oh my God, Adam.
the reason this stuff lasted was because a bunch of snooty fucking rich people decided this is the stuff that we were going to study. So I'm
Right.
with them on there. I don't want to pin this to race. Like, why aren't we pinning it to class when it should be pinned to class?
That's true. Mr. Guy for $4.99 says, I have a master's in Spanish lit. And yes, we studied that Don Quixote, Adam Neely, a lot. We didn't study Bolivian slang from the 2000s.
Good point.
There you go.
But is it useful? Is it practical for having conversations in Spanish in everyday life? Of course not. You might want to think of
Isn't it part of the problem that college isn't structured generally around practical job application?
Totally.
It's structured after a very kind of old world form of like, this is the knowledge you need to be an enlightened, elitist, educated individual. You need to be able to quote poems and Don Quixote and be able to play a classical music instrument. And like, I can agree that maybe this is not the way college should be structured in modern society, and it should be structured after creating practical skills to have a job. But the reason it's structured the way it is now isn't because of racism or white supremacy.
No, it's cocktail parties. You have to know this shit so you can talk about it at the cocktail party.
When you go to the opera.
Exactly.
about in this entirely hypothetical scenario involving Spanish, why that practicality of having conversations in Spanish with cultures around the world is being sacrificed in the name of 300-year-old European Spanish grammar.
What they are way more loath to acknowledge is the race, the whiteness behind it. And
The whiteness. It's the whiteness, guys. It's the total racism that I see everywhere, always.
Why are they so low to admit that it's because of racism? Something that has nothing to do with racism. I don't understand.
Notice this guy has picked his outfit, I'm assuming, for this interview. He's like, I want you to know that I'm LGBT. Like, I want you to know that, like he's got his dirty old.
This is a college professor trying to give his take on some academic field, and he put on a hat and a t-shirt.
I want you to know I voted for Bernie Sanders. I want you to know that. Doesn't he, like, this is not a conservative. We're all in agreement, right? Like, he's virtue. That shirt there says it all.
The shirt is a form of virtue signaling, yes.
Like, he could have come in and not like fully. I mean, I don't know. It's like playing poker. Do you just want to lay your cards out right here where we can all see them?
So you want him to come out here with a MAGA hat on and an American flag vest and just
Well, that would be more interesting. You'd be like, oh, look at this. I'm confused.
That would be interesting.
This is just cliche, okay? I hate to say that, but I like complex people. I don't like people that wear their politics on their
Oh my
sleeve.
God, are you saying that he's a stereotype and it has nothing to do with his race?
Well, he's walked right into the stereotype. I don't know. He's the one that picked his outfit for this. Doesn't he know this is a popular YouTuber that, this video could get 1 million views?
Well, I didn't notice he's also wearing a rainbow wristband on his left
Oh
arm.
yeah. No, he's going in case you missed the rainbow flag on my shirt. I just want you to know I got my friendship bracelet here. What's he got in the background there? Is that I don't know.
And it looks like a picture of the kids, you monster, or something.
and how that actually plays into their own thinking about this very history that we're talking about.
So remember how I said, isn't it? It's kind of funny that this whole thing is about how classical music is the white supremacy. And yet he got an Asian girl to be the classical music piano player that we hear throughout the whole video.
Yeah.
And isn't it maybe this is a stereotype. You can tell me if I'm wrong, Captain. You can tell me if I'm being a horrible, bigot, racist. But Aren't there a lot of Asians in America in the field of classical music
Oh,
performance, and
no.
classical music study?
I want to say that, of course, the race of anyone who played any kind of music in college didn't matter. That's
Well,
going
of
to be
course,
my dodged question
yeah,
response.
I agree with you, but Adam Neely and Professor Ewell are making us talk about the race of the performer, something that normally we wouldn't even think to care about.
Yeah, we were raised colorblind. Unfortunately, that's racist now, so we have to abandon it. We have to look. This looks like an Asian girl. I don't know. Is she Korean? We have to really dig into some details here. Otherwise, we can't understand this musical piece.
So one could make the argument that, especially in the study of classical piano, which is a major concept in college that you learn. If you play piano, you're going to play jazz, you're going to play classical. Pick one. And one could say that the vast majority of people who study classical piano would be of Asian descent.
Are we talking like 90% when you say vast? I mean, I noticed you added vast.
Well, I
majority.
honestly, I mean, I would have to say again, I only knew from one or two different schools that I studied at.
Right.
That
I mean, you don't live
may
in
have been the demographics.
Maybe you live in Chinatown. You just never.
And you didn't know. Why are Asians obsessed with white supremacy?
Oh my God.
I just like, do they know that they're studying white supremacy surreptitiously?
I mean, I've seen anime. They make all those characters look white. Obviously, there's something going on there.
Yeah. Weren't the Japanese allied with the Germans during World War II? Oh, no.
Oh, no.
When you think about the country, the United States, and you think about how structural race has always been, it wouldn't make any sense at all if a musical way, a methodology for how we can envision and teach and experience music were not white racially framed as well in a country that itself is white racially framed. People are loath to admit
Yeah, I
it.
know. Is America white racially framed now?
Well, this is what's so crazy is that this is what he made a very strong claim. He made a bunch of very strong claims. He
Yeah.
said, America is structured around
Race.
adhering to some white racial framing. Okay. And for again, no one here is going to argue the idea that obviously America was and still is racist, but was a very racist country for most of its history. Okay. No one's denying that. But he's making a different argument. He's saying that the inherent structure of America and American culture is based around this white racial racism. Don't you need to provide a shred of evidence or proof of this really strong claim that you're making?
Sure.
Very far out claim you're making?
Kind of ignores the whole civil rights movement. I thought there was this time that back in the 60s when we fought for civil rights and equality and all that kind of stuff, when we taught, we decided, we changed our minds as a nation and thought, let's teach this color blindness stuff. Let's raise a generation that doesn't see color, that doesn't see race. Oh, well, let's ignore that teaching.
But let's look at his logic to some other field and see how this makes sense. Like Darwin, okay? Darwin was racist. Okay. Charles Darwin thought that like white people were more evolved than black people. Okay. So Darwin not only was personally
Did he
racist,
really think that?
Yes, to some degree.
I'm not sure about that.
I looked it up.
Okay.
Supposedly he did. It helps my argument, so I'm going to believe he did. Okay?
I thought Darwin was actually against slavery. So
He might have been against slavery, but that doesn't mean that he didn't have racialized ideas.
Sure,
right?
totally.
Right. So Darwin had some very racialized ideas that we would consider very racist today. He existed in a time period that was very racist.
We should study evolution then.
Right. So does that mean that the theory of evolution is a white racial framing that shouldn't be studied just because of the time period in which it was created?
Yeah.
I mean,
the Chinese shouldn't study. We should take it back from the Chinese. It's cultural appropriation. No evolution for you.
But here's another one. Operation Paperclip. Okay, it's always talked about on Joe Rogan and Alex Jones. This is when after World War II, America snatched up all the Nazi scientists who were working on aeronautics and rocketry. Okay, So a lot of America's intervention in space travel and rockets and satellites is based directly off of Nazi science and Nazi scientists. Does that mean that every time a spaceship goes up into space that we're witnessing a form of Nazi supremacy being thrust down upon us because the scientists happen to come from that culture?
The moon was
Of course not.
colonized by Nazis.
But that's what I'm saying. Of course not. You can always divorce the time period. That's literally the entire point of science is to divorce. The entire point of science is to try to create something objective that's divorced from culture, that's divorced from opinion. It's the entire fucking point of the idea to do this.
Yeah, all this whiteness stuff is based on heritage too, which, come on. Why are we doing that? Why it's almost a form of ancestor worship.
Yes, 100%. And here's another one that I didn't know about until I looked up for this video because I suspected. Martin Luther King Jr. would be considered a homophobe by today's standards.
Oh, definitely, yeah.
There was an article where a closeted gay man asked Martin Luther King Jr. what he should do about his feelings of homosexuality. And Martin Luther King Jr., a reverend, said that man should go to psychotherapy and try to basically, psychoanalyze the gay away. Martin Luther King Jr. advocated for conversion therapy of gay individuals.
Ooh.
Now, if we're going to be rational, nuanced adults, we say, well, he was a religious person. It was a time period. Obviously his ideas conformed to that time period. But if you're going to take the framing of Adam Neely and Professor Ewell, you have to say, well, that means that Martin Luther King Jr.'s ideas are part of a homophobic anti-gay framing, and therefore everything he says is inundated and it cannot be teared away from the anti-gayness that Martin Luther King Jr. believed in.
Yeah. He has a holiday. An anti-gay holiday. Were you going to say something, Captain?
No, I was just laughing. Oh my God.
Culture within music, which is every culture, has not only a rich musical tradition, but a rich music theoretical tradition.
Well then, welcome to this episode of the Basic Theory of Indian Music with me, Anuja Kamath.
Part 2 minor.
Every culture has a rich music tradition. Is that true? Every single culture?
There's other...
I'd want to say yes.
There's got to be some culture that sucked, right?
That didn't have music?
Culture. Their music was just
That's what I was thinking.
Garbage, trash, right? Come on, who has like the worst music? There's got to be someone.
I don't know.
Who?
Well, I just thought they're. I don't know. Like, even if the Native American culture played music, I don't know that they ever wrote it down or studied it or anything.
Or had like a music, like a
theory.
Very objective musical
exactly.
theory. Well, this is what your girlfriend was telling me, Captain. So I'm assuming this is true. Your better half, I should say.
Yes.
She was telling me that a lot of the reason that music theory focuses on the classical music and the certain composers, specifically the German composers, is because they were the first people to really write all this stuff down and to solidify it and codify it.
Wow.
And so, and on top of that, they're the ones that really pushed the concept of musical academies.
Oh, so they created the entire idea of teaching it to students.
I go to higher education of music. Usually before this, music is like something is more of I'm going to join a band of minstrels and travel the world, and just play this. I'm not going to try to theorize. It's like a trade. Yes. I'm not going to study it professionally. I professionally study the art of music, not just, I play it, I make money at gigs and I go home.
Neil deGrasse Tyson has a very good point about this. Not this specifically, but he says, how come in America the websites are .com? They're not .us. Okay, yes. They're not .whatever country of origin that the website comes from. And the reason for that is because America invented the internet. And whoever invents something gets naming rights. Okay. And he also talks about how, I think it's in the UK, they created like the postal system, and that's why their zip code, they either don't have zip codes or the zip code's like 1 or something for all of, the UK. So, or something like that. I might be getting that a little slightly wrong, but his point is that whoever creates the thing gets to name it as their thing is the default. So if you understand that and you want to look at the subject honestly, not through this lens of racializing everything, you'd say, well, the reason it's called music theory with no codifier is because these were literally the first group of people to write down the music theory and teach it in an academic setting. That's the reason. It's not racism.
They're just jealous.
Music theory, right? Anuja Kamat is a young singer that has a fantastic YouTube channel that goes over the basics of North Indian classical music, the concepts necessary.
Oh boy. Ooh boy. Ooh boy.
Should we go to India and go into like an Indian university in India after teaching Indian classical music? Should we kick down the door and be like, why are you only studying classical Indian music? Why aren't you studying the music of the native Central Americans?
I take it even further. I would take it even further. I would say, if we're studying the history of Indian music, old Indian music, we're studying history of Indian music. Why are you only showing me Indian composers whose ethnicity is Indian? Yeah, I want to see some other races there for the.
What are you guys, Indian, racist over there?
Where's all the Australian Indian composers from the classical era? That's what I want to know.
We needed to know the demographics of your nation, and we need to know why you don't have proper representation by those demographics.
Yes.
Although Indians probably have, I don't know the Indian demographics. They're probably pretty homogenous, so they don't run into these problems. I think I'm waiting for somebody to say that if you don't like a certain type of food, you're racist too, because you didn't grow up with that cultural cuisine, and some things come off as kind of gross to people who haven't grown up in those nations.
Right.
This music is not resonating with me. This music is kind of triggering me a little bit. This is the kind of music that I would like yell out my window, turn your fucking music down.
Oh my gosh. So I would want to say when he gets into Indian music, studying with Indian theoretical analysis, that to say that a lot of their problems, I think, could be framed in a much more positive light.
Yeah.
Like if they were to say instead, you're studying 18th century classical music, wouldn't it be nice if there were some other races of people up there? And I'm sitting here hearing this and I'm like, yeah, that would be nice. It would be.
Why? But then if you were, don't make it race.
Why are you going to make it so
culture.
negative?
Just make it culture. Like there's a lot of other different styles of music out there. Maybe you could broaden your horizons and include some of these other styles. Why do you got to make it a cultural thing?
Right.
Yes. And so some people would say, that which he talks about a little bit, that the reason we don't have any 18th century black composers or Indian composers is because they weren't allowed to have their works published. Mm-hmm. So I would want to say, well, wouldn't it be great if we could go find their works and learn about them? Should we not learn about the other people though? Should we take them off?
Right.
No. And it would be nice if we were to frame some of his problems in a positive light and say, it would be nice. Let's see if we can go find some composers of other races. And then from that time period, because of course today, every race plays all the music. You can't use contemporary. It's too good of an argument to use contemporary music. But if you were to go back and say, let's find some 18th century composers who are other races, which might not be easy, but it would be nice if we can add them to the board. And that's just a positive way of framing the whole problem that they have with this.
Now, I like your way of dealing with this issue. Is this kind of like a time machine job, or how exactly are we going to dig up these 18th century composers?
Now, okay, it's an excellent good point. Now, I said it's probably not going to be very easy.
So none of these traditions have been passed down? I mean, Latin's still in there. They're still teaching Latin, for God's sake.
It's true. But yeah, if we could find them, if we could and I'm not an archaeologist. I don't know exactly how we're going to find them, but if we could, or if they are there, then it would be great to include them. But I think
maybe we
should
could
include
find.
them.
How about if we find some of their instruments and then we hypnotize some people who can go
Past
into
life
past
regression.
life regression? Yeah, exactly. And then we give them the instruments, and they can play the instruments and show us
wait
how
a
the
minute.
instruments
There's a
work.
problem, Adam. There's a problem. Okay, how are you going to know what someone's race was in their past life?
Well, they just tell you. You ask them, what race are you now in your past life? I could be one of these 18th century composers.
You could have been an 18th century African man who had went to Europe and was a very famous classical composer. Yes.
I think I was actually. I actually think this happened. When can we do this? I want them to study me.
We'll stream it. We'll stream the live hypnosis session of your past life regression.
I think that'd be good.
I loved it because something I do, which drives people crazy sometimes. I want to see if I can defend the other side, and a lot of times,
how dare you?
You know,
How dare you?
But it's interesting. Sometimes you come up with nothing, and you're like, they're crazy. And sometimes you're like, well, let's see if I can maybe make their argument in a better way.
Right.
And I would think something that was great was like, you know, say you're a little kid, you know, and you're looking up at all the composers what they're considering the greats, you know, and you're a little African-American girl and you look up, it would be nice to see a black woman up there.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Now, do we have one to put up there? I can't answer that question. You know, if there was one, it would be great to put them up there, based solely, though, on their musical contributions to the world.
Right.
Not throwing them up there because of what their race is.
Because of a token, you know.
Yes, that's terrible. We don't want to do that. We don't want to throw people up there who have, you know, written nothing of music and say, well, they could have written nice music. I mean, look at what race they are. Whoa, wait a minute.
Why does it matter?
That would be nice.
Why does it matter
exactly.
if we're doing it?
Perfect.
No. I'm saying if we're doing it just for the little black girl in the class, why does it matter if the person actually was white? Can't we just make that person like white for a couple of years and then black for a couple of years and like alternate
alternate
throughout
races,
history, or maybe just, you know, pick some of the white people and make them black and some of the, or just make up fictitious, like have a computer do some Mozart-like music, and we'll just create a black composer from the 18th century.
It's funny that you say this because this was literally suggested by in the 70s by the P+P equals R crowd.
No, you're kidding me.
They wanted to have like black versions of all like important mythical figures, like Santa Claus in class would be black, you know, like anyone that was like a fictionalized version would be black, or he'd be whatever the ethnicity of the people in the class was.
Are these classes segregated?
I know they weren't like legally segregated. It's just like, you know, sometimes because of the, you know, economics and the way neighborhoods break down, they're going to be segregated regardless. So
yeah. Obviously,
yes, but if
I don't know.
So I thought of that argument.
Go ahead.
So I thought of that argument, but then I started to argue myself against that side, because now I'm saying, wait a minute, are we picking who goes up on the poster based on their race and not based on their contributions to music? And now I don't like my argument anymore.
Exactly, right.
Yeah.
No, but that's what makes it difficult, because I mean, we both agree. We understand that it's very important for people to have positive role models whom they feel they can emulate. I agree with this completely.
Yeah.
And I theoretically say that we should be moving towards a colorblind society so that we're not viewing the people we emulate on the basis of their race
yes.
or gender. That's the goal. Now, I understand it's going to take a long time to get there. And the question is there something that should be done in the the meantime, while we're trying to get to the perfect colorblind society? And I'm not sure I know the answer to that, but I agree with you. There has to be some balance of, you know, you have to maintain a meritocracy and not tokenism.
Necessary to perform it, and just generally it's
Punjabi folk songs.
to rhythm.
Tal is made up of specific syllables and specific beats. Lay is the distance between
each beat.
And of course, the intricacies of melody as expressed through rag, or ragas.
Isn't this kind of destroy his argument? Because his whole argument so far has been, what's the point of focusing on all this classical music that's not applicable to most people in modern day situations? None of what he's saying is applicable to most Americans in the modern day situations whatsoever either. Like,
Oh my god.
if you want to have the class available because people are interested, that's fine. And if his only point was that, well, classical music should maybe be thought of in a similar vein, that would be fine. But it's not really helping his argument when he's been going on and on about practicality and usefulness.
I just realized that we fucked up our intro on our 100th show, and I don't know if we should tease it now or what we should do.
What do you mean?
Bob B sent us the fucking most amazing intro ever in 100 years, and we didn't play it. I'm so fucking mad at myself right now.
Wait a minute. Did he send it to you? Is that why?
Yeah, you watched it.
I did.
I fucking fell out of my chair when I watched it the first time, and we haven't even shared.
Oh,
it
that's
with our
right.
audience.
Oh my god, I'm so.
I know.
I forgot.
I know. What the fuck? What are we doing?
What is it? We got distracted by Adam Neely. That's true. That's true. Well,
What
we
a
can
fuck-
watch it right
that's
now.
like a
How about we watch it
fuck up
right
of-
now?
You're gonna watch it in the middle of the show. This is like such an.
We're gonna
epic
watch
fuck
it.
up.
We're gonna watch it. And it was a fuck up. You're right. We so fucked this up. Oh my god, Bob, I'm so sorry. We should watch it right now.
I don't know
Okay.
if we should tease it for the end of the show or whatnot. Maybe we should make people wait till the end of the show now.
Okay, we'll tease it for. You're right. Maybe you're right. We'll tease it for the end of the show. Bob B made the most whatever you think it is. It's not
Yeah.
what you expect. Okay.
Yeah, if
Bob-
Bobby's listening, dude, I fucking fell out of my chair when I watched this the first time. I
Yes.
immediately sent it to Sitch, and I didn't know if you'd sent it to Sitch at the same time. I'm assuming you saw it through me, Sitch.
I think I saw it that you got it.
Yeah.
But yeah. So yeah. Okay.
Oh
we'll tease
God,
at
I
the end.
can't believe we didn't open the
I
show
know.
with it.
I'm
Oh
so
my
mad.
God.
It's true. It would have been perfect. It would have been so perfect. But me and Adam are idiots.
Sitch and I have no. Well, actually, maybe it's better this way because when the show begins, like we like to get into the video immediately. And when the
Right.
show begins, we don't have a lot of people watching. We have 1,000 people watching right now. You guys are the fucking best fans ever. Like, we love you guys. We love the fact that the show is growing. We have an amazing, an amazing clip Bob B did, and we'll show it
Right.
at the end of the show.
No. Yes. 100%. 100%.
How's that? Is that better? We're teasing it.
We're teasing it.
If you're Anglo like me.
Rag means a melody which is used to express a feeling.
The basic structure of what I would call the major scale is the same in North Indian music.
Same is applicable for a Western song.
And so Anuja is able to sing Western songs using Indian solfege, like the one song from Twilight that I actually kind of like. I don't know why people dislike it. Do people dislike it? It's a nice song. Whatever.
I have died every day waiting for you. Ga pa ga dha pa re sa.
Sitch, you don't like this? You racist?
The fact that he likes a song from Twilight, doesn't that just destroy any of his musical arguments and
Yeah,
musical,
totally.
opinions after that? Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, makes him un-American.
All of the subjects that she covers have rough parallels in Western music theory. In fact, she often does cross-cultural comparisons, which serve to highlight the similarities as well as the differences between Western music and North Indian classical music.
The phrase "Neere ga" forms the identity of Yaman. So instead of taking "sa re ga ma pa," you take "Neere ga ma pa." Every rag has a chalan. There are rules when it comes to combination of notes. For Western music students, this is exactly the difference between the Western concept of scale or mode and the Indian concept of rag.
So Anuja is using Western theory as a foil to North Indian theory, as a means of understanding both of them a little bit better. That's something that we just don't do in the West. Like, even if you are a trained musician, chances are the past 2 minutes of information has been completely new to you.
Let me introduce you to the concept of zamzama.
What if that's something that we did, though? What if that cross-cultural relationship was kind of built into the way that we learned music theory?
Approach a music theory text.
That would be nice. But it doesn't have anything to do with racism. Oh my God.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I feel like this kind of contradicts his argument a little bit, because his argument in not learning, figured bass and not learning, the old classical way of analyzing things is because it's not used. Musicians not going to use that professionally. And yet, wouldn't the same argument be made for an American student in an American school for music theory analysis?
Justin, when you're doing a jazz gig, are you going to use Zum Zumma? Are you telling me you're not going to Zum Zumma up at the jazz gig?
It would be interesting, But here's also where my nerdness comes out. I'd love to learn that stuff, but I don't know. It would help me practically at the next jazz gig.
Right.
You're right.
Textbook, the way that they all more or less start, they talk about rhythm and meter and pitch.
Isn't music, though, a lot like cultural cuisine? Like, it is what you grew up eating, you're comfortable with?
Yes.
And I don't like to call that racism, or to even imply that it's racism, just seems evil to me.
Well, okay. Is it racist that if you go to another country and if you say, I want food, they're going to give you, like, the default is whatever the food of that culture is, right?
Yeah.
And if you want something special, you have to specify. You're going to say, I want Japanese food. I want American food. I want, French cuisine. Like, you have to specify if, wherever you are, that's going to be the default. And that's what annoys me about all these arguments, is that because America is a majority white country, or it was, maybe that's changing, but was a majority white country, a lot of the cultural aspects that were quote unquote default were tied into race by critical race theories, even though I don't think they should be tied into race. It was entirely just the cultural default, the people that were living in this country.
Yeah.
Scale. You can begin by putting out music theory and talk about Asiatic or African or Middle East. You can talk about the Americas, South America, ideas that came from all over the planet in terms of pitch, rhythm, meter, and probably most importantly, scale. Ragas and maqams immediately come to mind. And then you could pivot into sections of the music theory that you and I were taught. So instead of having it be 50 examples by Bach, why not have 2 examples by Bach?
I love me some Bach. Bach is awesome. But he was a relatively obscure composer in his day and rarely performed in the years after his death. It was only through the efforts of people like Felix.
Imagine that. Bach rarely performed after he died. I would have never guessed.
Mendelssohn, that his music kind of became the staple of the repertoire. That archival work necessary to preserve the legacy of the few people of color and women working within European music at the time just never happened.
Why not have a woman composer in your example from 1700? Why not have a POC if you have a Renaissance example?
And so partially as a result, we have a very limited and monochromatic...
Hold on. Tell us why not. I don't understand. Why not? Okay.
Why not?
Yeah, we're open to it. What are you saying?
Chromatic canon. Definitely go check out 12 Tone's video on the classical canon if you haven't already. It's a great video that definitely helps put the music of Beethoven and Bach in some historical perspective.
And then,
I mean, he's kind of implying that there is one. We theorize that you'd have to have a time machine or a computer algorithm, or, I mean, I guess there are these. They're just lying around, so.
Right there on page 152, boom, you got an example by Beethoven. Why not? He deserves a seat at the table. He wasn't a bad composer. As I said in my blog, he was an above average composer. By golly, happy to play him, happy to...
Above average composer? Is that like a backhanded...
Well, they dock points for him being white. You got to understand.
Okay.
Like, he was swimming in whiteness, so obviously.
Do you agree with that, Captain? Is he only an above average composer?
I mean, you want to say music is subjective, so
Okay.
I don't know.
There you go. Answer.
But here's something. Like, if you're looking at it from an analytical standpoint, I mean, what genres should we start with? I don't really care. I never really, this was a problem for me. I never really cared who my composers. I was studying an analysis class.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to know the mathematical analysis,
Mm-hmm.
you know, and it's and maybe it's just like something that's different. Other people are super into the ethnicity of the composer that they're studying as opposed to the notes on the page. It's just I couldn't wrap my brain around.
Well, it's just because you're white. You don't understand.
And here I'm subconsciously I can't. I have no power
Exactly.
over understanding.
Exactly.
Yes. Oh my gosh.
I don't have a problem with Beethoven. I have a problem with what happened after he died in 1827.
In his article on the composer Florence Price, a black woman, the classical music critic Alex Ross warns,
reducing music history to a pageant of masters is, at bottom, lazy.
Hey, I was right. I said it was lazy. They just don't want to change the syllabus.
There you go.
Stick with the known in order to avoid the hard work of exploring the unknown.
Yay!
Yeah, see?
I told you. Never underestimate the power of laziness.
Laziness is not racism. It's laziness.
Yeah, it's quite the opposite.
That's such a
I'm
beautiful
too lazy
line
to
that
see
they just
color.
read. Too lazy to see color.
What we've done is we've taken musical examples that represent probably not even 0.1% of the world's music. We have claimed that it is music theory, not Western, not white music theory, not even Western music theory for music, kind of for the world, right? I mean, that's just so absolutely illogical. It doesn't make any sense at all. A 5-7 going to 1, fine.
Okay, so Paradox for $1 says, good point about Neil deGrasse Tyson. Yeah, like about why naming is the way it is. There's more to it. Neil said on Joe Rogan he would not drop using AD and BC, referring to the Christian source of the calendar, even though he's an atheist, because he appreciates it. This applies to music too.
Yeah,
So
I
that's
don't
a very
feel a
good
lot
point.
of appreciation going on here.
And
He's
it's funny
you know,
because
better than average composer.
Because as a Jew,
Uh-huh.
that, you know, Jews have their own thing. They say BCE and BCE and CE. So it's before Common Era and
Oh, yeah,
Common
yeah,
Era. Okay, they have to have their own special thing because they don't want to talk about Jesus. And
I
it's
see
like,
that. No, I see that in books and stuff. That's pretty
right.
common.
I guess it's not a Jewish thing. I guess it's just it's just a secular thing.
Yeah,
And
definitely.
as a Jew, I grew up thinking that was really silly and stupid because it's like, I don't know, I don't care. Like that's what I'm used to. I'm used to seeing the BC and the AD. I don't. When I see it, it doesn't like immediately strike me in the head and say, "You are a Jew, Sitch. You are not welcome in our society." Like I feel like that has a lot more to do with this people's individual reaction to these things than the things themselves.
As he's talking about this, I keep thinking, oh man, this guy wants to make your music degree a lot harder to get. Like they're going to turn music into physics here. Humans are very basic. They like things easy. They're like, don't teach me all this stuff. Just give me, the basics.
So the question he's talking about is why do we start music theory in the 18th century classical era? And that's a good point. As you said, Adam, why don't we start with the wave formations of air molecules to the air that create music? Music theory should just be physics, right? That's where we should start. And then after that, we need to find some caveman music. That's where music theory started. We need some cavemen banging on rocks, playing flutes out of bones, and banging on high drums. That's where music theory should start.
I would compare, because you're right, what he's saying makes perfect sense. Why is the class, and it's again, like you said, Sitch, a definition problem. We're defining the class name as music theory. And he's of a point, it's like calling a class history.
Mm-hmm.
But when you get there, you only study the Civil War.
Right.
And you're like, whoa, wait a minute. Are you claiming that history of existence is just Civil War? And the professor's like, no, I want to teach Civil War. It's called history. I kind of teach whatever I want.
Right.
And you're like, whoa, wait a minute. You're making these subconscious comments to us that you think that history is only the Civil War.
Yeah.
So so I agree. Change the name of the class. Be done with it. Call it Music Analysis of 18th Century. And then maybe not study 4 semesters of it.
Right.
Everyone's going to hate that. But then you're going to end up with the jazz kids sitting there studying Indian analysis, and they're still going to be pissed because they're not studying what they want to study.
Yeah, exactly. There you go. Why are we studying Bollywood?
It's tough when you have something called music school because there's so many genres, and most people want to learn the genre they're interested in playing.
Right.
Yeah.
There are the select handful of few, us crazy music nerds who are more interested in learning the weirdest stuff you can get out there. Like a good example is there's a music style we learned called 12-tone music theory, 12-tone analysis with matrices, and it's a music that it sounds like crap. It sounds so bad, but when you analyze it in the page, the math behind it is genius.
Wow, really?
And everyone hates 12-tone because 99% of the kids there in music school are there because they want to play good sounding music or music that sounds good to them. They don't give a crap about music that's not going to sound good to them personally.
Yeah.
And it's hard when you call it music school. There's so many genres of music. There's a problem in general with it that I don't think you can solve. Because you need a professor or a type of music set of classes for every genre that could possibly exist.
And there has to be some agreed upon core curriculum that you start with, and then you branch off with electives later.
Perfect. Absolutely perfect.
Right, and all the professors are all going to argue that whatever they teach should be the core.
Jazz is the best.
Yes.
You have the jazz professors are going, why would you ever learn classical theory in any way? Or classical music in any way? It's a waste of time.
Right.
It's true.
Goes down by a step. Sure. And you actually contextualize it and you have other music. Oh yeah, do you remember the raga we studied in chapter 2? Let's think about it now in relation to this piece by a Renaissance composer, maybe.
These wokies love to contextualize. That's one of their favorite things to do. They could contextualize all day long.
Well, they kind of don't contextualize anything because they like to remove everything. They want to say, oh, we have to look at everything through the lens of the 2020 political correctly acceptability lens.
Totally, yeah. They're like, let's strip all that context out. Everything's about racism. Racism is the only context that matters.
Yeah, they do that a lot at the end of this, near the end of this video.
Totally, yeah. No, we haven't even got to the good stuff.
No.
Let's put this into practice.
See, it's funny because now Captain can experience. He's like, how do these streams go for like 8 hours?
Yeah, we're just in the boring part, man. I've listened this far and I was like, man, this is as boring as getting a music degree. This is horrible. Why do you want to watch this one?
Oh, shots fired.
Well, I understand.
Just to see how
it's Captain's love. So I love strange things too. Captain, what do you think of the movie Rubber?
Oh my God.
You're gonna hate me. You're gonna hate me for what I'm gonna say.
You love it.
It was really interesting.
Oh my God.
Yes. I'm sorry.
You come back to the show anytime.
So weird and crazy.
Yeah, exactly.
It's interesting.
I knew it.
Oh my gosh.
The music in that movie is great. The soundtrack is awesome.
Oh yes, thank you.
That movie, okay. That movie is like a good 10-minute short film. Everything after that is so boring.
No. That movie's amazing.
No.
I do this kind of cross-cultural theory analysis. Why does Anuja singing the rag Shuddha Kalyan sound similar to Kathleen Battle singing Xavier Montsalvage's song Ninge Ninge? These two examples come from different cultures and so use different musical theory, but they arrive at a similar sounding kind of melody. They have the same scale degrees, or swara. In the West, we would say do, la, sol, mi, and in India, you'd say sa, da, pa, ga. And they both use the ornamentation of portamento, or meaned, that bending, sliding effect.
Meaned is nothing but a glide, a smooth glide from one note to the other.
Western theory would probably consider these notes a subset of the major pentatonic scale. But Rag Shuddha Kalyan is a little bit more specific. The meend, that bending, is actually an integral part of the rag itself.
For example, Rag Shuddha Kalyan. It has meaned from sa to dha and pa to ga. That is the essential identity of Rag Shuddha Kalyan. So, sa dha pa ga.
Portamento is more an expressive technique in the West. It's not quite as foundational. You can have the pentatonic scale without the bending. In traditional North Indian classical music, different rags are associated with different times of the day, and Shuddha Kalyan is an evening.
This is all very important for learning about contemporary American music.
Yeah, I was going to say, why? What does this have to do with anything? I feel like making an Instagram analogy here.
Evening rag. Ninge Ninge is a lullaby, and lullabies are traditionally sung in the evening, although the pentatonic scale doesn't really have that kind of temporal relationship. In the West, scales don't have to be performed at certain times of day, but that is kind of an interesting coincidence.
Many different peoples have taken the idea of rhythm and meter and pitch and scale, for example, and done many different things with it. And you fold in the idea of Western tonality as one of those things, which it is. And it has been influenced by all of those things, and vice versa. There's no question about that. All of a sudden, you just get a beautifully contextualized picture of music and music theory. Western music theory will continue to be part of the curricula, as it should be, because it is such an integral part of the American musical experience.
It really comes down to...
So wait, oh my God, this is why this feels so dishonest. He just said Western music theory is so integral to the American music experience, okay? But then in the same breath, in other points in the video, he's like, well, the reason it's taught this way is because it's white racial framing and you're trying to adhere to the white supremacy. And it's like, it's one or the other. It can't be both these things. And that's why this feels so dishonest.
Yeah. Which is it? Are we have to live with our racism? Is that what's going on here?
Right.
Of perspective. Perspective aids in understanding. And even within the Western canon, we generally have only looked at music from this one perspective, when there are in fact many. Part 3, minor 7, flat 5. People who are not white men.
George Russell is
It's so amazing how divisive the rhetoric in this video is. Because you would have...
big time.
Like, if this video... Well, here's the problem. If the video didn't frame anything in a racialized way, everyone would agree, or most people. I'm sure there'd be some elitist musical snobs that wouldn't agree. But most people, most normal people, and most music students and music theorists would agree with everything they're saying that there should be a broader look at this. However, this is where the cynicism comes in. If it's not controversial, is anyone going to watch the video? Is anyone going to talk about the video?
Yeah. This is the equivalent of just blaming Satan for everything. Racism is the new Satan. It's like, look, we've uncovered this evil that's lurking right beneath your eyes. So without that controversy,
so you think they're true believers? They're not just using this as a cynical ploy to get eyeballs on this topic.
No, I think they are true believers, but they do at the same time know that the controversy is why it's an interesting topic. Like, he would never make a video on this if it wasn't for the fact that, oh my God, all the music that you listen to, all the music that you love secretly has satanic messages in it. You have to play your records backwards. And you'll
it's
hear
built from
them
a
all.
satanic structure adherent in American society.
Exactly. It's the same exact thing. It's like, look at this controversy. Views, money, fame, power. Yes.
Teacher as well as a composer, you were associated specifically with adventures in tonality.
George Russell was a mixed-race jazz.
I mean, in a certain way, like, we're a part of that cycle because we're pushing back at that.
Yes.
Like, people don't want to sit around and hear us. I mean, they want us to push back on this stuff because it seems so ludicrous. So,
but that's the problem. Is it's by talking about it and pushing back on it, are you helping it? It's like, but then how do you fight back against it?
We're destroying it. Are you kidding me? No, we're taking this. This is called taking this out to the woodshed. We're putting this one to bed. Although Adam Neely's the one getting all the views. Like he's the one putting out this idea. Yeah, people are really attracted to this idea that everything is racist. They love that.
Well, and it's funny because I was reading through Professor Yule's paper that this is all based off of, and for Adam Neely's talk on and on about how there needs to be this broad look at music theory and understanding, everything he's saying just comes from that one professor. Like this is literally like the professor has his hand up Adam Neely's butt and he's just mouthing all the words. Like he's just all this is from one source.
Totally. Yeah. He doesn't talk to other sources, which is horrible.
Musician who wrote a very influential jazz education method called the Lydian chromatic concept, otherwise known as
The Lydian concept of tonal organization. This I think you must explain.
There are essentially two kinds of tonal gravity. Vertical, that is tonal gravity inferred by the chord, where the chord infers the tonic, and horizontal tonal gravity inferred by the scale, for instance, a blues scale.
His New York Times obituary describes it as
a way for jazz musicians to improvise in any key on any chord without sacrificing the music's blues roots.
His system does not use...
What does that mean? I need where's our music guy? I need a translation. That's all gobbledygook.
So I learned Lydian grips. It was one of my first tests. It's interesting that has the video guy and they're talking about his race. And I took 2 or 3 tests on my Lydian grips and Lydian, the theory of what he's talking about, and never did I even know what the race of that guy was who invented it.
That's racist.
Never came up.
That's so racist.
It never came up. Now I think we learned it in jazz. As you know, as obviously his example is a blues scale. So I think his point he wants to make is, again, the definition of class. Because I learned that, but not in quote unquote music theory class. I learned it in jazz theory.
Oh, the good one. The good people.
The good one, yes. So yeah, I mean, sure, it's a great thing to learn, great way of doing music. It's a pretty tough test for me. I was not good at it, but I had to practice my brains out at it. But so maybe it just gets perfectly solved with changing the name of the class to classical analysis. And then, you take this, you learn this exact thing in jazz analysis. Which we did.
What's the importance of the blues roots? What's that? What does he mean by that?
It's it's a genre of music that a lot of jazz, since jazz is such a conglomeration of different sounds and different techniques and different things. Jazz is so broad. You learn lots of different styles, and blues is one of those styles, and it's used so much across different jazz pieces in jazz. And sometimes it's not used specifically just in a blues song, because if you were to define a song through music and through jazz analysis, as this is a blues piece, it has to, just like classical analysis, fit in specific rules, And so but jazz, sometimes you can say jazz is such a huge conglomeration of music. You can say, oh, this composer or this piece has this section in it or these set of chords that sound really bluesy. And you're like, you're listening and you're
sad,
like,
right?
Yeah, it does sound kind of bluesy, It does, but that's the whole concept of music analysis. So you can go in and you can look at it and say, look, he's using what jazz analysis would say are, blues type notes or chords or, harmonies.
Isn't blues just makes you sad? Isn't that basically why they call it blues? Like this music makes you sad, therefore blues.
Why do you
teach the course?
Yeah, exactly. Why do we need blues theory? Adam just comes in. Our Adam comes in.
Sorry.
And says, it makes you sad. Class over.
Yeah. Sorry. So anything you play that makes you feel sad, you're doing blues right. I'm a simple man.
Use the major scale as the primary method of organizing harmony, and instead uses the Lydian scale, which ended up being very influential on Miles Davis with his modal jazz approach on Kind of Blue, which was the greatest selling jazz record of all time. His ideas of the Lydian...
It's so funny because when I learned guitar in high school, our guitar teacher taught us from the beginning from a blues perspective. He didn't even, we did not learn at all from any of the classical perspective whatsoever, which I guess makes sense because they obviously didn't have guitars in the classical time period. But I didn't at the time think, why is my teacher teaching us about blues? I, as a white child, don't appreciate this music.
Now we know why Sitch is so depressed all the time. His guitar teacher did it to him.
He is right. He put the blues racial framing into me, the sad, depressing racial framing into me from the beginning. It's all his fault.
Mahler's in the chat wishing us a happy 100th. Thanks a lot, man.
Oh, thank you, Mahler.
Stick around. We have a great video that we're supposed to play at the intro, but we fucked up. It's amazing.
We'll catch up to you. We'll catch up to your number and surpass you, Mahler.
We'll be playing it in close to 3 hours from now, but oh God, it's so worth it. I watched it like 10 times the first time I saw it.
It's pretty amazing.
The concept have gained traction at some universities like New England Conservatory, for example, but jazz in general has a long tradition of non-white theorist educators who have attempted to codify the language of bebop, like David Baker, for example, and of course, the absolute legend himself, Barry Harris.
I borrowed the diminished notes. Now watch.
Barry Harris is famous for his work with what some people call the bebop scale, or the...
Yeah, I know. It sounds awful. What's going on here? What's going on? Is that piano out of tune? Is it bad audio?
How dare you? You racist. You bigot.
Is that supposed to be good? What happened? That's seriously, that's good music? Oh man.
Yes. Watch out.
No. Awful.
The major scale with an added sharp 5, but what he calls the 6th diminished scale.
Tomorrow, everybody should know all the 6 diminished.
That's like the Star Wars prequels of music there. Oh my God.
Diminished scales. But see, diminished notes are weird notes. They say, move me somewhere.
Now Sargon's wishing us a happy 100th episode. What's up, Sargon?
Oh, thank you, Sargon.
We're just enjoying some, well, I guess enjoying
some white supremacy. Yes.
Enjoying is a harsh word for this music, but we're listening to some music here. We're expanding our horizon.
Adam is exposing his bigotry right now. That's what's happening.
Why is that bigotry? I don't.
If you don't appreciate the 6th diminished scale, it's because you're a racist.
Oh. I saw Get Out. I'm not a racist.
Yeah. And they really do. They say, move me.
His approach to tonal harmony is both idiosyncratic and also incredibly useful for jazz improvisers and anybody who wants to improvise within tonal harmony.
When you hit the major 7, watch. Now, we think of that.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
Oh my God.
That is a complete chord, but really that chord is saying, that's what it says. See, a major 7th really is a 6 with 1 diminished note.
George Russell and Barry Harris developed their systems for jazz improvisers. But since jazz harmony is largely tonal, as well as a lot of European classical music, there is no reason why you couldn't simply adopt their systems to look at the music of Chopin, or Beethoven, or Brahms, or Mahler, or any 19th century European classical composer. It's just that nobody has done that before. And honestly, to
Nobody's ever done that? Come on.
Captain was saying he did it.
Yes,
yeah, that's what I was saying. The music nerds everywhere just got totally offended.
Oh my gosh. I think his argument is not that. It's that why isn't it the standard curriculum?
Mm-hmm.
You know, and like Sitch said, it's, you know, when we're looking at the genre of 18th century classical music, from a historical standpoint, shouldn't we use the analysis system that they used back then? Just like when looking at jazz, couldn't you flip it around and say, shouldn't we use our figured bass to analyze jazz? I mean, it's not impossible.
Right.
It's doable. So why don't we do it that way? Well, shouldn't we look at jazz through an analysis that was devised to look at jazz?
that the people who were creating it had in their mind when they were creating
what they used. You know, and another thought came to me. When he's showing these great clips, and oh my God, it's so much fun watching them say the music theory stuff. I'm so into it. But the strange passing thought came to me. What if he was white?
No, the guy that came up with the 6th diminished scale, you mean?
Yeah. What if he was white? Would that be a problem? Of course not.
What if he was Inuit?
Why is this thought of or brought up at all? I mean, he's saying genius things on music.
Well, I think the point he's trying to slip into your mind, maybe implicitly or subconsciously, is that, well, you know, this is a black musical genius, and since he's black, that's why, you know, you're not looking at classical musical theory through his lens. He's trying to sneak that in there.
Isn't it more likely because Adam Neely is a YouTuber instead of a music teacher? Like, because YouTube makes more money?
I like that you call him Adam Needy. That's very appropriate.
Well, he seems needy, so.
Yeah,
it's
very
it's
appropriate.
It's not Adam Needy? Okay.
No, but it should be. We can call him that from now on.
Well, he needs some variety in his, he needs some variety in his music class. I get it. I'm with him.
More sense to analyze Chopin.
What is that thing in the background?
Yeah, I was looking at that. I don't know.
It's like a giant is that like a truck? No, is that too big? It's like a giant truck wheel. Like, what is that?
It's got some graffiti on it too. I don't know. It's like a wagon wheel.
Adam, what is that?
Through the 6th dimension.
I don't know. Looks
No,
race.
I'm asking this, Adam, not you.
Let's analyze it through race. Let's see here.
Finish scale.
It's the only way to look at the world.
Yes.
And get clicks.
And it does through figured bass.
We've only seen music from this angle, and it's been a white angle, and it's been a male angle, and together, not or, but
woo,
white and male. And we've completely put everything else out. We've excluded everybody else.
Those horrible white males.
I know. The white males are like, I'm gonna make a class on music about gay women.
Yes.
Because I know nothing about them. Yeah.
Well, and this isn't even true because, you know, as you were saying, Captain, you learned jazz analysis in school. Like, it's not this. The only analysis taught is not classical analysis.
Yeah, their problem is that it's the most generalized and required analysis. That's their problem. But yeah, we studied jazz analysis. Of course, I liked it a lot more, but not because of the race of the people, because it was my genre.
Because you like that music better, right?
Yeah,
it's popular with you.
Else. I mean, nobody should.
I'd go out on a limb and say, even like regardless of the race, you'd like it just for what it is.
Of course.
Really sit there and say that this didn't happen.
No. See, Captain was in his jazz class and he's listening to some jazz piece and he's like, I don't know if I should like this or not. Someone show me a picture of the composer.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the only way I know if I like this piece of music.
I need to know.
Yes.
That's just what music theory is.
One very interesting exception to this is in Russian music theory, where there are actually a number of female perspectives.
The other music theorist is Valentina Kholopova. She's a good friend of Sofia.
Wait a minute. How is it possible that a bunch of white people in Russia have women in their music? I thought the white supremacy was just domineering and overbearing.
Russian society, they elevated lots of women. Like they had that famous sniper chick, like all kinds of women. Yeah.
Right. But it's amazing that they keep conflating, and they will do, especially later in the video, like all white culture as German culture. But for some reason, Russian white people, like they don't count. They're just excluded. They're not part of the supposed white culture.
Yeah. So evil.
This is kind of a holdover from Soviet practice, which saw culture, like music, as more of a feminine activity, and so there is a long tradition of Russian female music theorists.
So, wait a minute.
I know, they're like, music is soy. That's women's work.
Yeah, they're praising the fact that they're including women, but then the reason for the fact they included women was because the commies thought that culture was a feminine thing. So they're being sexist. That's why.
Isn't it great? They're like, we got to denigrate these people somehow. They're white. Come on. We got
Right, but but it's so funny because they're like, oh, we're Russia, Russia, they're so inclusive. They have all these, women musicians, and then it's like, well, the reason was because they were sexist. It's like, okay, great.
Gubaidulina, a contemporary composer, and her friend Halobova came up with a way of analyzing her music, and she called it a parameter complex. And she had different.
Is that him? I don't recognize him without his LGBT shirt on.
Maybe. I like what he's playing. Sounds cool.
Of ways of grouping together sounds, how you articulate sounds, dynamics, and other methods. Five ways of doing so.
In Holopova's theory, any musical elements can either be consonant or dissonant. So staccato, playing the notes short, might be a dissonant expression parameter, versus legato, playing them long and connected, that might be a consonant expression parameter. This is kind of a strange idea, thinking about articulation, how you physically play your instrument in terms of consonance and dissonance, but if you really think about it, there might be something to that.
She talked about it with respect to Gubaidulina, but you could easily expand that and just begin to look at all kinds of 20th century significant composers.
But the first thing to acknowledge is that music theory has a perspective to begin with, and that is actually kind of hard to wrap your head around if you're not used to it. So you remember when we listened to Ninge Ninge and compared it to Rag Shuddha Kalyan like 5 minutes ago? Good times. Acoustically, the melodies were similar, but there were two different music theories behind the performances. So yeah, you could say that Anuja was singing a descending major pentatonic scale, but that makes about as much sense as saying Kathleen Battle was singing the descending form of Rag Shuddha Kalyan. There is definitely something that gets lost in translation there. The same way.
So wait, he just explained. He asked the question earlier. He's like, "Why aren't we analyzing classical music through a jazz lens perspective?" And now he's just explained why you shouldn't.
Yeah, because it's not relevant to that perspective.
When you translate something from English to Hindi, for example, spoken language is not universal, and neither is music. Part 4, Major 7.
That's mind-blowing.
Well, I
Music
mean, is this like a common idea that music is some magical universal thing?
Would society be easier if there was one language? Seems like it might be.
I mean, as long as it's American, then I'm on board.
I mean, yeah, that the introduction of the changeover is what's difficult. I mean, we didn't have a lot of luck with the metric system over here. we're pretty obstinate.
Isn't that interesting that that all the people who want us to be, multicultural, in that they don't want America to be an assimilating melting pot. They want all cultures to retain their distinctiveness from each other, unmolested, as they would put it. Okay. Those people also want us to switch to the metric system.
I know.
So I don't know. It's a little interesting.
It is. Yeah. No way.
And I will say this. This will be a controversial stance. This will be like my pop stance. Okay. The metric system is very good for scientists. It's very fucking stupid for temperature for the average person. Okay. Fahrenheit makes so much more sense than Celsius in terms of the way an average person experiences temperature in their daily life. So fuck you, Europeans.
It's true. It's true. Because Fahrenheit goes like 0 to 100 is like 100 is where, well, it's where you're at the limit of like, okay, this is fucked up. Like, but Celsius, you're only like half, like, where's the, this is the fucked up, like it's too hot point in Celsius. Who knows? What is it, like 37 or?
Exactly.
It's like, what a strange number. I want to know, like 100 is like the fuck you temperature.
No, exactly. Because with Fahrenheit, you have this very broad range to play with,
Yes.
you can exist in 100 degrees Fahrenheit. It's like, okay, you know, like that's cold.
You can't
it's-
exist.
Right.
Oh, yeah,
it's,
yeah.
You know, it's snowing, it's cold, and at 100 degrees Fahrenheit, you're like, oh, it's really hot. Like, I know what that means. It's hot. I'm like in a desert somewhere, you know. But 100 degrees Celsius is like you're just dead.
You're dead. Yeah, exactly.
The water, the blood inside you is boiled away.
Water
You're dead
boils
now.
at 100. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Smart
And
for
it's funny
scientists,
because
bad for human.
right, exactly.
Now, hold on, Donald.
There's this deep sense that music is somehow above culture.
You like music, don't you?
That music is...
Is that that seems weird.
Well,
is that
I
something
think
they
this is
teach
sort
you?
of- this is sort of a straw man, because usually when people think of music being above culture, they just mean like the idea that all human beings enjoy some form of rhythmic activity that is associated with music, right? They don't mean like the exact specific type of music that is associated with each culture.
Eating is above culture, but cuisine is very much linked to culture.
That's there you go. That's a perfect comparison. Yeah.
It's transcendent, like mathematics. It's universal. Math is math.
Math is math.
Music is music.
Let's go to ancient Greece, to the time of Pythagoras.
Was this idea taught at all to you, Captain, that music was some magical universal thing?
At college, no. I mean, no one. We didn't really have any philosophized music, like music philosophy classes.
Right.
You know, we had like world music class where we studied different genres of music across the world, but we were never like instilled.
Oh, so in your white supremacy, you were taught other worlds, other cultures' music. Okay.
We did have a class that wasn't music theory, but required, of course, music around the world. Where we
this was a required class.
Yes, required.
Oh
class.
my God! Wow, it really taking it to the white supremacy right there is required.
Was the name of the class Inferior Music Ideas?
No.
I think that would be a good name for the course.
Maybe it should have been.
Pythagoras is widely hailed in popular culture as the father of both mathematics as well as music.
Mathematics and music?
Music was taught as part of the quadrivium in medieval Europe, alongside astronomy, geometry, and mathematics. Music was number in time, geometry was number in space, and astronomy was number in space and time. That makes a kind of sense, right? Or at least that's how Europeans have traditionally thought of it. There was this concentrated...
How dare he appropriate Donald in mathematics land for this tripe? How dare he?
Push in 1960s Cold War America.
What color's Donald? I don't know. Is it important? Do I have to... Do ducks
What
have
color
races?
is Donald Duck?
Yeah.
Is Daffy is
Well, I know
black and Donald
technically
is white.
he's
Is there
white,
some
yeah.
sort of racial message there between Donald
That's
and Daffy?
what I was thinking. We need to make like a cop movie with Donald and Daffy. Like they could
No.
both be...
No.
They could both be buddy cops.
No.
Buddy cops on the beat. What do you think? I like this
No.
idea. We'll call it Lethal
terrible
Weapon.
Oh my God.
To make the language of music theory more like a hard science and less like an art, to return it to the mathematical purity of the quadrivium.
From this
What would happen if
harmony of
Lethal...
numbers
What would happen if Lethal Weapon if they made the black guy the crazy one?
Yeah, exactly. But wait, but what he said is very important. He's like, it seems like he's criticizing the idea that music should be thought of as some sort of objective science as opposed to this kind of subjective art. Which doesn't that go against the entire point of musical theory in the first place?
Entire point, yes, of musical analysis. To analyze it, you could argue you're basing rules on it of what sounds good and what sounds bad.
Right.
We got 2 super chats on temperature that I feel might be relevant because of our sidetrack.
Okay, convincing reality for £5. Oh, we got a Brit bong here. Okay, says derp. Why Celsius be temperature about water? Humans and other animals not need or be made up of water. Happy 100 dum dums. Okay,
we understand that.
Yes, we understand that Celsius is built around the temperature that water freezes and boils. The question is, how relevant is that information to the average person's experience of temperature outside in the world?
Right. Yes.
Because people generally aren't walking around at the temperature which water fucking boils. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. You never
So-
get up that high.
Right.
So the FU temperature in Fahrenheit is 100, which is a nice round number. You think, oh man, like please don't
Exactly.
be 100 a day. I'll survive, but I'm going to be super uncomfortable. Like it just seems wrong that the uncomfortable temperature should be 32. What?
So the 100 in Celsius, do you know what that is?
38, 37, 36.
37.7.
Oh, I was so close. 37. Yeah.
Right.
Wrong. Feels wrong to me. Wrong.
It feels really wrong. And you know why it feels wrong? Because if it's 70 degrees outside, right? 70 degrees, nice, nice room temperature.
Totally.
That's 21 degrees Celsius. That seems so close away from like death.
It's freezing. Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Too close to death.
Too close.
I don't like
Too
it.
close.
I don't like it.
No.
Psychologically, I don't like it.
No. Latari for $20 says, if this music theory guy doesn't end the video with jazz hands, I'm going to be upset. Also, congratulations on the 100th episode, you mad lads. Thank you.
Jazz hands. Woo! I always do jazz hands on the show just because it's ridiculous. Stug has another Fahrenheit.
That was a Stug for $10 says Fahrenheit versus Celsius. Neither is really better for science. The 0 to 100 Celsius scale is more intuitively defined by water, though. Practically speaking, I see no advantage to either in any situation. So there you go.
Good.
Even in science, Celsius sucks. Maybe that's why they use Kelvin or whatever the fuck they use. So.
Yeah, it depends upon what you're studying. If you're studying biology, I don't know why the freezing point or boiling point of water is super relevant.
That's
But
true.
anyway.
That's just as arbitrary as the Fahrenheit scale being based around what the freezing of brine water or whatever the fuck it is. 95 keep for $5 says Celsius is the metric of temperature. French peasant toe man. I agree.
We got $100 super chat too. Throw that one in
We
there.
did.
Too. Yeah.
Happy 100th for $100. Thank you very much. He made, not only did you this amazing person give us $100, but they made the account just to celebrate our 100th stream. Thank you. Says, I will give $200 on the 200th episode. Ooh.
All right.
Awesome.
We're going 5 days a week now.
We are. We are. Contrast for $2 Dingo Dollars says, fools, humidity can affect temperature comfortability too. Of course it can.
Yeah, sure.
Of course it can. That's why you talk about the humidity levels as well. Yeah.
We're not going to talk about that in Celsius, though. No. Fuck the French.
A hard science and less like an art, to return it to the mathematical purity of the quadrivium.
From this harmony in numbers developed the musical scale of today.
The composer-theorist Milton Babbitt would try and make testable statements about musical compositions, and Benjamin Boritz took that a step further and attempted to use formal logic to make meaningful musical statements. Not sure.
Who are you calling musical geek now?
Right.
What the heck?
Sure if he succeeded, but that does look impressive, I guess.
The Pythagoreans, with their mathematical formula, came the basis of our music of today.
The push to make music theory more and more objective had the effect of erasing any trace that it ever had a white European cultural perspective, because, after all, how can mathematics have a cultural perspective?
Isn't that good?
Yeah.
What? He's saying this like it's some sort of negative conspiracy. Isn't it? That's literally the fucking point of trying to make things objective, is to try to remove all the subjective and all the racialized and all the other conflating, confabulating human elements that can dirty and sully an idea.
Yeah. It's like the We Are the World of ideas.
It's just math.
Is math. People who want to believe in race neutrality, they want to believe in a colorblind society. Why do you always have to make it about race?
Yes.
Stop talking about race so
Yes.
much. It's not about race, it's just about good music.
Yeah.
There are two kinds of music, good music and bad music.
Oh, I like this
That
guy
is
now.
kind of impossible to do because different cultures, ethnicities, and races might value different things in music and also might not agree on what music actually is. Dr. Kofi Agawu points this out in his paper on the West African bell pattern. Imagine, if you will, a New World Order in which African approaches to rhythm pedagogy predominated in the American Academy. No one would be granted a music degree who could not dance.
That's racist.
Yeah, totally racist. Just because white people can't dance. Oh, God. They're hitting us below the belt here.
So, yeah, I certainly would not be able to graduate from this academy. It feels kind of off, right?
Dancing Sitch, are you a dancer? You take your girlfriend out dancing?
I always dance. I'm the best dancer. Everyone knows. Catherine can attest. I'm the best known dancer in our group of people.
Oh, really? You guys have been dancing together? Is this true? Does he do the white overbite thing? What's
cannot confirm or deny.
What's the look on it? What's the look on Sitch's face when he dances?
What's the white overbite thing? I don't even know what you're talking about.
You know, when you dance, you're like, you do that funky look.
No, I don't do that because
The
I'm
white
a great
dance
dancer.
look?
I'm not a weird whitey like you are.
Break
Okay?
dance?
Jews are well known for their dancing ability, right? It's baked into our DNA.
Have you ever danced on a piece of cardboard taped down to the ground?
Every day, every weekend, me and Capton go out on the street and we tape down some cardboard in the middle of the street, and then the cars drive by honking at us. We just spin around on our backs and our heads and flip them off because we're rebels, man. We're fighting the power.
Have you seen the movie Breakdance?
No.
Have you studied the movie Breakdance?
I have not.
Have you analyzed the movie?
I have not analyzed the movie Breakdance through music theory, no, or film theory for that matter. No.
So I'm feeling a little bit of racism here, but I'm going to let it pass.
Okay.
But for a West African musician, that might just be kind of common sense. Dance is essential for understanding the layered metric structure of many African styles, and it can also help with performance. This is backed by neuro.
So again, this is just
Oh no.
they're complaining that each culture views its specific cultural lens as default.
And now he's going to back it up with science. Science
With
says
science.
this is true.
Right.
Science. Studies show that body awareness and movement is essential for how all humans perceive metric structures. Embodied cognition of music is at the very foundation of rhythmic and musical understanding in humans. So why wouldn't dance be required of every musician? Like, seriously, why don't we do that? Philosopher Robin James calls the intentional separation.
Should we do that, Capton? Should all music people in college be required to dance?
Sure. No. No. Well, we could get rid of dance school though.
There you go.
We could say
Roll it
everyone in
into one.
everyone in dance school should be required to have a music degree as well.
Oh, should dancers have to learn music theory?
Mm.
There we go.
Don't we just isn't this the purpose really to specialize? Don't you get better at one thing when you specialize? It seems like that's the right answer. Does Needy here get into the right answer? Probably not. He's just bringing it up to.
Well, he's just bringing up to okay. So his whole point is that what we consider music theory is really classical Western 18th century music theory, and to prove that it's not just math and that it has a racial identity, he's saying, well, other cultures, okay, emphasize different aspects of what's important in music, which is true. But wait a minute, he just did a bait and switch, didn't he?
Ooh.
Because he's been labeling this, and Yule's been labeling this the whole time as white racial framing. And his counterpoint is not that there's a Black racial framing to music, is that there's a specific West African racial framing to music. Almost like it's not about race, it's about country.
Yeah,
it's about
culture.
region and about culture. And maybe it's a little racist to assume that all of Europe and America has some magical unified white culture.
Yeah. Yeah.
Of analysis from culture, the epistemology of ignorance.
The practice that naturalizes the common sense intuition of the most privileged members of society as objective knowledge.
This is very...
the epistemology of ignorance.
I know. This is very disingenuous, too, and dishonest, because there's truth to the fact that what you focus on, what you decide is part of the criteria, right? That's subjective. Okay. But that doesn't mean that that whatever you're talking about loses its objectivity. So like, this is the argument that the woke people always make in terms of, everything's a social construct, so therefore it's okay to change everything. It's like, it's a social construct that we decide that the sun and the moon are different celestial objects and have different classifications, right? That's a social decision to do that. However, that decision is based on objective criteria. Okay. The sun is an exploding ball of gas. It has certain chemical compositions, certain size, et cetera, et cetera. The moon is not made of exploding gas. It's made of rock. It's made of other materials, and it has to revolve around a larger object, which we have categorized as a planet. So even though it's a subjective or a social decision to create the criteria, that doesn't mean the criteria isn't based off of an objective metric in the first place.
Yeah,
They keep conflating the two.
I don't fully disagree with this, but that's they want to make this a racial thing when you're talking about the quote is the practice that naturalizes the common sense intuition of the most privileged members of society's objective knowledge. It's always been that way in art. Like I said earlier in this discussion, like the stuff in art history is famous because some rich dude fucking paid to commission to have it done from some artist. And that exists now, but it's not necessarily popular. I don't even know if you could call it common sense. It's taught in art history and stuff like that. But like I said, if you put it on Instagram, people are going to laugh at it. They're going to think this is garbage. So, but why are we adding a racial component to that when it's better understood from a class component?
Well, I guess the question, Captain, is in if you're aware, I don't know if you know, in terms of history, was like the common person in these European countries, if you went to a bar or a minstrel show, were they playing music that would be considered classical music, or did they have something else that adhered to its own system or didn't adhere to any system?
You're talking about specifically in 18th century Europe?
Yes.
I guess I wouldn't know. I studied the analysis of it.
Right, because I would not be surprised if the folk music at the time
the
had
common
its own,
music, exactly.
Yeah, had its own rules and systems and structures. And as you're saying, it probably makes more sense to think of this not as a racial framing, but as a class framing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, why don't we have any of these lower class commoners? Why aren't we digging their history up and idolizing their music?
Yeah,
because it sucked.
We see the separation of analysis and culture in popular media all the time. Like, for example, when conservative pundit Ben Shapiro explains why, in his estimation...
Oh, we finally got to the good stuff. We finally got to the good stuff.
He's got to bring Ben Shapiro into this.
Why? Why do they always go after Ben Shapiro?
Because he's an easy target.
He's a little anti-Semitic, though. I mean, he
he
wears a yarmulke all the time.
There you go.
Hip-hop is not music.
In my view, and the view of my music theorist father who went to music school, there are three elements.
Notice he's saying, in my view. He's saying, this is my opinion. He's not saying this should be the opinion of the Western world, for heaven's sakes. He's saying, in my opinion.
Elements to music. There is harmony, there is melody, and there is rhythm. Okay. And rap only fulfills one of these, the rhythm section. And so it's not actually a form of music, it's a form of rhythmic speaking.
There's no harmony in rap music? What about when the backup singers come in?
Is Ben Shapiro wrong?
There's definitely, it's when he says that, you're right. Is he talking about like someone who's not singing any pitch whatsoever? Yeah. And you're right, where there's no backup singers, there's no instruments or chords, or even the beats usually have melody today because guess what? It just sounds better.
Yeah.
Is that what he's referring to? Because I don't think that's today's hip hop.
Yeah, I hear a lot of auto tuning. I love that shit.
That's pitch and pitch is harmony.
Exact. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm trying to think of the specific niche of rap that he's referring to, which would be no pitch whatsoever involved, because the moment you have a single pitch, there's harmony involved. There's melody and harmony involved. And so, but again, this wasn't, this is no one said that in college that rap is simply just rhythm music.
Right.
I mean, everyone hated the genre that wasn't theirs.
Right.
It had
this
nothing
is
to
Ben
do with
Shapiro, the political pundit. This isn't some musical analysis guy in college saying this.
I feel like that's what it's being framed as. Like, look at what this guy says. This is why we should change music theory in college. Because I would completely disagree with them. Most hip hop and rap music today, whoever's rapping is rapping specific, has some sort of pitch involved in it, and of course it has a beautiful bridges and harmonies behind it. Well, not even just the bridge, the entire song usually has harmony behind it, because harmony sounds great. And they're going to add it in, which means it kind of, I don't know what it's the specific rap he's talking about. Like, is he maybe freeform rap, like with no beat behind it?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Like, is that what he's referring to? I'm so lost when he said rap has no harmony behind it.
Well, it's also, again, it's important to look at the context of of the situation, because the person he's talking to is a rapper. So it could be that Ben is just trying to be kind of playful foil for the rapper who's talking to, who is Zugi, I believe his name, or Zubby.
Oh, hilarious!
It's
I
that
didn't
guy's
even know
on Twitter.
that.
He says all those things on Twitter. It's Zubby, and maybe he's just trying to set up like the response. He's like, well, rap isn't music, so he wants to see like what the rapper is going to say in response to this.
He's calling him out. Shots fired.
out.
He wants to keep the show interesting. Hilarious. They don't add any of that context.
No. Pragmatariaxia for $10 says, we build instruments to play certain music. Then we can only make that kind of music with those instruments. The piano is the physical manifestation of Western music. We have 12 notes, but only use letters A through G because the piano is foundational. That's very true. That's very true.
Percussion instrument, right? Piano.
But that's the problem, is that there's all sorts of reasons for why weird things end up the way that they are, even if they're not practical or useful or don't make sense anymore. And to just lazily say, well, it's because of racism, is not only it's lazy, but it's doing a great disservice to our society by making everyone hyper focused on race. Which
Joseph Kerwin for $5 says rap is music, but it's also bad music. What? You don't like rap music? Sitch, do you listen to rap music at all?
I'm not a big rap music guy. No.
Really? Oh. How about Capton?
Absolutely, man.
Yeah, there
It's
you
great.
go. I love
Oh my
this. I'm
gosh.
better friends with Captain than you are. What's going on here?
He likes the same music. He likes rubber. Oh, I might have to rethink our friendship.
A man of the people. I like this guy.
A very dead horse for $5 says, Neely says that North Indian music culture. Oh, so he's only talking about North Indian music and culture. That they're richer Indians and the southern ones have the darker skin. Indians actually try to whiten their skin to be more beautiful. They have a racial caste system. Therefore, Neely white supremacists confirmed. Okay.
Koreans have like a billion different skin whitening products too. The Koreans love to lighten their skin.
Well, but that leads to a very good question. I mean, I'm not super familiar with Indian music, so I can't say this, but if he's saying that this is, quote, Indian music theory, but it really is only referencing a certain region of Indian music theory, isn't he doing this? Isn't he committing the same racist or casteist, regionalist, bigoted faux pas as classifying music theory to only be Western 18th century classical music? Like, why is that Indian musical theory? Shouldn't it be North Indian musical theory?
Who knows?
I don't know. You got to start somewhere. Caleb Black for $1 says, these arguments aren't the same. We don't treat jazz theory as a standard because it was derived from classical. On the other hand, we don't treat East Asian theory as the standard because it's far less relevant to contemporary music than classical. Is that true? Did jazz theory derive from classical musical theory?
Yes, I gotta say, there are things that we have to attribute to classical theory. I think a concept that jazz can use, which was interesting, was that a chord, like a C chord and be a C chord, doesn't have to directly relate to the key. But then you want to call it a one chord. And jazz does take that directly from classical theory, what your one chord is, what your two chord is, because it forces you to recognize the key that you're in. Rather, as just having a C chord be a C chord and not caring what key you're in. And yes, jazz does that with its progressions. It's great. It's got, beautiful jazz progressions. But those numbers, they come from classical theory. What they said is right. Yeah.
Right. Paradox 1.0 says metric and imperial systems both are languages to describe an underlying objective dimension theory. Jazz and Indian music are both languages, but the underlying objective, universal value, should be called music theory. Yeah, I agree with that. And that's again, I'm fine with them renaming music theory to 18th century European classical music.
Analysis.
Fine. Analysis or whatever. Fine. I don't really give a shit. If that's their only contention, then yeah, I'm totally fine with that.
Is actually very old.
I just wonder something, because when I studied art theory, like the golden mean was something that was really important. And it's, you can make an argument that it's not as important as it doesn't have the kind of importance that they place on it. But I mean, you're not going to discover the golden mean more than once. I'm assuming there's equivalents to that kind of idea in music, where there's something that you would discover, and like once you discover it, that discovery's off the table.
I mean, yeah, I would say, like, once you discover, once you like your first analysis, when you start inventing what specific chords are, you can't discover that again. You can create new chords because you have all these notes to mix and match around, for different sounds to create new chords. But yeah, once you get a set of notes together, you're going to define that as a specific chord. It's not like you can attempt to label it in different ways, but the sound is going to be the same.
I wonder.
And that's one thing that's so been great about jazz is jazz was always trying to discover new crazy sounds to put into the music.
One of the things that I don't like about psychology is there's all these really cool experiments that I'd like to do, but you can't do for ethical reasons.
My God.
I would love to take like a kid and just raise him on total garbage noise and see if he if that becomes the music that he enjoys.
Huh.
Right. That would be interesting. Or once he finally heard real music, he'd be like, wait a minute.
This sucks. He'd be like, this is garbage.
Yeah.
Let's hear those garbage cans clank again.
Well, what's even more, I mean, I would, here's what I would theorize if you did that different kids would have different reactions. There'd be some kids who would be more susceptible to societal influences, maybe would think that the garbage music is good music if everyone's telling them that's good music. But some kids that weren't as susceptible, maybe there is some biological, I would imagine, there's some biological affinity for certain types of sounds.
You would have to do a Truman Show type deal where you had everyone in on the, oh yeah, we love this music.
Yeah, exactly.
Everyone has like earplugs.
We should do that. We should just get rid of ethical constraints.
I know.
For the greater good.
All the good stuff. Do you know that the Russians did an experiment where they tried to get a woman pregnant with chimpanzee semen? Did you know that?
Oh my God.
Like they did some pretty unethical shit in the past.
Was this under the USSR?
I believe it was, yeah.
Damn commies.
The women.
This is what Alex Jones was talking about with the human chimera hybrids. The USSR has been doing it for years.
At least they got women who volunteered, but I mean, I'd like to know the details on that.
Well, when you're starving, I guess it's easy to get volunteers.
I know, exactly. Did they really volunteer, or was it like?
Here we go. March 20th, 1932 was a Russian Soviet. Oh no, that's when she was alive. She was a Russian Ilavania Ivanovich Ivanov. That's a lot of. That's a lot of repeats in the name there. Who specialized in the field of artificial insemination and interspecies hybridization of animals. He is famous for his controversial attempts to create a human-ape hybrid by inseminating three female. Oh no, he inseminated. You got it wrong. He inseminated 3 female chimpanzees with human.
Oh, okay. I know.
So it's okay. It's okay.
No, I think he did the other one too. I think he did the one where he tried to impregnate women.
Let's see.
He probably did multiple experiments, but you want to know. You know. Okay. You want to know the outcome of that. Like you can't not want to know the outcome. Like
so it says. Wait a minute. So it says in 1929 after the female chimpanzees failed to produce humans.
That's the one tell me. Yeah. Which one are you going to try first? So you're going to try impregnate the human woman or the chimpanzee first? Which one are you going to do first, Sitch? It's obvious. Well, okay. The answer is easy.
It says in 1929 he actually set up a set of experiments involving non-human ape sperm and human volunteers
There
but
you go.
apparently it didn't go through because the ape he was going to use died. So
Oh,
I guess
really?
he never followed up with it.
Damn it. Damn it. We don't know the
There you
answer.
go. Amazing.
1918 article entitled Jazz and Jazzism, which rails against the dangers of jazz.
Jazz is the brotherhood of those who, devoid of harmonic and even of melodic instinct, love to fairly wallow in noise. It is a manifestation of a low streak in man's taste that has not yet come out in civilization's wash.
I'll take that as a badge of honor.
He's like anyone can dig up racist shit, man. That's so wrong.
Well, I mean that's the thing too, is that
That's the classical kids right there. They're like, we're going to take these jazz kids out. Watch this.
If you go through any musical theory stuff, I imagine it's just rife with elitism and snobbery and, all that nonsense.
All classical music fits into costly signaling theory. Very much so.
Right. No, definitely. So apparently I found an article. The experiment you're talking about was even crazier than the
See, listen,
Wikipedia
I
page.
derailed the whole talk.
You can't bring up half-human chimpanzee hybrids, Adam, and expect it not to be talked about, okay?
Sitch is going to be obsessed about this for months. He's like, what? This is the greatest experiment of all human time.
So, wait a minute.
Just imagine what would happen if it worked. Oh my God. It's Island of Dr. Moreau shit.
Said he knew the best chance for creating hybrids was to find Soviet women willing to carry half ape babies in the interest of science.
Yes. And he found some. I think he found like 3.
In the event, only 4 chimps made it. And so, wait a minute. At
you
least 5 women
imagine?
volunteered. They never flourished.
They never
Wait.
they never got pregnant.
I'm trying to figure out. This article is written very strangely.
We'll come back to it. We can come back to it next week. It's not a big deal.
Okay.
Right now, everyone's Googling like mad.
Wait. By the time
It never
Ivanov was
happened.
ready to proceed, the only adult male left was Tarzan, a 26-year-old
Tarzan.
orangutan.
Tarzan.
Ivanov pressed on until fate dealt the project final blow. Tarzan had a brain hemorrhage. Oh, okay, so I don't think he actually was able to go through. He was trying to do this. He had women lined up, and then it just didn't. Circumstances didn't let this experiment go through.
Oh, Sitch. It's still out there. The question. The unknown.
There you go.
Use melody and harmony, but we don't even need to do that to show that Ben Shapiro's argument isn't great. Let's say, hypothetically,
So let's say, for the sake of argument,
there was a Ben Shapiro in a society that framed African ideas of music as objective knowledge. In this case, his
Paradox wants you to know that you were correct about the golden mean of music, Adam. Pythagoras set up the intervals between sounds we know today. He discovered the ratio of string length to produce pitch. Pythagorean ratio was 3:2:2.
Really? Holy cow. That's crazy. Those Greeks love their golden mean. They were like,
They sure did. They sure did.
Yeah.
music theorist father who went
A very classically non-homophobic society, from what I hear.
to music school.
Went to the kind of music school that Kofi Agawu described. In this case, Ben Shapiro would not consider Bach chorales to be music because you couldn't dance to them. Dance is an essential quality of music, as everybody knows, as neuroscience proves, and so Bach chorales object.
I love it when they throw in the neuroscience.
Yes.
Because science
Is this
says
a persuasive argument, Captain, that he's making right now?
About dance specifically, or about
Ben
about
Shapiro
the
being
nature
wrong.
of whether music theory is objective or not.
I think that music theory, music analysis in itself, is the point of it is to try to define why this specific type of music is good. And to do that, you have to set up a system of sets of rules. Once you do, what is good and what is bad music.
Right.
And that inherently is a problem if, for, I guess, some people, saying, well, then your music theory says that my music is bad. Well, because the genres are so different from each other. You know, like it's like I would want to take, just like the Indian theory of music, I would want to analyze Indian music with the Indian theory that what came about with it. That way, it can show what appreciation it is. Like you can say that this Indian song is genius because it does this, this, and this with Indian theory, and I could say, well, then your Indian music analysis system says that my jazz is bad.
Right. So we all agree that Ben Shapiro's idea of saying that you should look at rap through the lens of classical musical analysis is probably stupid.
Yes, there it is. Yes.
But we don't even know if Ben Shapiro was really doing that, or if he was just
Right. If he's just broaching the top. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised because Ben Shapiro has a very sheltered, elitist kind of.
Yeah, but we
worldview.
all the time make jokes about how America's great, fuck France,
Right.
like all that shit. But obviously, we're joking around. Like,
Right.
yeah, I believe Rubber was made by a French director, and that's like the best movie.
That's
of
why
all
it was
time.
a bad movie, obviously.
No, it's amazing.
You know
are
what
not
else was made by a
music.
French director, Adam?
Yeah, I do.
Cuties.
Oh well, fuck that.
Yeah, that's what I thought, motherfucker.
The
Argument
Fifth
doesn't
Element,
really-
French director Luc Besson.
Oh, that was a good movie.
Yeah.
Music. Argument doesn't really make sense. It's a bad argument, but it's no worse than Ben's 100-year-old racist view on black music.
Much to my disappointment.
So wait a minute.
Yeah, now he took a.
Is it racist or is it just Ben being an elitist prick?
Yeah, that's what I. So now he's making the argument that if you don't like rap music, you're a fucking racist.
Well, he's saying, to be fair, he's saying if you classify rap
music as not music, or
then that's racist.
Right.
But again, I don't. This is
Joke.
what bothers me because
Joke.
there's no evidence provided that Ben Shapiro is talking to a black rapper saying
Yeah,
rap
totally.
isn't music, and he's doing this for some sort of racialized purpose or reason. Okay.
Yeah. Hopefully the black rapper that he's talking to doesn't know what he's saying is racist. That would be uncomfortable.
There are still people in music theory, I wouldn't say who are white supremacist adjacent.
That must be you, Sitch. He's talking about you, B.
No, he's talking about Capton. Capton is white supremacist adjacent.
Adjacent. Yeah. You
You're not
didn't know you
necessarily
were
white
learning white
supremacist, you're just-
supremacy.
You're just near it. Yes.
Yeah.
Or
Adjacent.
anyone who studies classical music, of course.
Right.
You're
Through the lens of
sitting
a
next-
classical analysis.
You're basically in like a classroom full of Nazis and you don't even know it.
No. You're not in the classroom of Nazis. You're like next door to the classroom of Nazis with the cup on the wall, and you're listening to like the Hitler speech in the next room.
Oh my God.
It's a bad argument, but it's no worse than Ben's 100-year-old racist view on black music.
Much to my disappointment, there are still people in music theory, I wouldn't say who are white supremacist adjacent. They still believe it. They know they can't say it.
You'll very often see.
So
how convenient.
And to be fair to Professor Ewell and to throw shade at Adam, what is the professor even referring to? Because that clip has zero context.
Yeah, totally.
I don't even know what he's talking about. What is he saying is white supremacy adjacent? What part of music theory is he referring to? I have no clue. Adam, why are you making him sound like a crazy person, Adam Neely?
Yeah, exactly.
The articles where Western music theory is framed as a tool for
I just love the whole, this is a thing that they love to do. They're like, you would love right now to say what a white supremacist you are. And you're like, no, not really. Like, I don't like white supremacists. Like, Nazis suck. No, you really, really want to say it, don't you? But you know polite society would totally condemn you. No, not really. No, I'm not interested in that. Like, can we talk about something else? You. It's so evil. The things that these people do is just, it drives people crazy. I'm glad people are getting fed up with this nonsense.
Yes.
proving a piece of music's worth. That
you know you're white supremacist adjacent.
Well, it's like he's operating under this idea that all people, or just specifically white people, have like bubbling just beneath the surface. They're all ready to lash out and say like the N-word or something. Like,
Yeah, yeah.
Like on the tip of your tongue at all moments.
Not really. Don't think about it much. Silence is violence. You bastard.
That piece that we checked out at the beginning about Lady Gaga argues for Lady Gaga's genius using music theory and uses the stylistic practice of white Europeans as evidence of genius, like the raised leading tone.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, BuzzFeed article. Look it up quick.
Wait a minute.
Practice of white Europeans as evidence.
To raise seventh is something that make Tardovsky proud. I thought the Russian, isn't he Russian?
Why are you being so specific?
Russian Petrov Ilyich Tardovsky was a Russian composer of the Romantic period.
Mm-hmm.
Is he considered like a classical white European?
I thought we were talking about
musician?
Germans. We already said the Russians are full soy because they let their women, when they're not doing dishes, play music.
Okay, so now we've gone back to the Russians are part of the white European supremacy.
How convenient.
Okay.
How convenient.
Even though Russians are Asian and not European technically, but whatever. Right?
Eastern
Russians are
European,
Asian?
right?
Are Russians Asian?
Eastern European, they usually call them.
Is Russian?
Who
is
cares?
Russia Europe or Asian?
Google's gonna lie to
Tricky
you.
question. 77% of the country is located in Asia. Okay, there you go. I don't care that the vast proportion of population lives in Europe. I don't care. I'm only going to care about the landmass because I've arbitrarily decided to make my point.
Like the raised leading tone. I'm honestly not sure how this is evidence of transcendence for a fun, popular song, but okay. Another article from the same author.
I'm wondering how they're calling Lady Gaga a genius. Come on.
Oh,
really?
Throwing shade.
Well, I mean, genius.
Ouch.
Have you seen some of the stuff she wears?
This is coming from the guy who thinks rubber is genius. Okay, you're criticizing Lady Gaga.
Rubber makes logical, coherent sense, though. We're talking about Lady Gaga here.
Okay, our music student is Lady Gaga genius.
A musical genius or what? Come on, settle this between us.
Tell us the objective truth here.
He's gonna side with me.
The objective truth?
He's been siding with me all along, Sitch.
Okay. I would say, yeah.
Oh my God!
What are you saying? Why could you not consider her a music
Kick
genius?
this guy off the show.
And let me get into it. Because I think that like he's saying, which I don't know if those articles are. I think that they're being thought of as wrong, because what I believe the point of music theory, which implies theorizing about music, is to define whether music's good or not. Whether it's good to you, you should listen to it first. And if the sounds and harmonies you consider pleasing to your ear, it's good music, right? Not taking into account the analysis yet at all. Then music analysis or music theory, theorizing why does the music sound good? Like, listen to Lady Gaga's song and it sounds great. Now we're going to take music theory to define mathematically in the music, what did she do? Did she just play a bunch of sounds across the piano and that's the end of it? No, she picked and chose specific sounds and specific chords and harmonies that we can analyze and we can say, and then she knows her music analysis. Let me tell you, and she picked these specific. We're defining why it's good. Music analysis and theory should define why does a piece sound good, not necessarily that it is. Because if you do that. If you say that, look at this music, don't listen to the piece. Look at this musical analysis. Isn't this piece genius? Then you got to go back to 12-tone theory. And 12-tone is an amazing genius analysis, but it is not very fun, in my opinion, to listen to. It sounds terrible. So you shouldn't use analysis to say whether a song is good or not. You should use it to prove why you think it is good. So you listen to Lady Gaga's song, which is I love doing. It's a fun activity to sit there and take some pop tunes, or especially some pop tunes that have some strange harmonies in it, especially when you get into jazz, some incredible harmonies they do. And you don't just listen to it and be done with it. You want to analyze it and say, how did they get the sound? It's genius, but the sound is what was genius. You don't have to prove that it was genius based on specific rules and regulations of music theory. You almost want to bend your rules and regulations of music theory to say, oh, well, this is that kind of chord, you know, let me define it in a different way, because but it's all based on how it sounds. This is why you can say pop music today has some genius sounds in it, and even though it's simple music theory compared to jazz's, on average, much more complicated music theory than pop music. You can't say jazz is simply a better music, which a lot of people want to do just because they're elitist on their specific genres. Jazz is better than pop music because its analysis is more complicated, or because I analyze it in a specific way. Analysis shouldn't prove anything. Analysis should just dives into what the sounds were. But you can use it. You can use it to prove that it's better than that. It's like you're trying to. It's just it shouldn't be used that way. So you take Lady Gaga, you go through her chords, and you say they're simpler music theory and chords compared to some of the jazz out there. But you can't sit there and say that jazz music is simply just better. I mean, it's not how music works. Everyone has different tastes in music. You know, analysis should be used by that, especially from a composition standpoint. If you love Lady Gaga's sound and you want to write a song that sounds like her because she's one of your influences, you're going to analyze her pieces with music theory. But you've already decided that it's genius because you like it.
Right.
My wife.
Yeah.
Sometimes my wife watches those like dance competition shows, and it drives me fucking insane because when you hear the judges talk, they talk completely subjectively, and there's like no objective standard to measure what's going on between these people. So I kind of like the idea of this music analysis because it seems to be attempting to apply some objective standard to say this is why this is good. So it seems like that's a good thing.
Yeah. And you're using it to prove to yourself why this song sounds good.
Right. Yeah. I was scanning the article he was talking about, the Lady Gaga classical music analysis. And actually what the author of the article is saying is really interesting because he's kind of explaining about like how the certain progressions she's using and the certain notes she's using invoke like historical, they're like historically associated with certain like feelings, like, you know, certain specific music was associated as like, you know, linked to sexual desire and the devil, like some specific tritone or something. And that he's theorizing this is why Lady Gaga would choose to put it in certain points in the song. And it's actually sounds really interesting. So to me, it's really stupid that he's castigating this as some sort of bad thing.
The reason Teenage Dream went to #1 and remains in radio rotation is that it's a textbook example of the excellence and supremacy of the rules of Western music theory.
So,
yeah, we're getting
said
hit.
the word supremacy and Western in the same sentence. You know what that means? Racist.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, it's right there. You don't actually have to look very far for evidence of white supremacy in music theory. William O'Hara points out that these...
You know what's really funny? To remember this. So a little bit in the future's video, he's going to go on this long rant about Shanker, who's where a lot of the musical analysis comes from. Shanker hated the West. He called the West terrible. Yes, specifically.
Yeah.
He did not think of himself as the West. So even though he was German. So it's just interesting to me. We're talking about how everyone views themselves. The guy that he's castigating as the ultimate racist does not view himself as being part of the quote unquote West.
These kinds of articles.
Wait, I have to say, so Lady Gaga knows her musical analysis, knows her theory.
Right.
And are we saying that she's that she's racist? Is that what we're saying here?
Well, I don't think he's saying that Lady Gaga is racist. He's saying that caring that that Lady Gaga's music fits our racist music theory is the problem.
But what I'm saying, if she cared when she composed it that she was using these specific chords in a specific way,
I see.
Is she racist?
they would probably say that she's not racist intentionally, but unintentionally she's promoting a structure
Yeah.
of white supremacy.
She's embedded in a white supremacist system
Right.
that made her rise to the top because she's
That's
white.
invisible to her. Yes. Yeah, right. And that's why she was able to
Lady
succeed
Gaga.
because she followed the rules of white supremacy.
Who's more leftist than Lady Gaga? Come on. Come on now. Come on, people.
I know.
Of articles, these think pieces, frame music theory as a kind of hidden knowledge that you can use.
Yeah, he's saying that calling Lady Gaga a genius is racist, though, which I've noticed both of you guys said. So
Used to identify genius. O'Hara parallels this practice to the work of Heinrich Shanker, who used his theories of analysis in the early 20th century as a means of identifying genius in the works of Beethoven and Bach. Which means, that's right, everybody, it's time to talk about part 5-7, flat 9, sharp 9, flat 13. Heinrich Shanker, I guess.
If Beethoven is our...
So this is kind of dishonest because he's like, I guess we have to talk about Heinrich Shanker. The entire linchpin of his argument is Heinrich Shanker. His entire argument is based around Heinrich Shanker being this horrible white supremacist. Because without that, there's nothing. This is the only proof they provide that this is based on some sort of white supremacist system.
Our exemplar for a music composer. Shanker is our exemplar for a music theorist. Heinrich Shanker, 1868 to 1935, arguably the most influential music theorist in American music theory.
So in the United States, if you want to get a graduate degree in music theory, I know there are tens of you, you got to study the theories of Heinrich.
Just said it right there. Exactly. There's
Bunch
more
of
white
nerds.
supremacists than there are people who want to study music theory. And there's not a lot. It's not a lot of either.
Shanker. American music theory has very deep Shankerian roots. David Carson Berry traces the popularity of Shanker's ideas of music.
Did you have to learn about Shanker in school?
I didn't. I did.
Oh.
I studied jazz, so I was
Oh,
not. It was not required of me. So I got into the more complicated jazz theorists' analysis. So I dodged that one.
Yeah, you dodged the white supremacy right there by studying jazz, which you were freely allowed to. No one forced you to study the white supremacist Shanker.
They didn't
No one
separate
asked
you
what
guys.
race I was too.
They didn't go
when
white
you signed
kids
up for-
stand on the right
When you
side of
signed
the
up
room.
for your courses in college, they didn't say like, please put your race here so we can make sure you're taking the right classes?
No.
Music in America for a desire in the 1930s for more objective musical criticism, which bears more than a little similarity to pop culture think pieces which appeal to the supremacy of the rules of Western music theory today. They're both born from Shankerian ideals.
He came up with ideas about how the structure of music theory plays out, from a background structure to then a middle ground structure and a foreground structure. So this background structure came in only a couple of varieties. It essentially had a motion from a tonic to a dominant to a tonic chord that could play out in 2 bars, or it could play out in 200 bars or 500 bars in a movement by Beethoven or Mozart.
Shankerian analysis has a unique form of musical notation that attempts to identify the deep structure of what Shanker considered the great works of tonal music, what Shanker called the ersatz, the sound of scale degree 3 resolving to scale degree 2 resolving to scale degree 1. In other words, at their fundamental level, all great works of music are 3 blind mice. This is a bit of an oversimplification, but honestly, not that much.
He had a very short list of great composers. They were, of course, all white men. They were 11, I think some people say 12 in number. All German speaking except for 2, Chopin, who was a Pole, and Domenico Scarlatti, who was Italian.
If you want to learn Shankerian...
So wait a minute. So it's important. Shanker, his top list of composers were all German, except for 2. And in his writing, he talks about how the 2 that weren't German were honorary German. Okay.
Oh, really? Hilarious.
Shanker himself is German.
Mm-hmm.
So we're starting to see a pattern, right? We're starting to see a pattern of Shanker's thoughts here. Okay.
Yeah.
Very German-centered.
Are you saying it's wrong to be pro-American because we're American? I don't know.
My name is Dr. Jacob Gran.
I highly recommend Dr. Jacob Gran's videos on YouTube. They're a clear and concise introduction to a very complicated subject that might help you better understand the works of tonal composers. I 100% recommend these videos. They are great.
He drew heavily on 18th century theories of melody.
When you watch these videos...
Should we recommend these videos if they're promoting white supremacy?
Yeah, why is he recommend? This is what's so confusing too, because he's trying to have it both ways. He's trying to say that this is contributing to the white racial structural framework of American white supremacy, but also here's a bunch of videos you can, if you want to learn about it. Like, what is he? What are you saying, Adam Neely? Explain to us.
Though, you start to realize that the concept of figured bass is absolutely essential in understanding Shankerian analysis, as well as the idea of continuo. It becomes clearer why there is figured bass everywhere in all of our music theory textbooks. It's because it's all a system designed to teach Shankerian ideas from the ground up. It's actually pretty explicit in, the preface to this book, Harmony and Voice Leading. This book reflects the theoretical and analytic approach of Henryk Shanker. The book will provide a valuable preparation for the later study of Shankerian analysis. The problem is that Shanker is not useful in understanding any other style of music besides Western classical music. You can't do Shanker to Meshuggah, for example, or James Brown, or Anuja Kamat's music. And even within the Western canon, Shanker does not do a very good job of explaining rhythm, or timbre, or any other musical element. Dance, if we're going to adopt the African worldview. We've built music theory from the very ground up.
Did he just say that one West African view is the African worldview? Adam. That's racist, okay? That's bigoted. You need to relax, okay?
With the idea that the only music worth analyzing and worth having a language of analysis for is the music that this mustache liked to analyze. And if you can't analyze music through his theories, then it isn't music. It's not worthy of your time. It's inferior. You can't do music theory to it. This is the legacy of Ben Shapiro and his
music theorist father who went to music school.
Western music theory has developed.
It's funny because you brought up when you said why is he choosing Ben Shapiro, and you brought up the anti-Semitic angle, which I didn't really think about. You know who else was Jewish? Shanker. Uh-oh.
The language that attempts to show white culture superiority over non-white cultures under the guise of objective analysis. It's all a system designed to show white supremacy.
I didn't realize Adam left. What a sneaky motherfucker.
Over non-white culture. And if you think that's me being hyperbolic,
Wait a minute. A big claim was just made. Okay, let's go back.
Cultures under the guise of objective analysis. It's all a system designed to show white supremacy over non-white culture. And if you think...
Okay.
Ben Shapiro and his
music theorist father who went to music school.
Western music theory has developed a language that attempts to show white culture superiority over non-white cultures under the guise of objective analysis.
Okay. So the claim Adam Neely just made was that music theory taught in America was designed to show that white culture is superior to all others. That's what he just said. Okay. It's a very big claim.
I would want to say that you could, each analysis for these different genres, you could say the same claim that each of the analysis for different genres are designed to prove the genius of that specific genre.
Right.
I don't know if you were to analyze jazz music, if you are now proving that black ideals are better.
Exactly. But that's true. But what's also true is that Adam Neely is making a very racist statement. And he doesn't realize it. Because we say, okay, we'll see what his evidence is for the claim that music theory in America is promoting Western supremacy, or no, I'm sorry, white supremacy intentionally. Because that is his claim. It's intentional.
It's all a system designed to show white supremacy over non-white culture. And if you think that's me being hyperbolic or speculative, no, that's exactly what Shanker set out to do with his theory of music.
He said very explicitly, I think of music like I think of people. I have a unified worldview. There's a hierarchy. White people are at the top. There's a hierarchy. The foreground is at the top. Also, the 11 or 12 composers are clearly at the top. And then he always used the word genius. Genius was code for white. It was also code for German.
Okay. This is the crux of their argument, which is incredibly wrong. So much so that it's not only is it racist, but it's basically bordering on a lie. Okay. Shanker was not a white supremacist. Shanker was a German supremacist who had a strong disdain for all other white people. The important, okay, this is what annoys me so much when they remove things from their context. They're trying to look at Shanker from the year 2020 instead of trying to understand him in his own historical context. Shanker was a German Jew, okay, a German Jew whose writings were taking place post World War I. Okay, so what happened in World War I? Do we remember what was going on in World War I? Was that the time period where all the white European people were trying to murder the fuck out of each other? So I don't think, do you think that a white European, a white German Jew had some sort of idea, some sort of fanciful idea that there was some mystical, magical, unified white culture right after his country and while his country is in the middle of fucking war with all these other white countries?
Is Shanker Jewish? Is that what you just said?
Yes, he's a Jewish German person.
Oh my God.
And he died before World War II, which is important. And we'll get into that later.
Holy
and
shit.
So this is why this is so dishonest, because Yule and Adam, Neely.
He's really anti-Semitic. Boy, he's going after Shanker. He's going after Ben Shapiro. Boy, this guy, what's going on here?
Euler and Adam Neely quote Shanker's like journals in his work. So clearly they've seen them, okay? Clearly they're aware of them. And if that's true, then you'll know that Shanker did not like other white people. Okay, there's quotes of Shanker talking about how Americans are basically all thick, stupid shopkeepers with little addled brains that are startled by and strained to apprehend the crudest thoughts. He talks about how Americans, English, the French, Italians, and Russians, all white people, are nations of primitive races operating under an equality delusion. Okay. In Shanker's, it's really funny. There's a work where he's like, he's analyzing some aspect, I think, of Beethoven. And in the middle of it, in the footnotes, he goes on a long tirade where he basically insults every white European country through some sort of like bigoted stereotype, saying like, oh, all the Englishmen like X and all the Americans like Y and all the French like Z. Like,
what did the Americans like? What did the Americans like?
I don't, it's not important. I didn't write it down in the notes. Okay.
But it is important, Sitch. It's very important. Was it fireworks? Because I like fireworks.
Okay, so here he goes. He says, this is Shanker. Okay, this is the supposed white supremacist talking about English and Anglo-Americans. He says, dimly sensing their mental inability and their lack of character, clean cheeks with rouge, only to make a better outward impression, as may be true of the English and Anglo-Americans, to whom hypocrisy is the most complete expression of their soul.
Wow.
And then after that, he says, the English language is the lowest of all languages and is completely degenerate.
Oh boy, everyone's throwing around the degenerate.
But this is what drives me so crazy. Shanker, first of all, is a product of his time. Okay, his writing is in the middle of and after a war where Germany is fighting the rest of Europe, and then after the war, Germany not only loses the war to other white European countries, but is basically embarrassed.
Right. Yeah.
all the things that, yes, like
Totally.
Germany's basically destroyed post World War I, and to such a degree that all the Germans felt so defensive that they were being embarrassed, and that's what helped Hitler's rise to power. So this is the context that you have to understand Shanker's viewpoint of the world. Okay, so that's one thing. But then the second thing, it's so fucking racist to take a guy who's making all these claims about German superiority, who does nothing but criticize and is nothing but bigoted towards other white European countries, and try to pretend like Shanker's promoting some sort of unified white supremacy, some sort of unified white identity, when he's literally doing the fucking exact opposite.
Maybe they're just idiots.
Well,
maybe they don't
Adam
know this.
Neely might be an idiot. It's very possible. But I read and I went through Professor Yule's paper, and he quotes a lot of Shanker's quotes, so he should know better than this.
We should write him a very strongly worded letter and see if that gets through to him. What do you think?
I don't think it will get through to him.
What do you want to do? This is some hypocrisy in the world. We have to fight this head on. They're going to call us racist, homophobes.
I do want to make a video on my main channel about this, just because this one point drives me so crazy. That they're just literally is the most racist shit ever that they're talking about.
They're creating a racist narrative.
Yes.
Very
and they're being
racist.
and that's what's so ironic. They're being racist while doing it.
Well, they're allowed to, though, because they have they don't have you have to have privilege. I don't know if you know this, but you have to have it's prejudice plus power is what racism is.
Of course.
Yeah.
King Dance Killer, aka Dingus McBingus for $99. Holy shit. Thank you, King Dance Killer. Says, so sad I can't listen right now. Best to you both. No dumb joke this week. Congratulations on 100. Also, as an A-team member, I believe Adam is entitled to 100% of this super chat. Well, I don't know about that.
I'm going to split it with you just out of respect for the lower S classes. The A-team is going to be magnanimous this week.
Brian K. for $5 says, I don't think Shanker's favorite composers were German because he was racist. I think he just didn't realize what the world was like before the internet. That's an understandable thought, but no, Shanker wasn't racist. He was German supremacist. He was aware and did look at music of other European countries, and he was very much on this idea that Germans were the superior people. Yeah. It's very interesting. Shanker not only thought that Germans were the superior people, he thought Jews were like the superior people, and thus a Jewish-German combination produces the most superior person.
Really?
And thus that is why that's why his analysis of music is so much better than everyone else's analysis. Basically, if you want to understand Shanker, look at season 2 of JoJo. If you've seen JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, in season 2, there's a Nazi character who, every time he talks, he doesn't talk anything about racial identity. All he talks about is the greatness of the German people this, the greatness of German engineering that, the greatness of German blah, blah, blah. That's basically what Shanker was. Everything he talks about is how the greatness of German culture is.
I love it. I have my own thing now. Screw Sitch's Law. Derek Drummond for $5 says, Adam's razor. Look at that. I have my own thing now, Sitch.
You have your own thing now. What is your Adam's? Derek Drummond $5 says Adam's razor. If you suspect someone is malicious, they're probably just dumb.
It's technically Hamlin's razor, but
I'm
stealing it.
You can steal it. Parax for $1 says, holy fuck, Shanker was Jewish, so this quote white music that they've been on about for 40 minutes is really Jewish music. I mean, eclectic history of music that mixes Jewish, Greek, European folklore, and Middle Eastern styles en masse. These people are insane. Yes.
Totally insane. Yeah. They're just, it's for clicks, right? I mean, they're not totally racist. They're just a little racist. They're race adjacent.
Race adjacent. There you go.
His essay, Shanker the Regressive, the conductor Leon Botstein would write.
The fact that Shanker...
Well, and also I guess the main question is, can you remove Shanker's German supremacist ideas from his analytical work?
Mm-hmm.
Right. and you'd
Don't
have
forget
to
about the
prove
Jewish supremacists. That's going to
his
trigger
Jewish
some people.
supremacists. Or,
That
yes.
you know what people that's going to trigger? I'll give you a hint.
Who?
The actual Nazis, the real racists.
This is just, it's so funny because this plays directly into the white nationalist neo-Nazi narrative that like Jews control culture. And,
totally.
et cetera, et
Yeah,
cetera, et cetera.
exactly.
Right. No, definitely.
This guy's making a very interesting case here. I don't know if he knows how close he is to like the third rail there.
Right. Exactly. That's but the thing is, you'd say, okay, so maybe the guy who came up with this has some wacky ideas, right, about country of origin. We're just like, Charles Darwin had wacky ideas about race. Martin Luther King Jr. had wacky ideas about homosexuality. So wouldn't the proof be that you have to show that his theory can't be taken, that you can't remove his own feelings of racism, or not really racism,
The racial component. Yeah, that's the same
bigotry
argument.
component. You have to prove that can't be removed from his theory.
Right. This is the
That
same
never
argument.
occurs. Yeah, that never occurs in this video. We're not shown any evidence of this.
This is the same argument I made with No Bullshit when I talked to him about the white culture. Like, if there's an ethnic component that is unremovable from your culture, then yes, then that is, an ethnocentric culture. But
Right.
yeah, I don't know that music theory has an essential ethnic component to it. Like, that doesn't make sense.
No. And as Cap Don said, he didn't even learn about Shankarian whatsoever in his music studies. So
yeah, they're like, screw that guy.
Well, yeah, that's jazz. So we did.
Yeah, but you said you took the normal music theory class.
I took the normal music theory classes, which he's arguing is a setup for studying Shanker later.
Is that do you feel that that's true?
I feel that that's true. Maybe. Are you saying he's saying that if we're studying if we rename the class study of 18th century classical music, should we not be using Shanker's method?
That's what it sounds like he's saying.
Should we be using a more contemporary method to analyze the music of that time?
Use Lady Gaga's method. She's a genius.
There you go. Lady Gaga should write the textbook for music theory analysis.
You get a lot more people taking that class, I'm telling you.
That is true. That is true.
An observant and active member of the official religious Viennese Jewish community, adhered to these views and propagated them, indicates how deep-seated was the sense of German cultural superiority within German-speaking Europe, and how widely it was internalized.
So the most.
Wait a minute.
They pulled they mentioned the Jewish thing in there. Viennese Jewish.
The sense of German cultural superiority within German-speaking Europe.
Okay. The fact that Shanker, an observant and active member of the official religious Viennese Jews community, adhered to these views and propagated them, indicated how deep-seated was the sense of German cultural superiority. Okay. This is very stupid. This is a very, maybe the original quote isn't stupid because this is we don't know what the context is, but Adam Neely's presentation of this quote is an incredibly ignorant American perspective. Okay, because he's operating under the idea that when we're American and we hear something about German and German history, we all instantly think of Nazis, right? Shanker's writings were before the Nazis existed. Okay, so for you to make this argument that like, well, he's this Viennese Jewish guy, so it's weird that he has these sense of German cultural superiority, that doesn't make any sense whatsoever. In fact, it's funny. I remember my grandmother telling me, okay, that during World War II, that's how old my grandmother is, okay, she said that German Jews had this elitism around themselves before they realized that Germans were murdering all the Jews, because that wasn't widespreadly understood or known at the time. That German Jews all had this this is like the sense of elitism, like, oh, I'm a superior person because I'm a German Jew. And the fact that this just shows that Adam is completely devoid and doesn't understand the context of Shanker's environment, and that this idea that there was these Germans who did feel superior to all other white people was very commonplace among the German culture at the time.
Mm-hmm. Elitist.
And how widely it
Yes.
was internalized.
So the most controversial part is not saying that Shanker praised Hitler in a letter to his pupil Felix Eberhard von Kuba in May of 19...
Whoa, what's going on here? Contemporary
again,
of Hitler.
This is, right, and this is so Shanker dies in 1934,
Mm-hmm.
35. He dies right before World War II starts, I believe.
Look, you can't even
Right
put
as it
Hitler's name on this. You have to beep out Hitler's name on YouTube.
Yeah, that's really
now.
silly. You can't even put Hitler on. But anyway, it's funny because you read Shanker's, and this is also kind of not true, because if you read Shanker's German supremacy notes, it's obvious that he would like a lot of what Hitler said, because Hitler talked a lot about the
German supremacy. Yeah, that was
right?
his whole gig.
And it's funny because a lot of people in modern times, especially Americans, who don't understand that white Europeans don't view themselves as homogenous, they incorrectly think that Hitler was talking about quote unquote like a unified white supremacy.
Yeah,
which he
totally.
wasn't.
He
He's talking
not
about
at
German
all.
supremacy. The Germans were the masters.
Ubermensch.
Right. But even then, even with all that aside, there are other notes that Shanker has made where he was weary and distancing himself with Hitler and Nazis as he saw them having all sorts of problems at the time. But those are, of course, not referred in this video, and those, of course, are left out to make Shanker seem like he's some sort of self-hating Jew, which he wasn't. He viewed his Jewish identity as very important to himself.
33, 4 months after Hitler ascended to the chancellery. It's not that Shanker said, the Jews are the greatest enemies to Germany, and he was Jewish himself. It's not that he said, even Negroes.
And that, I found that quote.
Yeah, what's going on? Sitch is digging in. We're finding the truth
in.
here. We're digging down.
And this is my problem. I found this. I didn't find anyone. I found the source of this. I didn't find anyone else talking about it. Okay, it is this line that comes out of a translated journal with no context.
Oh my God!
And I don't understand.
The translator, translator fucked him.
No, so I'm trying to understand like what exactly is he saying? Okay, it says from Flores admits in the face of the Jewish activities that he is a Jewish enemy of the Jews. Semicolon correctly notes the Jews top the list as Germany's enemies. I don't know what that means. Okay.
Admits in the face of Jewish activities that he is a Jewish enemy of the Jews. What? Correctly notes the Jews top the list of Germany's enemies. What is this?
I don't know.
Shankerian letter?
This is some note from a Shankerian letter.
Or is it a postcard? It says postcard. Asks again about the price. What?
And then right under it says, in the morning she delivers impromptu of Op 70. Like, that's what I'm saying. This is like weird notes that I don't know what the fuck the context is. But if you look at his other works where he does give context and it's like actual statements, it's not a random note. It's very clear from what he talks about that he values his Jewish identity strongly, that he felt that his Jewish identity was important and influential in his musical analysis, and that he criticized anti-Semitism, and he actually talks about anti-Semitic incidences that he faced and his students faced, his students who were primarily Jewish. So to just bring this random thing out of context, I think is very dishonest, with no understanding of what he's even talking about.
Yeah.
Germany, and he was Jewish himself. It's not that he said, even Negroes think that they can govern themselves. No, it's not that he said these horrible things that the white race must annihilate these Japanese animals because they're Japanese.
What was the context for that? Even Negroes think they can govern themselves.
Well, no, he did say that.
Oh.
Because here's the thing. This is what's so funny.
That might not be bad though. I don't know what the context is.
No. Shanker was bad
racist
in terms of that he was super bigoted. Okay. I don't want to say racist because he didn't view the world along racial lines. He viewed them along
national
country
lines.
national lines. He was very nationalist. And if you notice, if this is where it's very dishonest, he'll bring up instances of Shanker being bigoted towards Black people, being bigoted towards Japanese people. He how coincidental, how convenient it is that he leaves out the pages and pages of Shanker criticizing white Europeans in
The
very
French,
bigoted ways.
the Spanish, the Russians.
Yeah, he goes
the
on and
Italians.
on about how much he dislikes
Right.
all these other white European cultures.
Yeah. The Hungarians. The Romanians.
Yeah, like
the Lithuanians.
One of the guys
the
who
Croatians. He's like,
one
I
of the
hate 'em
guys
all.
one of the guys who writes a counter paper to Professor Yule says that Professor Yule will handpick a couple notations of Shanker talking about Black people. He only brings them up like twice or something, like 3 times in his notes. But he leaves out the pages and pages of Shanker going on and on about how much he hates the French people and how degenerate they are and how much their culture and the music sucks.
Yeah, we saw one of their degenerate movies this week. Cuties.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Rubber.
No, Rubber's amazing.
Uh-huh.
You know you wanted to see it. I'm sure there's a deleted scene where that tire gets it on with the white lady who's falling around.
Oh my God, stop it. Stop it.
Well, you know, it's French degeneracy. They can't help themselves.
John Smith for 499 says, I bet Shanker was trying to integrate Jews into German identity in German eyes by bashing everyone else. At the time, there was also pogroms in Schentel, or I don't know how to pronounce that word. That's actually true. That's well, I don't know if that's 100% true, but that's what a lot of people have theorized. That part of Shanker's virulent German nationalism was him as a Jew trying to very closely link Jewish identity with German identity in order to protect Jews from anti-Semitism, which was going on even then in Germany and in other parts of Europe. So that's a good point. And again, the dangers of removing people from their historical context. Lord Markulis for 100 Aussie bucks. Thank you very much. Says, congratulations on the 100th show, guys. I'm always working when you guys have these streams, and today's no exception. I don't always get a chance to watch the whole videos, but the clips being uploaded to the channel have been really good. Here's to at least 100 more. Thank you.
Thank you so
and thank
much.
you
Yeah.
to Nathan Margolis for cultivating our clips. And if you want to watch our clip channel, there's a link in the description, and you can see 10-minute clips of the show if you don't want to listen to the 20 hours of show that we do every week.
Yeah, Nathan Margolis wants to come in, but I was thinking once we do super chats, we'll move him in.
Yeah,
he can give his take as well. I guess he's classically trained.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
Well.
He's a classically trained musician.
So Paradox wants in too. So, but let's do it in the super chat section.
Yes.
And we have an amazing video coming up.
Yeah,
That's amazing. An amazing intro. The intro
video.
The intro to our 100th show. It's off the chain, dude. You guys are gonna fall. You're gonna fall. The intro. Sitch screwed up. It was really supposed to be the intro, but the we can always blame Captain. We have a guest
blame
here.
Captain.
Yeah, he's not coming.
It's his fault. It's his
I
fault.
take full responsibility.
Captain's fault. Knocked us off our. Actually, you know, let's just blame this guy, the guy who's making up lies about everyone anyway. Let's blame the guy in Neely's.
We'll blame
video.
Adam Neely and Professor Yule. That's fine.
Yeah.
There you go.
They got us triggered with all their racist commentary.
If you make it to the end of this stream, you will see the most amazing video you've ever seen. In your
Let's see some guesses in the chat. I want to see some guesses what it could possibly be.
Yes, give us some guesses what you think
Yeah.
this most amazing
This video
to commemorate
is-
our 100th
yeah,
stream could
to
possibly
commemorate
be.
our 100th show.
Yes.
I mean, it's crazy. I was like, this, you know, it's just you'll never guess it in a million years. It's crazy.
No.
It's beyond insane. It's insanity. It's someone that we've talked about on the show many times. I'll give you guys a little hint.
Wow. We just gave. Why did you give such a big hint? Oh my God.
What do you mean? That's not a huge hint. That's not a huge
He's
hint.
going to dispute that. That's all out there.
Karl Schachter, the guy who co-wrote this harmony textbook that we keep referencing, wrote that for Shanker, both his political and musical ideas were armaments in a cultural struggle that would eventually lead to a regeneration of both music and society at large in the German-speaking world.
That's some badass shit right there.
Yeah, so you're about to see some stupendous lying about to appear right now.
Oh, really?
Right
He's
after
going
this
to lie to
podcast.
us? No.
Oh,
come
not
on.
lie. He's going to cherry pick. He's going to remove something from context in order to make someone appear like a super racist.
Lies
They
by
weren't,
omission are still lies. Just so you know.
Well, it's funny because the paper he just quoted is all about talking about Shanker's bigoted beliefs and whether they can be separated from his musical analysis. That's the entire point of the paper.
All right, we got some guesses going in the chat. Vosh, Hannah, and Jake guest appearance. That could be interesting. Sargon of Akkad. Sargon's on every other week. Come on. You got to swing for the fences. Swing for the fences, guys. Just Jordan Peterson.
There you
go. Maybe. Getting warmer.
There you go.
Ooh, okay. Now things are getting serious. Music theory's intellectual framework is built on Germany's cultural struggle of the 1930s. That's...
Adam Neely, we know you want to Sig Heil. We know you do it privately. Come on.
Well, but wait a minute. So his argument right now is that musical analysis, Western musical analysis, only exists to promote Shanker. Which, first of all, this isn't. He's making it sound like this is the way it's always been, right? That's what he's making it sound like. Shanker only became popular in like the 80s.
Really? Holy cow.
Yeah, and it's so funny because you know why Shanker took so long, even though Shanker's students came to America in the 30s and 40s to escape anti-Semitism, okay?
Oh my God.
And you know
That's
why
hilarious.
you know why Shanker's musical analysis ideas took, 30, 40 years to become popular in academia?
Because he wasn't
Because he
here.
was Jewish, and their academics were super anti-Semitic, and they're like, we don't want this Jewish guy's theories about music in our schools.
Oh, whoa. They were literally racist against Shanker.
They were literally. It's so funny because one of the guys who gets brought up later, whose name's Timothy Jackson, who runs like a Shankerian class or institute or something, he talks about how in the 80s, in the early 80s, when he was learning Shanker in New York, he was warned by other students and teachers that it could be difficult for him to find a job teaching Shankerian analysis outside of New York because there weren't enough Jews elsewhere in the country. So this whole idea that, see, this is what's so dishonest. He's making it sound like that this frame of Western musical analysis has been in the beginning, has been in the DNA of our country, right? Has been in since the beginning. It's like, no, this has been fairly recent in modern history for bigoted reasons. So
We got some more good guesses. Hold on. Malika Peterson, I like. Yeah, send us Malika Peterson videos, guys. Shu, interesting. Maybe. Could be. Ben Shapiro. What? Ben Shapiro now? Jonathan Haidt. People are saying.
Ooh.
Jonathan Haidt.
I like that.
Does owe me a favor.
That's true.
Ethan Van Sciver? Could be. Could be. Tim Pool? What? You think we want to trigger? You think
That
we
would be
want
pretty
Sitch?
amazing. That would be pretty amazing, though.
We want Sitch to get triggered to death on our 100th episode? Come on.
Obviously,
now.
this will be the last episode. I just die on stream. I get so triggered. I choke on my own spit and die.
He can't take it. He's like, whoa, Tim Pool. Oh. Adam's wife? Mahler? Alan Watts? Oh, you guys are great.
That's good. Karl Schachter continues.
Oh, and I forgot. The other thing I want to say is, even if his argument was valid, which I don't think it is, all he's shown right now is that music analysis is based off of someone who believed in German supremacy. German supremacy is not white supremacy, you racist. It's very different, you horrible racist. Okay. The only other people that make the argument that a single European country's culture is white culture are white nationalists.
Yeah.
He's making the white nationalist argument right now.
Yeah, I know. It's crazy. When's the Nick Fuentes collab, guy? Come on.
Right. When is Richard Spencer going to come in and talk about how America was really a white European nation for a unified white European group of people?
Yeah.
Shanker believed that an aristocracy of some sort, at least in cultural matters, if not also in political structure, would promote the selection and support of gifted individuals among whom the rare genius might emerge. That he was altogether wrong in this last view, I'm not prepared to say. Wait a second. Schachter agrees with Shanker.
Whoa.
Right.
Are music theorists... Is music theory like a...
Okay. This is so dishonest. So he has a quote out of context of the guy who wrote this textbook, and then he says that guy agrees with Shanker. Okay. And the quote right before this was Shanker talking about how his analysis was in order to promote German superiority or whatever. Okay. So he's implying that the guy who wrote the textbook is agreeing that musical analysis was created and should be maintained as some sort of German superiority method, okay? Which is a fucking lie. It's a 100% lie. And let me go back to the quote for a second.
That's good. Carl Schachter continues, Shanker believed that it was altogether wrong in this last view. I'm not prepared to say.
Yeah. Read this up. Shanker believed that the aristocracy of some sort,
at least in cultural matters, if not also in political structure, would promote the selection and support of gifted individuals among who the rare geniuses might emerge. So Shanker didn't like democracy. Okay.
Yeah.
Again, if you
aristocracy.
If you think Shanker was some sort of white supremacist who agreed with Americans, he didn't. He thought America sucked and he didn't believe in democracy.
Do you think
Shanker,
Instagram is based on democratic principles, or do you think the algorithm is some kind of aristocracy?
It's a little both, I guess, because the algorithm is programmed by people, right? Democratically liking things.
Yeah, it seems democratic, definitely. Yeah.
Right.
There's the aristocracy is like, we pick this, you will like it. New York Times, top-down approach, right? The what is the blue church versus the red religion? Bottom up versus top down.
Right. So Shanker, in the section that this quote comes, he's talking about how Shanker is very anti-pop culture. He believes that the masses suck at producing art, which Adam probably agrees with because, he likes rubber. But
the masses? Well, hold on a second. Rubber is a product of the aristocracy. Like normal people don't like rubber. I understand that. I like it because
that's what Shanker is saying. Shanker says fine art is produced by the aristocracy, not the masses.
Yeah.
Okay. So
tired old shit.
Right. So then the author of the article, after explaining Shanker's anti-pop culture art ideology, then goes to talk about how Shanker believes that you need an elite class of snobs to produce art. Okay, you can't trust it to the people. And the author of the article then compares that to what's going on right now in America. And when this article was written, what was going on right then in America was that Republicans were trying to defund the National Endowment of the Arts.
Oh my God, it's all politics. It's always politics.
Right, but it's important that this is framed politically, as you'll see why. So what was going on at the time period was that primarily Republicans were trying to defund the National Endowment of the Arts because they were saying, oh, the National Endowment of the Arts is all a bunch of liberal coastal elitist snobs producing art for other elitist liberal coastal snobs, right? And the author of the article...
Which is very true, by the way, just so you know.
Which is probably true to some degree. The author of the article likes that art in America should be produced by elitist cultural...
Yeah, liberal elitist academic snobs.
Academic snobs, okay?
Yeah.
So the context, and then he goes on to say, the author of the article says he doesn't believe this is under Bush in America when this was written. Says he doesn't believe that populist anti-elitist society can produce and foster valuable artistic production. Okay. So he's taking a very coastal elitist liberal leftist perspective on this. So
Shanker is?
No, the guy who wrote the article about Shanker.
Okay.
Because obviously Shanker's dead. This
Shanker
article is written in 2002.
Shanker is a coastal elitist. Let's not beat around the bush here.
Well, he was a German coastal elitist, I guess. So what the guy who's writing this article is saying is that he agrees that there should be some, maybe he agrees. He's saying maybe he agrees. Okay. He's saying maybe he agrees that in terms of art, that there should be a bunch of elitist schnobs who dictate what is fine, high art, because he doesn't want a bunch of lowly Republican populists, the masses, are not capable of producing art.
Those masses are unwashed. You got to put the unwashed in there,
right?
Because, reasons.
Right. So that's the only thing that this statement is saying. However, Adam Neely dishonestly makes it sound like the author of the article is signing off on all of Shanker's German supremacist, bigoted, racist ideas, which he explicitly doesn't and talks about at length in the article that Adam Neely is quoting.
Hilarious. He didn't read the whole article.
He even if you read up to this point, it's very clear that the guy doesn't agree with Shanker's racism.
That's so sketchy. Why do people do that? Why do they do that?
It's super sketchy. It's super sketchy. And then literally it gets even sketchier because the literal next line after this quote is the author of the article criticizing Shanker, saying that he's naive for thinking that Shanker is naive for thinking that Shanker could create some objective criteria to measure genius in people. So so the author of the article is literally agreeing with Adam Neely, and Adam Neely still takes him out of context to try to make him look like some sort of white supremacist.
Yeah, to throw him under the bus. I'm telling you.
Very shameful, Adam Neely. Very shameful.
Wait a second. Schachter agrees with Shanker. Are music theorists... Is music theory like a...
Look at that. He totally acts it out. He's like, oh.
He did.
This is like the... Is Satan everywhere? That's the way he totally played it off, isn't it?
Yep.
Oh my God. Are all politicians lizard people?
Well, it's like if I cut it off right before I say like the racist, that makes it seem more impactful, more powerful.
Oh, he's got it. He's got it good.
I cannot speak the secret language, the truth.
Our roots are white supremacist.
And then he just comes out and say it. He's like, I don't want to say this nonsense. Let me get this crazy guy to say it.
Well, it's interesting. You'll notice that no one in this video has ever defined what white supremacy means.
Oh yeah. Well, they changed it now, so everything is white supremacist. Technically, we're all white supremacists now, because it's if you're embedded in a society, you're embedded in whiteness. I don't believe any of this crap, but obviously, that's the thing, yeah.
But I'm just saying, like the entire point of the video hinges on this definition of white supremacy, and it's never defined or explained.
Yeah,
what they're talking about.
But they mean it. It's funny now. It's kind of guilty until proven innocent now, because when you have this structural idea that everything is white supremacist and just participating in a society that's founded on white supremacy makes you a white supremacist. But we will forgive your white supremacy if you just have the right politics.
If you say the right things, believe the right things, right? No, it's totally guilty until proven innocent.
We have created racist policies based on that simple racist idea that whites are superior.
Dr. Ewell is not the first person to suggest that ignoring Shanker's racist ideas is not an option. Leon Botstein would also say in his essay,
Shanker's notion of superior culture as an instrument for civilizing the rest of the world, when placed in the context of such forceful prejudices and contempt, demands scrutiny.
Oh my God.
So make an argument about why Shanker's theories about music can't be separated and shouldn't be taught. Don't just say other people agree. That doesn't mean anything.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
This is
do
a
some of that.
44-minute video, Adam. You had plenty of time to go into this.
Well, he's saying it right there. Demand scrutiny. Give us some scrutiny. Come on.
Yeah, give us some
What's
scrutiny.
your argument?
I have taught Shankerian analysis. I know it.
Oh.
White
Bigot.
supremacist. Yeah.
Right. Very well. Always got A's, always liked it. And I completely shoved it all under the carpet for my career. That was a bitter pill for me.
Wait, he said he was always liked it.
Think of how hard
He said he always liked it.
He said he's. Well, hold on, but he said it was teaching it was a bitter pill. He did it for his career because he's embedded in white supremacy. He's like, you know,
there you go.
he's practically, you know, running the trains to Auschwitz here. Seriously, he's saying, you know, I had to do it, man.
Yep.
it is. I know it very well.
Context of such forceful prejudices and
you went way
contempt
too far.
demands scrutiny.
No, right here. It's here.
I have taught Shankerian analysis. I know it very well. Always got A's, always liked it. And I completely shoved it all under the carpet for my career. That was a bitter pill for me to swallow. Think of how hard it is for someone to swallow who's invested way more than I have. And there are many. The people who have...
It's like the guy who, like the Nazi guy that discovers he's Jewish. He's like, oh my God. Or Chappelle's black white supremacist. Oh, what? I'm black? Oh my God.
Devoted their careers, their energy, their, toil.
In his paper, in this professor's paper, he has this very interesting part at the end where he talks about his personal experience for some reason. And he talks about how his father had this idea that was very much like, you should assimilate to Western American society and you should just do the things that make you successful in that society. You should emulate that instead of trying to sort of retain or appear some of like your own cultural aspects. And Professor Ewell has this complete disagreement with his father about this. So I'm just saying a lot of this seems like this weird personal daddy issue drama.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
playing out
you're really
in the field
going
of music.
You're going to the daddy issues. Sitch is unstoppable today.
He decided to put that in his paper. I wouldn't look
The
for
daddy
it. It was in his
issues?
paper.
I
He
know,
didn't-
exactly.
He didn't. I don't know why he included it because to me it just kind of dismantles a lot of his argument emotionally.
When I'm working on my academic paper, I try to keep the daddy issues out of there. So.
Well, it's funny that you say that because critical race theory is all about the opposite. It's all about literally putting narratives and personal stories into your academic papers. So.
Autoethnography, right?
Right.
Hold on. So this is where I feel like music students can be drawn to the idea of this. Idea of getting rid of figured-based analysis in music education. Because, like he said, the moment you finish it, you pretty much throw your classical analysis. You pretty much throw it out.
Right.
It doesn't help you with contemporary music. It doesn't help you with jazz music. But should we throw it out because and maybe learn less of it because it's antiquated and only uses one genre, or because there's race involved?
And not even race in it, but race in the guy who made it.
Exactly. So, I feel like you want to go. You're holding your music theory textbook, and you're like, I hate this. Yeah, let's get rid of it. But then you kind of got to take a step further and say, why should we get rid of it? Define why. Well, because it's old. Because I'm not going to use this in my professional career when composing a contemporary music. I want to play metal music or something. I'm not going to use my classical music analysis. So maybe that's why we should learn less of it. And I want to agree with that. So you're drawn to it. Like, yeah, I hate this textbook. This guy's talking what I want to hear. But then you're like, wait a minute. No, the reason you want to get rid of it is not because it's old and antiquated and doesn't really affect professional career, but because it's the guy who made it is incredibly racist. I don't. That's what gets me.
Right. They sneak it. They draw you in, and they sneak a premise in there that you weren't agreeing with, kind of trick you. It's almost like Hitler. We're gonna make a Hitler comparison.
Oh my God.
We're gonna go there. No, but
Godwin's
seriously, 'cause
Law right here.
we're gonna
pulling
do it.
it out.
Hey, they started it. These fuckers started.
Oh, I know they've been talking about Hitler for 40 minutes.
Yeah. No, but it's true, because you think about it. What does Hitler do? Okay, how does he rise to power? He comes in and he points to all real problems, right, that are affecting German society. This is after
and
World
blames
War
them
I.
on the Jews.
Right. This is after World War One. Germany's hit with rampant inflation. The country is very poor. Everyone in the country is very upset. They feel very degraded by losing the First World War, et cetera, et cetera. So then Hitler comes in. He points to all these real problems. And then once you're on, and you agree, and all the Germans are agreeing with him, like, yes, these are real problems. Yes, the German people are awesome. Yes, we were wrongfully dealt a bad hand in World War One, blah, blah, blah. And then when he has you, he sneaks the racialized premise right in there. He goes, it's because of the Jews.
Yeah.
Sneaks it right in there to get you on board.
The
And it's kind of
answer.
similar, because it's just
It
what you were
is.
saying. You agree with all these with this idea that, like, oh yeah, the textbook sucks, we're learning a bunch of bullshit, and then he just sneaks in this racial theory framework in there without really giving any proof for it whatsoever. Sneaks it right in there as a scapegoat.
The problem, it's the white people. It's all the white people.
And it is, again, and it's hilarious because if Shanker is Jewish, okay, he's Jewish German, and if he had lived like 5 more years,
Oh my
okay,
God, yes.
He
He
would
would have
have-
had a very different outlook on things.
he would have had a very different outlook on everything. And I think here's another dark thing. I'm pretty sure his wife and many of his students were literally killed in concentration camps.
That fucking sucks.
So the guy who's promoting this German superiority, ethnic German superiority complex, if he had lived a couple extra years, would realize that he was being prejudiced against because he was Jewish and not considered
Yeah.
true German. Okay.
Oh God, that would have
And-
killed him. He's like the super German guy, and they're like, "Nah, you're not German." What?
Exactly. And so then for Yule and Adam Neely to kind of act, they're going to first erase his his Jewish identity, and they're going to erase his German identity and pretend like he has this white identity is just so dishonest.
Yeah, sad.
To a field, don't want to see it.
But Sitchy's academic papers don't write themselves. You got to make up some shit. Come on.
That's true.
We're all
That's
trying to get
point.
ahead here.
Uprooted. They don't want to see their work undone. It's very difficult for that person to look into a mirror and say, race exists, whiteness exists, we've been rooted in pushing whiteness, and whiteness has had the leg up this whole time. And there have been other non-white groups who have been greatly disadvantaged.
Part 6 minor. No, really, music theory is really racist. I interviewed Dr. Yule back in
Moment of silence for your sanity.
I mean, just what Yule was saying. It's like, yeah, I think everyone agrees that obviously white people had a leg up historically in American society. Like, no one is disagreeing with that. But then what you have to provide evidence for is that the notion that American society in modern times is pushing whiteness, whatever the fuck that even means. He hasn't even defined what whiteness means. I don't even know. Maybe he's using some weird definition of whiteness. That American society is pushing whiteness on the people via music theory and via all aspects of culture. He just says it like we're supposed to just accept it.
I honestly think all this comes out of the narrative of the 2016 election. I don't remember there being like massive talks about white supremacy and all that when Obama was president. I don't remember any of this being like whiteness, white fragility. Was any of that during the Obama presidency?
Well,
am I wrong here?
I think you're right, but all these theories of whiteness and white racial framing and white fragility,
They've been in academia, but they haven't gone mainstream.
Right, but so I think you're right. I think that 2016 election, Trump winning kind of pushed a lot of people to push their crazy academic theories public, and it allowed
Well, I
Trump's
think they
rhetoric
grabbed
allowed
on.
people to agree it with it.
I think they grabbed onto those theories as a way to post hoc rationalize this narrative that they established. They established a narrative in the 2016 election that anyone who voted for Donald Trump is a racist, white supremacist. And since Donald Trump ended up winning and there were, 63 million Americans voted for him, they had to start justifying that narrative that they began. And the way that they did that was all those people are white supremacists. We're swimming in whiteness and white supremacy. Well, that's a tough argument to make. Well, here comes some academics to help you make that argument.
No, I think that's very, very plausible.
Yeah.
'Cause,
So that's the reason
remember-
why it went mainstream.
Right. No, I think you could be right, because if you guys remember, after 2016, so many people, especially the media, was in shell shock as to how
Totally,
Trump
how they
could
got
have
it
won,
completely
because it was
wrong.
predicted
Yeah.
that it was all predicted that he was going to lose in this huge landslide victory to Hillary, and they were just shell shocked at how he could win. And so maybe that's exactly what happened. They sought out some explanation and they landed on the racial one.
Yeah. So sad. What are
Very
they going to
sad.
do in 2020?
I don't know. I don't know.
Dude, did you hear about Biden's, I guess, pee in his drawers on the reg? Have you heard this?
Wait, what? No.
Yeah, there's a thing going around on Reddit about how they're talking about what depends are make the least amount of sound in the pants.
Oh, yeah, okay. Is there any proof to this, or is this just...
Someone's gonna pull his pants down.
Oh,
Come on, this is 2020.
Gotcha.
Someone's gonna someone's gonna pants him on the
God.
campaign trail. You know that's coming. You heard it here first. Prediction.
There you go.
Prediction time.
Early July, and since that interview took place, there has been some, shall we say, music theory that has happened. After his speech at SMT,
So he just used music theory as a synonym for racist or racism. Just to be clear.
the Journal of Shankerian Studies at the University of North Texas published.
Oh my God, he has his own journal.
He's got his own journal. Obviously,
journal
they're
is-
biased in favor of Shanker. Obviously.
How 17 readers, 14 subscriptions.
The journey of Shankerian musical analysis in Texas, Adam. This is a very widely read, widely
I can't. It's got to be
elite
Austin.
publication. Okay.
It's got to be Austin, Texas. There's no way. There's no way that shit's going on in Houston.
This is very important mainstream publication.
15 papers in a symposium response that Dr. Ewell was not invited to participate in. Now, some of the
I wonder why. He's a massive racist. Why would you want him at your conference?
Well, it's funny because apparently that's they're claiming that's not true. They're claiming that they invited him and he chose to not come. So
Oh, really?
yes.
these papers were.
What was his reasoning?
Well, no, Ewell's saying he wasn't invited, and the journal saying
really?
they invited him and he never responded. So
Oh,
who knows?
sent it to the wrong email address.
Half-assed, to say the least. One was just a short paragraph, and one was somehow published anonymously, which is strange.
So his critique is that this is a short paragraph. So first of all, it's so funny. I actually found this fucking journal. Okay. And I found the responses. And it's like over 100 pages. So his complaint is that one guy didn't want to just regurgitate and reiterate what everyone else said. He just added a very short little part. So this is
He's like,
bad.
this is what you missed right here in your 100-page analysis.
Yeah. And also talk about cherry picking. Okay. There's hundreds of pages of analysis. Okay. There's over, I think there's like 15 or so different responses. And he's going to pick the one that's a paragraph and say, see, this is the type of critique against Professor Ewell by
Yeah.
the racist.
They used white paper. Very racist.
One was just a short paragraph, and one was somehow published anonymously, which is strange because, just ask any teacher if that's enough to get a passing grade on an assignment. You're going to need to write your name on it, and you're going to need...
This is
I'm assuming
very
it's
weird. complaint.
I'm assuming it's published anonymously because of cancel culture. Am I correct?
Well, let's think
I'm
about
just going to
this.
guess. Yeah.
So this happened last year, 2019.
Oh
Okay.
my God.
Why would
course.
someone publish an anonymous response to a black person saying
Yeah.
that some aspect of music theory is racist?
Yeah. Of course that's going to be anonymous. Oh my God.
And it's
Adam
so
Neely.
funny.
Is he one of these cancel culture isn't real guys? I'm curious.
He must be. He must be because, and Adam talks about this later in the video. One of the people who wrote a response to this to Professor Ewell, guess what happened to them?
Oh, they lost their job? They got fired?
The cancel culture mob is trying to get them fired from
Oh,
their teaching position.
I never
Okay?
would have guessed, Sitch. Not in a
Wow,
million
I
billion
know.
years. That's something people do?
But what a bad person for being anonymous. Oh, terrible.
Yeah.
Terrible.
But obviously smart. Yeah, that
Yes.
guy's like, first of all, there's the fact that he came up with 100 pages of analysis on this stuff. I mean, and of course he's smart enough to keep his name off it.
Need to probably write more than one paragraph.
Of course, Adam Neely doesn't know that because he's on the right side of the argument, the one with all the
Of course.
power, all the whiteness and all the power. I'll let you guys put
Isn't
that
it
one together.
amazing that in our country that is dominated by white supremacy and white power and all this other shit, if that's the case, then how come it is that all the people that are supposedly racist have to continually hide their racism?
Yeah,
and
hide
use
their
dog
identity.
whistles
Yeah.
and hide their identity and blah blah blah. Like, why is the white supremacy not helping them? I don't
But
understand.
Donald Trump is president. You don't understand, Sitch. You will
Oh, of
never
course.
understand this stuff. White
Right.
supremacy's everywhere.
I got you.
Probably the worst offender in laziness, though, comes from a professor at the University of North Texas.
And so right now, Adam Neely and Professor Ewell are basically perpetuating white nationalist ideas on YouTube by
They
promoting
are,
the
yeah.
by promoting the idea of a unified white European culture.
Mhm.
And that's allowed as long as it's in the framework of saying white bad.
Yeah.
But I'm supposed to believe that there's a white supremacy culture in America that's dominating every aspect of life.
Yeah. As they're deplatforming everyone who's just
Right.
they've targeted as a white supremacist without any evidence.
Right.
Named Timothy Jackson, who quotes at length from the Wikipedia article on misogyny in rap music for some reason. I guess because Dr. Ewell isn't white. Accuses Dr. Ewell.
Well, you guys, one of the reasons I like rap music is for the misogyny, but I don't know about you guys.
So it's so funny because so this is the guy that they're trying to get fired, Timothy Jackson. Okay.
Oh my God, it's hilarious.
So talk about the hypocrisy and the irony right here. He just criticized someone for being anonymous. Then he immediately jumps to the guy who they're trying to
after
get
the
fired.
guy.
And not only is he talking about him, but he plasters his face and name like all over the video and shows where he
Total
works. Okay.
Cancel culture move. Yeah, exactly.
Right. And then on top of it, it's so bad because he takes literally everything this guy says completely out of context in the most
Oh my
uncharitable, dishonest way. So
Oh my God.
and this is so funny because I read Timothy Jackson's entire response. It's like 10 pages or so.
Mhm.
And it's so funny because his first point is totally destroys the entire narrative of Ewell and Adam Neely. His first point is that guess what? Shanker's work was banned and destroyed in Nazi Germany because Shanker was Jewish. Okay.
Oh my God. That's like paragraph 1, probably.
Right. So the idea that Shanker's promoting this magical white supremacy when his own work was literally destroyed by the Nazis.
Yeah.
Never brought up, never
This-
talked about. Okay.
This is academic squabble right here. This is like, you didn't invite me to your conference. You're a racist now.
Right. And Timothy Jackson's the one I told you about who said he was warned outside of New York that it would be difficult for him to get a job in the 80s because there wasn't enough Jews in academia to care about Shanker analysis.
Oh my God. This is crazy.
And so Timothy Jackson asked why in Ewell's paper that this whole white racial frame theory is applied uncritically to Shanker when Shanker is Jewish and would not even be considered white by many time periods of American and German history. And that's never brought up. And it's never brought up that Jews were constantly suffering at the hands of bigotry of white people. Never brought up in the white racial frame that Ewell was talking about. And the section, and this is so weird. So Adam Neely is like, let me go back a second.
Write
Yeah,
more
there
than
was
one
some.
paragraph.
What was that
Probably
salacious
the
stuff he had on there? He was talking about.
Well,
worst
we'll
defending
get
the
into that
laziness,
right
though,
now.
comes from a professor at the University of North Texas named Timothy Jackson, who quotes at length from the Wikipedia article on misogyny in rap music.
Okay. He quotes at length from the Wikipedia article on misogyny in rap music.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So first of all, this is a lie. He doesn't quote at length. Unless maybe he meant like length because it's like a paragraph footnote. Because he only quotes Wikipedia once. When I hear someone say quote at length, that to me makes me think that they quoted Wikipedia a bunch
Multiple
of times.
times, yeah.
Right. Which he does not do. And he also doesn't explain the point of the quotation whatsoever.
Mm-hmm.
So the context of this entire section that he doesn't talk about is that Timothy Jackson is claiming that Professor Ewell is invoking what you were talking about, Adam, is invoking anti-Semitic tropes by using Jews as scapegoats and combining them into white racial framing of music theory. And then now Jackson does something which I wouldn't have done, okay? And I don't necessarily agree with, but this is what Professor Ewell is doing, so maybe it's fair game.
Dude, it's a woke off. I can't believe it.
So Timothy Jackson then goes up and talks about how Professor Ewell is not only invoking this anti-Semitic trope, but he's also invoking an American historic black anti-Semitic trope. Then he goes and he quotes sources that talk about how there's a historical anti-Semitism among the black community.
Oh my God.
And in that section, he talks about how this anti-Semitism is shown itself in various aspects of what is considered quote unquote black culture. And one of those things where the anti-Semitic ideas show are in some rap lyrics. And the horrible Wikipedia quotation is literally just an article listing those rap lyrics that Timothy Jackson is claiming are anti-Semitic.
Oh my God.
That's it. He's literally just it's a footnote that's quoting fucking rap lyrics.
Didn't we
That's
just do a video on the black Israelites being anti-Semitic? I feel like we talked about that for 8 hours.
We did. Yeah, we did the whole thing with Nick Cannon and the
Yeah,
whole,
exactly.
he was being super anti-Semitic, and it was very interesting to see. Now, obviously, there was lots of people in the black community, or not black, but that were black, that were rightfully calling Nick Cannon racist and anti-Semitic. But there was also people that were black that were totally fine with it, and they were not deplatformed from Twitter or called horrible bigots. So
yeah. We don't like deplatforming. Don't deplatform anyone.
No. But this is what's so annoying, because he takes this section completely with no context to make it look like Jackson is quoting Wikipedia, so he's an idiot, and B, why is he bringing up rap? Is it because the professor is black? He must be racist, assuming that the professor likes rap music.
I'm so glad that you gave the context, because you will get none of that actually watching the video. Like, he drones on and on about how this, even in college, they told me, quoting Wikipedia, obviously you can't quote Wikipedia. It says right on the website, don't quote Wikipedia. It's like, but so are you saying the rap music lyrics are incorrect? Like, is it okay just to cite the rap music lyrics? Come on.
Some reason, I guess, because Dr. Ewell isn't white, accuses Dr. Ewell of black anti.
He totally makes it seem like, because he's black, he has to like rap music, right?
Right. No, but see, this is the part. He's saying, Ewell scapegoating of Shanker and Shankarians, and the Shankarian analysis occurs in the much larger context of black on Jew attacks in the United States. Over a quarter of a century ago, a detailed scholarly article was published on African-American anti-Semitism in refereed social science journals, blah, blah, blah. Now, again,
well, no, they blurred this part out, because this is where the guy's making sense. He's like, well, I can't put that on screen because someone will point straight to it and go, look, that actually makes a lot of sense.
Now, I wouldn't have brought this up because I don't know how relevant it is to the conversation, but if Yule's bringing up all this racial components and shit, I guess it's only fair for someone to counter it with more racial component bullshit.
It's a woke off. I love it. No, come on. This
So-
is great. You're racist against blacks. You're racist against Jews. Let them
Exactly.
fight. Celebrity
Exactly.
deathmatch.
Anti-Semitism, and also of not bringing blacks up to standard, and also patronizingly dismissing.
Okay. Again, there's no context.
I know. He's uninterested in
whatsoever.
bringing blacks up
Okay,
to standard.
so
he
let's
did
read-
capitalize blacks, though, so he's got
Right.
some woke points there, right?
Well, but first of all, the first thing you notice that standard is in quotes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
That
yeah, it
means-
is. Good catch.
Yes. So let's read the whole paragraph. It says, why then are there okay, so the context of this is that Professor Yule argues in his paper that the reason there aren't more black students and black professors involved in classical musical theory is because classical musical theory is racist and part of white supremacy,
Right.
blah, 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 blah. Right. So the response to that is, why then are there so few black professors of music theory in American institutions, or American universities? Is it because of a conspiracy by racist Shankarians practicing their inherently racist analytical methodology, as Yule would have us believe? Of course, I understand full well that you will only attack Shanker as a pretext to introduce his main argument that liberalism is a racist conspiracy to deny rights to people of color, which is part of critical race theory.
Oh,
That
my
liberalism-
God. It's
yes,
a
it's true.
huge part.
Okay, so that's all not talked about. And then also before we carry on, because I don't think they talk about it at all, Timothy Jackson talks about why there aren't more blacks involved in classical music theory, and he says it's because financial reasons, and also because for whatever reason, he's saying that kids who generally get involved in classical music have to grow up in a household that values classical music. And it's the
Costly
cost-
signaling.
it's a
Costly signaling theory.
It's a cost signaling, yes. But anyway, so he says,
You have to know what to say at the cocktail parties, and those black kids don't go to a lot of cocktail parties, so they don't give a fuck about this classical music. I'm noticing here he says, on the contrary, which usually means the direct opposite of what was just said here is coming.
yeah, no, exactly. So anyway, he continues and says, where's I have a little picture open. Okay, he says, he is uninterested in bringing blacks up to, quote, standard so they can compete. On the contrary, and then we don't see, but what it says after that is, he is claiming that those very standards are in themselves racist, and that African Americans have the right to embrace their own culture as precious. Examples would be rap music, hip hop, etc., and study and teach it in universities so that the products of the, quote, defective, quote, racist white culture, i.e. classical music, can be shunted aside. Okay. So he also puts racist and defective in quotes too. So it's very obvious from the context. He's saying standard, like ironically, he's saying this is Yule's view of standard. That's why it has quotes in there. Okay. He's not saying that he actually thinks that Yule is that he believes that there's some sort of white standard going on that blacks aren't being upheld to. It's literally the opposite of what he's saying.
Definitely. The on the contrary is a huge red flag.
Right.
Dismisses the work of black musicians.
We can listen to their music with pleasure, even if they aren't the supreme geniuses on the level of the greatest classical composers.
Okay.
Who said that?
Again.
Where'd that come from?
Again, he gives this quote, sounds super racist, okay? Says, we can certainly listen to their music with pleasure, even if they're not the supreme geniuses on the level of very great classical composers. So the full quote is, as for black composers, they've had to have overcome unbelievable prejudice and hardships, yet there have been many talented and technically competent black composers in the past 100 years. Okay? We can certainly listen to their music with pleasure, even if they're not the quotation marks, which were left out.
Oh, no
supreme
way.
Geniuses.
Oh, my God. He left the quotes out.
He left
Holy
the quotes out on the
shit.
level of the very greatest classical
Dude,
composers.
that is
The
completely
reason-
dishonest.
Right.
Fake news. Fake news. This is
And
totally
look,
fake news.
It's possible that Adam Neely didn't understand because he read this quickly and he's guided by his prejudice and blah, blah, blah. The reason Supreme Geniuses is in quotes is because he's referencing Shanker's version of Supreme Geniuses, okay?
Yeah.
He's not saying he agrees that black composers aren't supreme geniuses. He's mocking and deriding Shanker and Yule at
Totally.
the same time by quoting Supreme Geniuses.
How dare you try to make your paper entertaining?
I know. And then right after that, Timothy says, one of the cruelest things in Yule's agenda is his dismissal of the works of black classical composers as irrelevant. They are the people who suffer the most from ideologues, that is racism.
Yeah.
So,
wow. Maybe he
this is
didn't know how to
very
put a
dishonest.
quote within a quote. Maybe that's
There
why
you
he
go.
just didn't know how to
Maybe that was
grammatically
the
do it
problem.
correctly.
Yeah, maybe
Why
that was
didn't he just pull it from the paper? It seems a little dishonest here because he did highlight the paper, screenshots of the paper in the other ones.
Yeah, you're right. Well, no, you can see, here's the picture.
Oh,
you can see.
he does do the
Supreme
Supreme
Geniuses
Genius.
in
Yeah.
quotes.
There you
Okay,
go.
those quotes mean something. That's the
Yeah.
wink. That's the wink, guys.
Work of black musicians.
We can listen to their music with pleasure even if they aren't the supreme geniuses on the level of the greatest classical composers.
So when you were talking about your English class and how they deride you for not for actually quoting Wikipedia, did they say anything about quoting things incorrectly to make an ideological point that's inconsistent with reality? Did your
Right.
English teacher talk to you about that at all? I'm curious.
Right.
Seems like they
No.
would be like floored with what you're doing right here.
Yes.
It's mostly an unhinged racist tirade, but more importantly, this guy
Unhinged racist tirade. Okay.
Listen to that. Listen to that. Which ways? What do you mean? Racist is in calling the other guy out for being anti-Semitic?
Yep.
I quoted from Wikipedia, like at length. I don't even do that, and I make YouTube videos. Seriously, check the sources in the link in the description. They're
Oh, your sources are great. What we have a problem with is that you left the quotation marks out of the video here.
Right, and you constantly take people's statements out of context to make them seem like they're racist.
Yeah.
Yep.
All your notes in the description box don't make up for lying by omission or lying
No.
by changing the context.
There are a lot of them, and none of them are Wikipedia. Like, not to belabor this point, but
This must be a white privilege thing because this guy looks like a straight white male. Like he's definitely pulling the privilege out.
Well, it's so. I mean, this really shows how bullshit the counter argument is, because this is total straw man like bullshit. He brings up people's countering Yule's claims, and he doesn't actually go over any of their criticisms. He just
But
harps
he's
on.
friends with Yule though. Come
He's
on,
like,
he hangs out with
This
him.
one guy wrote something that was short. This one guy was anonymous. This one guy I'm going to take out of context to be racist. And he quoted Wikipedia. It's like, why don't you actually address their critique if you're
Why
being
don't you
honest?
invite him on and interview him, like so that we can get some real action going here? Sorry, I
Yes,
interrupted
we should see
you.
the Yule. We should see
Yeah.
the Yule Timothy battle.
Where do we get? Can we get a hold of this Timothy guy? Come on, he's never been on a podcast. No one ever invites some music theory.
Right.
He's dying to tell his story. Come on, he wrote 100 pages.
can you imagine citing Wikipedia?
I think we could milk some YouTube drama out of this sitch. We got to reach out to this guy. Come on.
Okay,
This guy can
we'll
be
do
on
it.
our show. Let's do it.
Let's do it.
Let's have Captain do it because he's like a music guy. He can woo this guy over. Come on, Captain.
Convince him.
We like
Invent your
drama.
theories.
We like drama. We're YouTubers. We want to dredge up some
You know
dirt
what,
here.
but- No, but actually, we should do that. We should talk. We should.
We
see if we can
should.
get Timothy Jackson to
Tell his part of the
respond to these
story.
allegations of racism.
Yeah, totally. We reach out to him, tell him these people are calling you racist. We think they're anti-Semitic. Why don't you come on and bury these people? Here, we'll help you dig the hole.
In a term paper.
Is that bad? I mean, metaphorical hole, you guys. just so you know.
Metaphorically,
Don't go digging any holes. We're talking metaphor here.
No.
Or a thesis or dissertation. Like, does your teacher let you do that? Like, no, you don't. You don't do.
Does your teacher let you quote out of context and totally make up lies about people on the internet? Yes, I'm a YouTuber.
Yes, that's allowed.
Do that, dude.
Dude, and then he throws a dude in
Dude.
there. No,
Dude.
dude, that's dude. Cancel culture's not real.
Cancel culture's a real dude.
Why the hell would we take you seriously? People were pissed and
We're taking you seriously, Timothy. Look us up.
Yeah.
signed a letter that Timothy Jackson.
Actually, we got to check it out first because Timothy might be doing collabs with Nick Fuentes. We don't want to get in too much trouble here.
You gotta make sure. Well, considering how much he was going on about the Judaism, I don't think he's doing collabs with Nick Fuentes.
Oh, okay, good.
Should probably be held to the same level of academic competence that high schoolers are, and also
listen to this guy throwing shade.
But wait a minute. He's saying that people trying to get Timothy fired, it's not because of cancel culture. No, it's because he cited Wikipedia, and they're just trying to uphold him to that level of academic rigor.
Does this Adam Neely guy know that he is massively lying here, or does someone else write his YouTube script?
I couldn't tell you.
Maybe not be such a racist douchebag. Personally, to Dr.
Now he's calling him a racist douchebag. Whoa.
Yep.
Whoa. Way to pull out the anti-Semitism.
Buell. And for some reason,
this guy needs not Nick Fuentes, but Nick Cannon collabs, man. He's like,
there you go.
Fox News decided that this would be.
Oh no, Fox News got him. Fox News already interviewed. Damn it. Music faculty in Texas College stokes ire for suggesting music theory isn't white supremacist. Oh my God.
That is what happened.
I know, it's an accurate headline. What is it? Why is he showing this?
Be part of the culture war now, as well as the National Review, who described.
Oh, he's just doing it because of culture war.
Well, he's saying, this was interesting. He's saying that his position and that Yule's position, that this is white racial framing, white supremacy, is not part of the culture war, but disagreeing with it is part of the culture war.
Mm-hmm.
How the fuck does that make any sense?
Yeah, I thought the whole idea that the world is a white supremacist place is like the biggest portion of the culture war. It's like the narrative the left is trying to establish. They don't have like any evidence for it, which is part of the problem. So they have to turn to all these crazy academic theorist papers because every time they dig into actual evidence, real world evidence, they come up short.
Timothy Jackson's paper as
serious critique of that scholar's work based on archival research within his highly specialized field and after lifelong study of Shanker specifically and music theory more generally.
Again.
Oh, look, he's laughing. He's so
well. He's saying, "Oh, how dare they say it's a serious critique because he quoted Wikipedia, even though I didn't explain why he quoted Wikipedia and what the context was."
Yeah. So, oh man, this is evil.
It's very
like Dr. Evil
snaky.
stuff.
Yes, it's very sleazy.
Yeah. I'm kind of wondering because isn't part of critical race theory that white people are sneaky? I don't know. Like maybe they're talking about this guy. We're not sneaky.
There you go, Adam.
We're laying all our cards
playing
out on
into
the table.
Stereotype. Oh, terrible.
Well, I'm trying to.
I'm sorry, Adam Neely.
Yeah, he's playing into the stereotype.
Yes.
I'm trying to say, like the critical race theory will say, all white people are evil, sneaky bastards because Adam Neely's an evil, sneaky bastard.
Right.
No, it's not all white people. It's just Adam Neely, guys. Come on.
Wikipedia, the very first thing that you see.
Well, here he goes on. His evidence. Yeah. Wikipedia.
When you type in, is Wikipedia a reliable source, is Wikipedia telling you that it is not a reliable source.
Wikipedia got the rap lyrics wrong. Uh-oh.
Man, Timothy Jackson, you're just killing it, dude.
Boy, he really hates Timothy Jackson, man.
Yep.
Well, he's hanging out with the other guy. Yule is his boy. Yule is his pet.
But it's a good tactic, okay? He's going to say, okay, I need to create a human face for the opposition.
Totally.
And someone I could easily label as racist and stupid.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. This Timothy guy doesn't seem totally stupid, though. I don't know.
No.
I mean, he studied music theory, which is a point against him, but we'll look past that for now. Sorry, I'm just kidding, Captain. I'm joking around.
I'm not kidding.
Just
that
joking around.
What kind of dumb idiot?
Well, it could have been worse. He could have studied art.
That's true. He could have studied film and could have made YouTube videos like a dumbass.
Okay, now we're all.
I thought all the races were were beautiful and equal and should be appreciated. But then I went to college and studied music theory.
Oh my God, they got you.
It made you racist, is what you're saying.
They converted you.
I heard the quote where blacks have to, you got to raise blacks up to standards so they can compete, which I'm like, oh my God.
Oh,
He said he heard the quote. He didn't read it. So someone said that he didn't actually read any of the responses.
Of course he didn't. Are you? Come on. He would be too triggered, dude. He'd be in the bathtub, like running his head under the faucet if he read that.
Right.
What? Serious critique of my ideas? Oh my God, I can't take this. I need to talk to my therapist for a month.
Right.
And none of these people can take criticism. Dude, these are the fragilest people in the world.
You couldn't even say that in like 1970.
So the unfortunate side.
Oh my God. So bad. So bad. I'm so triggered by this video.
Side effect of the cartoonish levels of racism coming out of the University of North Texas this month is that this whole.
And also, do you see how he said that? He said the cartoonish levels of racism coming out of the University of North Texas. So he's labeling the entire institute as racist.
Because he's trying to cancel him, of course.
Exactly. He's trying to pressure them into firing this one guy.
Yeah. This video is cancel
criticizing
culture.
a guy just right before for daring to be anonymous.
Yeah. 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 Oh my
insane.
God. These people are all id.
I know.
There's a great video on cancel culture. I don't know if we should do it. It's Dr. Grande. I don't know if you watch his videos, but he just fucking lays cancel culture out as like a sadistic, evil, sadist mob.
Right. No, that's very true.
It's hard to argue that they're not. Like, this is pure sadism. Like, the idea that you're going after this guy and it's totally okay because he's white. Guess what, dude? That's fucking racism.
Right. Well, they're saying he's racist. He's the racist, so it's okay to attack him.
You don't think they're targeting this guy because the white equals racist?
Well, if he wasn't white and he said everything he said, I don't know.
He would none of it. Yeah,
confused,
exactly.
right?
They
Be
would
very
none of it.
confused.
They wouldn't be going after it.
No.
They're like, look at this guy. This guy's the picture of whiteness. Look at him.
Right.
Schlubby, like middle-aged bald guy. Come on. They're targeting this guy. I feel bad for this guy. Like, seriously, I hope he's got tenure. But in this day and age, tenure doesn't even protect you from these mobs.
Right. Right.
Turned into a referendum on Heinrich Shanker, who, one, you probably just heard of today, and two...
Did he say Heimlich Shanker?
Wait. This is important. This is super dishonest.
I'm
Again,
sorry.
The level of dishonesty is baffling. Towards
I'll
the end of
back
this
it
video.
up a little bit here.
North Texas.
You couldn't even say that in like 1970.
So the unfortunate side effect of the cartoonish levels of racism coming out of the University of North Texas this month is that this whole thing has turned into a referendum on Heinrich Shanker, who, one, you probably just heard of today, and two, was just some racist anti-Semitic guy living in Europe at the turn of the 20th century, and let's be honest, he was not unique in that regard. The fact...
Okay. So there's lots to unpack in that statement. First of all, calling him anti-Semitic is
Yeah.
baffling.
Why don't they say racist Jewish anti-Semitic guy just to prove how ridiculous it is?
Right. And he wasn't racist. He was nationalistically bigoted. Maybe the problem is that there's not really a word for that so much in American culture at the moment. But so, first of all, him calling him anti-Semitic shows that he has very little understanding or familiarity with the Shanker guy, who apparently I did more research for the stream on Shanker than this guy did for this fucking video. So, kudos to you, Mr. How dare he quote Wikipedia? Oh, you did so much research on this fucking topic, you idiot. But so that aside, okay, this is where it's very dishonest. He says, oh, the unfortunate side effect of this terrible Timothy guy and these other people in Texas responding is that now the conversation has switched to Shanker, who's unimportant. This is so fucking dishonest because everything that Adam Neely is talking about comes directly from Yule's paper. Yule's paper is primarily about fucking Shanker. That's the entire point of it. He sets up the theory that he sets up the idea that music theory is part of this white racial framing, and his evidence for that is Shanker. The entire argument the linchpin of the argument is fucking Shanker. For him to pretend like it's so bad that they have to focus on Shanker is the height of fucking dishonesty, or shows that Adam Neely doesn't even understand what the fuck he's talking about.
Yeah, Yule was targeting Shanker in the paper. That's the whole
Yes,
like
that's why he's
genesis of
brought
this
up.
drama. Yes. Yeah. Crazy.
The fact that Fox News desperately wants to turn this into cancel culture run amok is just, it's just stupid.
Phil wants to quote unquote.
As he's literally participating in cancel culture. He's like,
No.
"Oh, darn."
How do these how are these people, how do they sleep at night? Like, I can't imagine trying to go after somebody for having a different opinion than me.
Right.
Like, I just can't imagine it. And to totally like fight dirty pool style through all this. Like, how do they sleep at night? I'm serious. It's so evil.
Well, while simultaneously pretending it doesn't exist.
Yeah.
Quote cancel Shanker. I don't, never said it, kind of said exactly the opposite at the end of my long article. Phil wants us to throw away Schubert and never play Schubert anymore. Nope, never said it, wouldn't say it. Schubert was a very interesting composer. I like quite a bit of his music. It's not about canceling anybody. It's about addressing difficult issues directly, forthrightly. We're going to talk about it openly. We're going to talk.
Then Adam Neely has done a terrible job explaining your ideas, because he really makes it sound like that they should cancel Shanker and they should cancel the Timothy guy and all these other people.
Yeah. And like to say that you're talking about this forthrightly is just offensive to the word forthrightly.
And I would say that is inherently dishonest to be like, I'm not saying we should cancel them. I'm just saying that this is all super racist and that it promotes white supremacy in the racial white framework of America. But I'm not saying we should not do it. Like, it's like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah.
Talk about white supremacy, the roots in white supremacy. I mean, that's a statement of fact. It's not under question.
Yeah.
Music theory.
Wait.
Yeah, that's totally.
Statement of fact. What is this statement of fact that he said?
He's saying that
rightly. We're going to talk about it openly. We're going to talk about white supremacy, the roots in white supremacy. I mean, that's a statement of fact. It's not.
So it's a statement of fact that music theory is rooted in
white supremacy. Yeah, that's the statement of fact that he's making.
Right. When you studied
citation needed.
When you studied music theory at Captain, did they talk about race at all?
Not in the slightest. They didn't. I mean, when we are sitting here and we're going through different analysis of different chords and harmonies and melodies and passing, leading, and all these things, it was never. It was never. This is the way white people analyze music, or this is the way.
Oh my God!
White people play music. It never. It was never a conversation of race came up.
Did they ever say in those theory classes that this is the only way or the best way to analyze all music?
They said, well, I would have to say that no, because they never analyzed any other genre of music with it. The only music that was studied was 18th century classical music, like he says in the beginning.
Right.
And I did have many conversations with classical players about how all classical music is superior, and jazz players about how all jazz music is simply the most superior genre.
Right.
But it was never, it's superior because of anything to do with the race connected to it.
Well, I think what's important is that the teachers, they never, like, if your teacher said, this is the way all music must be analyzed, this is the superior musical analysis, then you can say, okay, well, maybe that seems a little bigoted, but that didn't happen. That wasn't even brought up in class.
Yeah, all we analyzed was we only analyzed the music that the analysis was structured for.
Right.
We never took that analysis to other music to prove that it was bad, because that's dumb. You shouldn't do that. You can use another analysis system to prove that other music is genius.
Right.
Question.
Yeah.
Music theory is historically rooted in white supremacy. The music theorists said it themselves in the 19th century, quite openly. It wasn't.
Okay, that's racist, because the music theorist Shanker didn't say that. He said it was rooted in German supremacy. against the degenerate Americans and white Europeans and British and French people. So no.
The secret. It only became a secret when white supremacy became untenable in the mid-20th century. You couldn't be white supremacist anymore. It had to go underground.
Part 7 diminished.
See?
Coda. So where do we begin
Underground.
here?
Yeah.
Well, the first step is in acknowledging that music theory is profoundly Eurocentric and white racially framed, and we already kind of have done.
Wait, those are two very different things. Eurocentric and white racially framed.
Yeah, what is Eurocentric? I mean, they were all
Like, you
killing
could-
each other for 200 years.
Right. And again, it wouldn't even be from this video. I don't know how it is, but from what this video shows, it's not even Eurocentric. It's German-centric.
Yeah.
Done that. In the beginning of this video, I asked you to replace the phrase music theory in popular media with the harmonic style of 18th century European musicians, and hopefully that got your wheels turning a little bit. Now, sometimes people genuinely are not referring to that style when they say music theory, but more often than not, they actually are. There's nothing wrong with the harmonic style of 18th century European musicians. I like the music of Bach, it's a big part of me. That does not mean that it has to be the default. The music theory of Henrik Shanker also might be very useful in understanding the music of Bach and Mozart and Beethoven, and honestly, the musical notation looks freaking sweet. But that doesn't mean that his worldview has to be the default. And in fact, let's not adopt any of his worldview.
This is so this entire video is just because he doesn't like that it's called music theory instead of 18th century classical musical
That it's called music theory and not the analysis, and also that when you get to college, it's a required course to study this music.
Right.
Yeah, the syllabus.
He's saying that, you know, to try to make it in a more positive frame, that you should get there and you should study other types of analysis and other types. His problem is that when you get there, you have to study this. Even if you're a jazz kid, you don't give a shit about, you know, all of your figured bass and all this stuff, but you're still required to study it. But like, I would want to argue that that's pretty true amongst most subjects of college. When you get there, they force you to study things you don't have interest in. They believe it's important.
Right.
And maybe we could shrink the amount of study we do on 18th century classical music, because it could be too much. But should we I can, the problem is I can agree with some of those statements.
It just doesn't have to be framed racially.
It doesn't have to be framed racially, like, because we shouldn't minimize it because it's only studying one analysis in one type of music. We should minimize it because it's teaching white supremacy to college students. If we could just take that section out, take all of the race out and say it's not as useful and it only studies one style of music, it can't be applied to contemporary music, then all these music students are going to be on so on board and be like, yeah, I hated studying that. It's useless. It would jump on board so much easier.
It would be like if, you know, because in English class, there's an overemphasis on Shakespeare, I would argue.
Yes.
That is stupid, because you shouldn't really ever read Shakespeare plays. They're plays. You should watch them. This would be like, you know, 50 years from now, you read the script to Pulp Fiction, right? Like in an English class, you'd be like, this is, why are we reading a script? It should be watched. But there's reasons why Shakespeare is so taught in English class. And it's because obviously America was founded by British people, and they feel like, and in the institution of education, they've always felt like, going all the way back from the foundings of school, that, you know, Shakespeare was some important British writer and should be taught to children, and they should remember this, and blah 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 blah. But this would be like if Adam Neely was to comment on the teaching of Shakespeare, he's going to ignore the history and reasons and explanations for why Shakespeare is so widely taught in America, and just say, no, it's because Shakespeare is a white guy, and this is all the white racial framing of the United States, and this is all in order to solidify white supremacy in America by keeping out, you know, people of color writers out, which is stupid.
This is why, you know, watching this video, it's like there's so many times where you're like, yes, that we should change that. Whoa, what did you just say?
Right.
Like there's so many agreeable things and then there's some of these crazy bombs slid in, and you're like, well, wait a minute. Oh, okay.
It's the Hitler technique.
Yes.
Why can't they just change it because it's boring? Why can't they just say, hey, this shit's boring, let's change it?
That I feel like it's an excellent argument, especially if you're going to music, if you want to study a specific genre of music. I want to be a jazz player.
Right.
Why are you making me take 4 years? I find classical so boring. If you're going to take 4 years of it, that's their mentality. And you're sitting there and you're going, yeah, I agree with what's kind of some of the things being said here. You
Right.
know?
And like a friend of ours who learned piano, he was saying that, when he was learning piano, he didn't care at all about classical music. And the thing that interests him was ragtime music. And so because he had a piano tutor who was listening to his preferences and would allow him to learn ragtime music, that's what gave him his love of piano. And so there's a great argument to make that, maybe in school, especially for younger kids, pre-college, that there should be a very wide variety of different musical genres and styles available to children so that they can all find the musical genre they like to play.
Mm.
But so that's for their own interest. It's not because of racism. Okay.
Mm.
And I'm the same thing. It's funny. When I was learning piano, I went to my piano teacher to ask me what I want to play. And I'd whip out the Final Fantasy VII piano book and be like, I want to play this fucking video game music. She's like, all right, go for it.
Video games are based on white supremacy, Sitch. I hope you know that.
Yes. The Final Fantasy series created exclusively by Japanese people, and the music done by famous Japanese composer is based on white supremacy. Yes, so it's true.
They're all white. Their flag's half white. I'm just saying.
As you said, what side was Japan
I
on
know.
during World War II?
Practically Nazis.
They were on the Nazi side, everyone. The Nazi side.
Please. So this video is already way too long, but I do want to mention a couple of things that have been glaringly omitted from the script so far. The first thing, of course, is the relationship of music.
Truth, honesty, integrity, nuance.
The American way.
Yes.
Justice.
Theory to class. It costs money to go to music school, and not everybody has the ability to go to music school, the place where you learn this harmonic style of 18th century European musicians.
Or as I like to call it, privilege.
And so knowledge of music theory can be kind of a class signifier. In the United States,
oh my God. Really? It took us 41 minutes into the video to get to the fact that knowledge of music theory can be a class signifier. Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Cocktail parties.
Yep.
Anyway, the relationship between class and race is very clear. So this white racial frame of music theory affects class as well. Now, you might notice also that I've been talking about the United States primarily in this video, which is rather ironic in a video about the Eurocentrism of music theory, but I can only personally speak to my experience. And in my experience, I did not learn the music of Beethoven through the lens of Barry Harris and George Russell, people of color. Instead, I learned figured bass, which is all a system designed to teach Shankerian analysis, which was a theory explicitly designed to teach German cultural supremacy.
So now he can differentiate between German cultural supremacy and white supremacy. Now he gets it for some reason, but before, no, it's all the same.
Well, everyone's tuned out of the video now, so now it's not.
That's
important.
true. Maybe he's just completely ignorant. He doesn't understand that he's basically making, I guess he just doesn't realize he's making the white nationalist argument. It just doesn't even occur to him.
Of Ottoman or North Indian or Japanese or African music theory as a foil to Western theory, and I certainly did not learn how to dance in music school. I don't imagine my teachers were explicitly white supremacist in their view of music theory. Well, most of them anyway, but that doesn't...
Oh my God, he's trying to cancel his college teachers. Look at that. Shots fired, guys. Watch out. If you were an instructor for this kid, you might be next.
Doesn't mean that the system itself that they had to work with wasn't structurally biased towards the harmonic style of 18th century European musicians. And that's what makes racism structural. Sorry to bring in the critical race theory, by the way. I know if you're watching this now, you might be on some kind of future blacklist for anti-American activities, but...
Oh, look, he went after
I
Trump
know.
again.
Good. Critical race theory should be banned. It's
We've
very-
never really talked about that. We
Yeah.
should talk about it, but
Well,
Here
I mean,
we are, everybody.
obviously people should be
Institutional
able to
racism.
learn. I'm not saying it should be banned from society, but I don't see why the federal government shouldn't be funding an education, shouldn't be funding an ideology that's anti the structure of modern society, right?
no, I
Critical
told
race
you.
theory is anti-liberalism.
Yeah.
Okay. Why would the federal government want to fund an ideology that wants to destroy the government itself?
I'm only talking about the fact that it's like a complete 4D chess Trump move because, like, somebody evidently told Trump that there are a bunch of liberals, progressives that have been ousted because over this woke shit. Like, it's completely free money. Like, all he has to do is sign a piece of paper and like cancel all this woke shit, and he potentially can get votes from all the disaffected liberals that are out there. We
Right.
count ourselves among that group.
Right.
I mean, doesn't that seem, pretty...
Yeah. That's a pretty sneaky, sis.
Pretty sneaky. Pretty sneaky. Oh, that's funny. I mean, it's not music theory genius, but
no.
Is a bitch, and music theory plays a part of it. Here is me eating Fritos.
Okay, that's the end of the video. The end of the video. Any final thoughts, Captain, on this journey, this video?
Final thoughts. I think my final thoughts would probably be the same. I
Okay.
would say that yes, that I think that the class name should be changed, and the
Right.
curriculum could be added to include more contemporary things. But that's going to be my biased jazz opinion. I mean, we should just throw all the theory out, just learn jazz.
100% jazz.
The superior genre. I have
what
to
a
say.
What a bigot you are. Okay.
Is that black
What a-
supremacy? I don't
He's
know.
a black supremacist, a black
Yeah.
nationalist right here. Oh my God.
Sounds like it
I
might
have
be.
to say, yeah. I have to say, yeah. That's that. We should just throw it all out.
King Dance Killer, aka Dingus McBangus, for 1999. Thank you. Says I went to a very famous jazz school for music performance. In all of my theory classes, we also considered blues studies music theory. Also, many jazz scales are derived heavily from the classical scales. Same with metal. And then for another 499, he says, meaning that the German-Austrian music structure is the Beatles of the chord/scale structure. It touched damn near every genre from metal to Motown. Yes. Definitely. Orion the Above Average for $5 says, so much of American intellectualism has absolutely no concept of how societies that aren't American work. Ethnicity is greater than race in most of the world. Yes, this is a point. This is what's so ironic about this video is that he's going on and on about, white supremacy and he's going on and on about how we should learn about other cultures' musical theories while he's projecting the American view of race onto the rest of the world and onto society, not understanding something that I'm sure every European will tell you, that they don't view race the same way Americans do. And even the view of Americans viewing race as like a white-black dichotomy, that's not, even though like that always existed, obviously with slavery, that's still more recent. That's like civil rights era recent, because before the civil rights era, we had that thing that all the white nationalists like to talk about and they like to praise. It's the 1920 Immigration Act. The 1920 Immigration Act was literally designed to keep out white Europeans from America that they didn't like, despite the fact that they were white Europeans. They just weren't the right types of white.
Was it the French?
No, it was like,
who did they want to keep out?
It was the Eastern Europeans,
The
all those
Eastern, the
dreaded
Russians, yeah,
and
the
the
Lithuanians, the
Italians,
Croatians, the Italians. Oh,
the
they didn't
Italians,
like,
the Croatians.
Didn't
A
like
lot
the
of
Italians.
No, they didn't like the Italians. A lot of it was to keep Jews out. who they did not consider white either.
Yeah, the
So-
anti-Semitism during the like 40s, 30s, 40s, 50s was off the hook.
Right,
so.
and before that, even before that. And
Yeah.
so that's what's so ironic about this is that they're taking this very simplified view of race and ethnicity, and they're just smashing it all together and saying the white racial framing, when it was actually not a racial framing whatsoever. It was an ethnic framing.
So I brought the video up. Bob B, it was so genius that he put those little clips in the beginning there because it doesn't give it away.
Right.
So should we play this, or do you want to Are you still doing closing thoughts?
Well,
I don't want to
we can
interrupt
play
you.
this. We can play this first because it's so amazing. Thank you for if you've stayed with us, you will get to see this amazing video. That
And we will be time stamping to it in a pinned comment as well, so people can go directly to it. So, shall we go? Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready to fall out of your chairs?
Yes.
All your guessing? Who got it right? Here it comes. I'm pressing play. 3, 2, 1.
Hey, congratulations to Sitch and Adam on over 100 great shows. I don't know how many were not great, but I hear that over 100 of them were great. Better to keep that on the list kind of quiet. And I hear that Sitch is a great sidekick, which is uncomfortable for me because if you know the law of sidekicks, I'm not supposed to talk directly to the sidekick. The sidekicks have to talk to each other. You know, the main person talks to the main person. Sidekicks don't talk to the main person. Well, you know, it's just a rule.
True.
That I just made up.
Boo.
But, and I'm not even sure who's the sidekick and who isn't, really. I mean,
oh, shit.
There you go.
A-team.
So, I guess that's all I have to say, except congratulations on your many great shows. And I hope you get that sidekick situation worked out. And even though, Adam, you're an artist, I hear you're the smart kind, the good kind. And keep up the good work.
Amazing.
What's that? Oh my God.
Incredible. I guess we have to be 100% on the Scott Adams train now, don't we?
We have to acknowledge that he knows the difference between the good artists and the bad artists.
Yes. Finally, Scott Adams has acknowledged that Adam, an artist, is not irrational and stupid.
You know, it's funny. He made a concession on one of his periscopes a couple of weeks ago where he actually said, you know, I'm not saying all artists are bad. Like if you have some psychology background in your talent stack, obviously you're not going to be an irrational artist. And I thought,
right.
Well, that's a great concession. And then I got this like a week later and I was like, oh my God, this is amazing.
Yes.
But thank you, Bob B. That was incredible. I wish we would have played it at the beginning of the show, but maybe it's better now anyway. So
right.
We got to tease it. We got to have some fun.
Because I know that you don't know. That was Scott Adams, the artist and writer of the comic strip Dilbert.
Wow.
Who we talk about quite often because he has all these political takes. So I'm assuming he has something where you pay him to say stuff. So.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. Yeah, I don't know what it is. He has an app that he does that too, but I didn't ask Bob B just because I was like, the mystery of it was kind of entertaining for me.
Right. So, thank you, Bob. That was awesome. Actually, you know, we should re-upload that on the channel after this, shouldn't we?
If we can, it's on Bob B's channel right now.
Right.
So.
Right. Yeah, but it's like Bobby isn't trying to start a channel, is he? I think he just has, and it's unlisted on. We'll ask Bob. It's unlisted on his channel, so it'd be very cool. Anyways, I don't know if you want to stick around for the rest of Super Chats, Captain, or you can leave. I know it's been 5 hours already.
1,000 years.
It's been 1,000 years already, so feel free to dip out if you want.
All right, I'll listen to the rest, but I'll
okay. Thank you. Well, thank you for coming. Your insight was very valuable.
Of course, of course.
Okay. Let's get to the... We also have a shit ton of art, too.
Yeah, I'm back, by the way.
To get through. Someone says, I hear meows.
Yeah, my wife was torturing the cat. I was like, Jesus Christ, I thought there was a cat fight in my bathroom.
Oh my God. Anyway, Matt Magnan for $5 says, do a 10-hour stream for 100. I have done a 10-hour shift this week. Maybe you can do one. Maybe you can also as well. Yu-Gi-Oh is great. That's subjective. That's part saying Yu-Gi-Oh is great is part of the white supremacy. Yu-Gi-Oh is terrible. Okay. Yu-Gi-Oh is part of the white supremacy, Adam. Didn't you know?
Is Bob B is in the chat right now? I wonder if he's spilling how he got the Scott Adams thing. Doesn't Scott Adams has an app or something that you can communicate with him on? I was thinking that's how he did it, but maybe he's friends with Scott Adams. You guys don't know. Come on.
You don't know.
I like this one. This is I'm pulling up some artwork.
Do you want to do super chats first or invite Nathan on first?
We can invite them in. Let's invite them in. Yeah. Okay. Paradox wants to come in as well, but I want to show this piece of artwork because I love it. It's Sitch here with an eye patch that says S class, but what it doesn't say is that A team got that eye.
So this is. So hold on, I got to open up all the art stuff that we got.
This is the big face. It's one of the last ones that came in, but I just like the fact that he put S class on the patch.
Right.
Because obviously, Sitch is not going to wear an eye patch that says A team because, you know, he's got his little theory that he's not the sidekick.
This was made by the Big Face on Twitter. Who is that? Contrast? Contrast, are you the Big Face on Twitter? I'm so sorry. I always get you confused.
Oh, I didn't get to say goodbye to Captain.
Off.
I didn't get to say goodbye to Captain.
Well, you suck. I don't know what to tell you. But
bye, Captain. Thanks for hanging with us. We know you took a nap during this.
He took a nap. That's fine. That's fine. The Big Face did this. It was punished Sitch, and it's supposed to be, you know, because I got kicked off of Twitter. So pretty funny.
Oh,
I like it. I like it a lot.
Yeah.
Yes.
You got you lost an eyeball in that fight.
Yes.
Which I do love.
It's a Metal Gear Solid reference.
Oh, it is. I used to play that game, Metal Gear Solid. I played that game a few times. It's like a fighting game.
Wow. What a boomer. What a boomer. Doesn't even know what Metal Gear Solid is. You guys are all saying A-Team is the best. He doesn't even know what Metal Gear Solid is.
Fighting with guns counts as fighting you.
No.
Yes.
As Lukev said, S-Class gets the finest ass. Always true. Anonymous Coward for $2 says it should be a crime to EFAP cuties. Yes, I don't think there's going to be an EFAP of the entire movie of cuties. No.
I'm sending a link to Nathan Margolis and to Paradox Engine.
Right. And again, thank you to Mahler and Sargon for wishing us well for our 100th stream.
Yeah, thanks so much.
Stuart King for $5. Rossi Buck says, hey guys, long time super chatter. That is true. First time watcher. That is not true. Said, what do you guys usually talk about in the show? Thank you, Stuart.
Oh, that's hilarious. That's awesome.
Very funny.
First time watcher? Funny. Come on.
Yeah.
Maybe he listens
super
more.
Chatter, first time watcher. Yes. I like it. Matt Magna for $5 says, also, Sitch, if you want to play me in a different game, battle me on Smogan's Showdown, since Pokemon is also about team building. I have no idea what Smogan's Showdown is. Weren't you supposed to play Matt in some video game, Adam? How did you get out of this? How did you sneak out of this?
Me? Maybe I did play him. I don't remember.
Okay.
Someone wants to play me Carmageddon, and I was like, yeah, hell yeah. I want to play Carmageddon.
Okay.
Carmageddon 2. What's up, Nathan? Nathan Margolis is on the line now. He's entered the octagon.
Hey now. What's up, Nathan?
Well, I guess read another super chat until he gets his mic worked out.
Utter Nonsense for $1.99 says, congratulations on the big hundo, guys. Thank you. Thank you. Matt Magna for $2 says, submit now or next week. I'll do what I do best. No. You can keep paying me. I'm not going to play. I'm not playing. Matt Magna for another $2 says, do I really have to choose A-Team or S-Class? Obviously.
No, you don't have to choose.
You have to choose S-Class.
No, you don't have to choose.
Yes, choose. Only
Why
soy
you be
boy
that? Why are you
bitches.
that way? Why are you that way? Why are you
Only soy
forcing
boy
people to do
bitches.
things they don't want to
Nathan,
do?
choose S class or A team right now.
Next thing you
no,
know,
hell no. Absolutely
next
not.
thing,
You have to choose, Nathan.
Definitely not doing that.
Look at this fence sitter. Oh,
look at
this
it. Look at
centrist
you
fence
forcing
sitter.
people to do
Here's what
things.
I'm gonna do. I'm gonna say, whoever pays me the most. I'm just gonna go open bribery on this one. That's
Well,
my solution.
Yeah, but I pay
That
Adam,
way, I can
so-
justify any decision I make is not really being my own.
I
and really
see.
being the bribery.
I see. I see.
I'm
That's a
saying-
good. I like that. That's a good ideology.
Yeah.
So, how did you feel about this video, Nathan?
Yeah, you
Did it
wanted
bother
to
you?
chime in on
Upset you?
the
Yeah,
white
so-
supremacy.
I am a classically trained violinist.
Wow.
But I also
Like Ben
played-
Shapiro?
Like Ben Shapiro, but worse probably.
Okay.
Because I haven't kept up with it very well. I also learned tuba on jazz.
Mm-hmm.
And classically trained on it too. So I've played jazz violin and classical violin, jazz tuba and classical tuba. So I have a wide range of experience with both the classical world and the non-classical world, but almost no experience with music theory whatsoever. My only experience with music theory is in a class that I tutored but did not take at community college, at a majority black community college. And so everyone who took music theory was going for a music degree, and that was because they wanted to become a rapper. Almost every single one of them wanted to be a music producer or a rapper. One of those two things, that was it. So you have this Hispanic jazz background instructor teaching the classical roots, moving to jazz, and then linking that into modern hip hop.
Mm-hmm.
And that was his music theory course, and it was really more of a survey course.
Right.
And so it was super light overview of all this stuff, going from the basics of like, what is sheet music? What are keys? What are notes? All this stuff that like you would expect most people coming into a college, a 4-year college, to already understand.
Right.
But all that stuff is the basics of Western music. All that stuff is the roots.
Mm-hmm.
The notes, all that stuff comes from Western, style. The way we write our music today, it's all that Western style. Our key signatures, it's all Western style. So when people say that classical music is the roots of any modern music system, that's where I see the roots are. It's in the very notation of how we tell people what a note is. When you play a G, what is that? How do I know on a piece of paper that you mean a G and you mean this G?
Right. So it makes sense that classical music would be like the foundational basis for all this stuff.
Exactly. Now, if you want to move beyond that to other genres of music, then not only do you need that genre's musical theories, but you need that genre's leaders and thinkers and writers and musicians and songs and all that stuff to come with it.
Right.
But all that is still written down and interpreted through fucking sheet music. Sheet music that's Western.
Mm-hmm.
Very Western.
Right. Yeah, no.
See, I knew it. We were the only ones that wrote it down.
Right.
This this picture's from Caffeinated Tweaker. You and I and
YouTube.
A big YouTube monster.
Mm-hmm. Beautiful picture.
Yes.
Beautiful picture from CT. Commemorating our 100th stream.
Caffeine gave me that when I made it into the new banner for the clip channel, actually.
Nice.
Yeah, it looks awesome.
Nathan runs our clip channel. Sitch and Adam Clips, if you want to look it up and subscribe. We're trying to get him to 1,000 subscribers.
Link in the description. Make sure you click it and subscribe.
Yes.
Right now. Click it and subscribe. Open a new window. click it, subscribe.
Somebody on Twitter was giving me a hard time that our streams are too long. So I think the long stream people actually
Yeah, I saw that tweet.
won. I know, I tagged you so you could say,
Yeah.
hey, watch the clips.
Watch the clips, exactly.
Like,
Okay, cool.
You know, you can have two gavottes written by the same composer in the same time period at the same tempo, and they can sound completely different and evoke completely different emotions. And the way that's quantified is through music theory. Because you can say the gavotte in one gavotte makes me feel sadder than the other gavotte makes me feel excited. But how? Why? That's what music theory is for.
Right. That's what in that article, the Lady Gaga article, it was all about why her music invokes certain feelings in people, which seems like a very interesting thing to me. And I don't see how that's rooted in white supremacy.
Isn't it rooted in psychology?
Yes.
Wouldn't it be weird if...
Here would be the interesting psychological experiment.
Yeah,
you were talking
totally.
about. If you had music that is thought of as like sad or like
blues.
sinister music, well, not blues, but I'm just saying like, the sad chords, the song, the classical music that makes things sound sad versus happy.
Right.
Something in almost any minor key.
Right.
Is that culturally ubiquitous? Is every single culture take the same? Like, do they all?
Or is there some culture
make
that's
that?
like, oh, this is real, like happening, happy music?
The answer to that is if you look at Egyptian music, or like that kind of Middle Eastern key tonalities, it makes Westerners have a completely different reaction to it than it does people in Egypt. Yeah,
That's
it's entirely
plasticity.
cultural.
That's plasticity of
cultural.
brain right there.
Right.
Oh yeah,
right. Very
super duper cultural. Music has always been super duper cultural. So when you say you're looking at this through a Eurocentric lens, as if that's a critique,
that's true.
Like that's the point.
Yeah. Right.
That's the point of the theory.
Right.
He had said himself that looking through at Western music through an Indian music theory lens and looking at Indian music through a Western theory lens, even though you could make it work and they have words to describe almost the same exact technique, it doesn't make sense to do it because the cultural differences of how the music impacts the person is so completely different.
Right. Yeah, no, exactly.
Like, there's a word called glissando in the Italian, which is the Western German way to describe that slide that he was talking about. But why would you use that word to talk about the way an Indian music is done?
Because white music
the
is
only
all
reason
the same
you do that
and
is if
racist.
you don't have any familiarity with Indian music theory. And that's the only word you have to describe it.
Right.
That's the only reason I can think of.
So the picture that Adam just put up.
Yeah, what's this?
It's from Zombie Squab. Zombie Squab says that the picture is titled Boku no Otoko no Neko, which I'm not exactly sure what that means, but here I am as a Japanese anime cat girl, and Adam is in the background. So
What's that rose? Isn't the rose the symbol of the kami now?
Oh my god.
Oh no.
So there's our cat girl anime Sitch and Adam show. That's what the comic's going to be. Nothing but that, by the way.
Beautiful.
I think some people would buy it.
Not true.
Some people would
yeah, no, definitely. Maybe we'll do an ash can. There
you go.
We've actually talked about that.
We have. Well, not specifically doing a cat girl Neko anime, but Critters Buggin for $6.99 Canadian says, congrats on 100 episodes. I've been watching since episode 1. Oh,
what?
God.
For real?
I remember. Critters Buggin.
Oh, yeah. Critters Buggin's been with us forever.
I remember him. Yes.
Keep up the good work. Way.
No, S-class. Keep up the good work, and I look forward to 200. Donald Trump hates black people. Kanye 2020. Thank you. There you go.
Nice. Yeah. I'm voting for Kanye for sure.
Uh,
I mean,
Daniel,
you're in California. We know that it's going Biden's no matter
it's
what.
going right in the trash can, Adam.
Right?
No, it's going
you
Kanye.
You can honestly vote for whoever you want, and it doesn't matter. I'm in a blue state as well. I voted Tulsi on my Democratic primary because
didn't matter.
She was the only option that wasn't Joe Biden.
Yes.
Or Bernie Sanders.
If you vote for Biden, you're a
screw it.
racist. You got to vote for Kanye.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah, I'm just throwing it out there, guys. If California goes for
Write-in
Biden,
candidate Kanye. There we go.
well, he's
I'm
on
so
some
sorry,
ballots.
Zombie. I said the Japanese wrong. It's Otoko Neko. So sorry. Oh my god.
Get your
It's probably
Japanese
a reference
right.
to Otoko Noko, which is basically a trap. Oh wow.
Oh.
Okay. Makes sense.
Well,
Ooh.
that does explain a lot.
It does. Daniel Collective 1 for $4.99 says they're late because it takes a bit of time to set up the 100th episode Bussy reveal. We've all been waiting for.
Oh my god.
Nice. The Great H Signal for 99 says 100. Thank you. Zara Richards for $2 says congrats for being on time for once. Kappa. Yeah, you know what? Shut up.
Yeah.
Okay. But thank you for the money, Zara. Sarah's been with us for a long time too. Paper Relic for $5 says congrats, you boomers. Thank you, Paper Relic. Stug for $2 says no, thank you for founding my next echo chamber. That you're welcome. We here at PSA Sitch and Adam strive to create an echo chamber just for you. I mean,
Not
a
true.
place for enlightened ideas beyond echo chambers, beyond tribalism. We are the true enlightened centrist. And if you partake in these streams, if you listen to what we're saying, and if you agree with us, then that means you're a smarter, more enlightened, anti-tribal individual than everyone else you know.
Don't forget, if you donate, it means you have free will.
If you donate, on the other hand, that means you have free will. If you don't donate, then you probably are just an NPC.
Yeah, no free will.
No free will, yes.
I put up the pyramid eye just
see
to
it, I
really
see
put
it.
just to really hypnotize them.
Donate. Stoner4311 for $10 says thanks for the 100th episode. Love you guys. Mostly Adam. Ugh.
Whoa, nice. Another fan.
And the Jew sidekick is cool, I guess. Wow.
What? Oh my goodness.
Wow. Hurtful. I'm eager to hear how racist I am for being white. How close to civil war are we today via Tim Pool videos? Oh, we're there. We're right there. We're very close. We're right on top.
I don't know about that.
We're like on.
We'll see what happens
according to
in
Tim Pool
November.
videos. So.
The Democrats are getting weird. I don't know.
Johnny Stoffel for $1.99 says early insult. This guy is a one-man tritone. Woohoo!
Nice.
Nice. Stuart Keating for $2 Aussie bucks. Oh, had a question for Capton. It says Capton, what is Phrygian? I don't.
How's it spelled?
Phrygian. It's some sort of mode of music.
Oh, Phrygian.
Phrygian. Yeah. Okay. Also,
Or
can
Phrygian.
you hum...
It's Greek.
Okay. Also, can you hum F sharp? Sorry, I missed that one. I should have asked him. He's done voice training. So, and I think he's taught voice training. So I'm assuming he can do that. The Lassa. Thank you. The Lassa for 20 Donkey Kong dollars says, I assume you're going 31 hours just to beat EFAP. Yes. Well, what's going to happen is when I get to the end of all this, I'm just going to leave the stream running for 31 hours. So technically.
Just going to walk away from your computer.
Yes. We'll just leave it going.
Genius.
That's a good workaround. That's an amazing workaround.
Right. I see you've put up David Aragorn made this very cool GIF of us dancing to celebrate the 100th show.
That's what I would do if I really had laser vision. Like that is exactly
just shoot it up
what
into
I
the
would
air
do.
and
I would.
Arm pump. Yeah.
I'd be like,
he says,
woo!
David says, kind of late, but happy 100 shows. Everyone else is a sidekick compared to you guys. Oh.
You know, on 9/11 where they shoot those beams of light up in the sky.
Totally.
Right in New York City.
That's me.
They just hire Adam to go there and do that exact dance right there.
I'm
Laser
taking out the
eyes
moon.
up into the sky, doing the fist pump dance.
I'm writing my name on the moon. That's what I'm doing.
Aye.
Adam.
Don't forget to draw a picture of a penis.
That too.
Yeah.
Definitely.
It's Adam with a penis. Yes. Monkey Chips for $5 says, I was in a band for years and took private lessons for alto sax. Looking forward to hearing this dumb shit. Happy 100th, by the way. Thank you, Monkey. The Wooster for $4.99 says, the only solution to this is to give Black Americans their own Wakanda. Oh, I read that one. Yes. Wolfsbane00 for $5 says, it's all about tearing down instead of building up. It's the same with modern feminism. Very true.
Which is sad. Very sad.
Very sad. Explosive X for €5.49 says, I followed Adam Neely's channel for years. Usually good content and a great player. Disappointing to see he woke. Yes. That's the same thing with Captain. He had enjoyed Adam Neely's content for a very long time and then saw this video and was shocked, disheartened, was beside himself. Couldn't believe the words coming from Adam Neely's mouth.
Yeah, why is this? Why go woke on something that should be apolitical music? It's one of the few things.
Maybe because, as we talked about, his channel is all about analyzing things through pop music and other things through music theory. And so he has to get ahead of the people
The cancellation?
calling him. Right, he has
Yeah.
to get ahead of the cancellation. and
Before
people
they shut
calling
him down, he's gotta shut himself down.
Exactly. He's going to say, see, I'm not racist. I'm a good ally. I understand that what I'm doing is part of a white racial framing of American society. Don't cancel me, please.
Yeah, I do notice that he invited the black guy onto his channel, gave him his platform, let him speak his message. The other guy he didn't do that with. Totally strawmanned his point of view, and very bad. What's the what happened? You drop your pen?
No. What? What are you talking about?
I thought you said
I said uh-oh to what you were saying.
Oh.
Gothic Creolo for 50 ARSs, for 50 R's says, why when we refer to blues, we refer to black artists then? By his argument, seems we should focus only on white blues musicians. Yeah, I know. Exactly. Crazy.
Yeah, we're just gonna only talk about, like, I don't know. I can't even think of a popular white blues musician.
Right.
I mean, I can think of ones that are alive today.
Elvis
but not
Presley.
ones that were like,
there you go.
Was he really blues?
No, he was rock, which I guess is based off blues, so it doesn't matter.
Like, so when Elvis Presley first came out, you could say his really
He
early
came out?
was
Elvis Presley?
blues. Like, when he first hit the radios, you could say his early work was blues. But I think he transitioned into some kind of blues rock thing. That wasn't
I think they
really. It was
they
kind
accused
of
him
different.
of cultural appropriation, I believe.
Yeah, so when he first came on, there are accounts of him on the radio as a youth, like in high school, and they'd say, here's Elvis Presley, he graduated from such and such high school, as a way of saying to all of the people who were listening, that's a white high school. That means Elvis Presley's white. It's okay for you to like this music.
Interesting.
Is that for real?
It sounds like it. I would believe that.
I went to Graceland, and that's what they said.
Right.
Oh, okay. Graceland's
So,
woke now. It sounds woke.
If that's true, that should be taught and that should be
Dude,
understood.
Elvis
America
Presley
was very racist.
had like a 14-year-old live in that house with him. So I don't know how you can get all that woke while still celebrating Elvis Presley in any way.
I saw that movie about the Great Balls of Fire guy. Okay, he was married to his underage cousin, so you know.
Yeah.
Wolfsbane00 for $5 says, well, Jimi Hendrix music changed depending the drug he was taking. Yes. Why are we should really be learning music through the theory of the drug lens. I agree.
That's right.
100%.
I agree.
If you want to learn how to play like the Beatles, really, you just have to do a bunch of LSD. You don't have to take any music theory classes. You don't have to understand anything about their music. Just do some drugs, man. Just do the drugs.
Do the drugs. Big Boss Burke for $5 says, found the stream about a week ago, and what I understand so far is that Adam is the funny one and Sitch has TDS. Oh,
Whoa!
Terrible. Happy 100.
100% accurate.
Someone not getting a wrench. I know who's not getting a wrench. Big Boss Burke.
Oh, I forgot to tell you. I forgot to tell you about the wrench thing. He makes you kowtow to him to give a wrench.
Yes. So I see you got identikits.
Identikit, yeah.
Awesome art. So
Yeah,
he had
I
two
love it.
pieces. So that's the first one that he just uploaded. He said he was experimenting a little bit, and congrats to reaching 100. Thank you, Identikit, and thank you for all the great art that you have sent over the years, including the little Streamlabs notification, which was originally created by Identikit.
Yes,
I
true.
love so much.
I gotta say, when you full screen just flashed that up there, Adam, it gave me a little spook. It
It's a
did.
little creepy. It's a little scary.
Yeah, Sitch looks, like an eldritch horror.
Yeah. That's going to be in the comments.
And not the good kind of horror.
Horror. Yeah. Ain't no thought.
I guess I shouldn't.
And that's the other picture that he drew, yes. Very cool. Very cool.
That one doesn't give me the heebie-jeebies, but I do like it. It's very good.
It turns you on. That's okay. You can say. Derek Jumpman for $5 says, to avoid confusion, we will refer to Adam Neely as Adam and our Adam as Adam 2. I like that.
Okay, yeah, I figured you would like that. A little dig at me. Definitely.
go.
You live for that kind of stuff.
I love it.
So terrible. The working conditions here are awful. I feel like I feel this workplace is swimming in white supremacy.
It's true.
You poor thing. Actually,
poor
no,
thing,
it's not. It's not white supremacy. It's because Sitch is Jewish. It's really
A Jewish supremacy. Yeah, it's even worse.
Yeah, right? Because you're both white, so we can't do white supremacy. We can do Jewish supremacy.
This is noble savage.
This way I can call Adam a bigot.
Yeah, just make some comments about the Goyim and you got it.
Adam, you bigot.
So
Speaking of
bad.
Adam being a bigot, Gemini for $2 says, Adam isn't racist, just homophobic. There you go.
Not really. I mean, not really scared of gay people, but
Just doesn't like them.
you're so evil.
He just has this unquantifiable uncomfortableness every time he's around one.
So Noble Savage made this very
I know. When were we on The Family Guy? This is amazing.
Yeah, so he says, holy crap, Lois, remember when Friended and PSA Sitch came to visit? Yes. I love it. It's hilarious.
Peter Griffin.
It's wonderful, Noble. And Noble did a second Family Guy reference picture that we'll see in a little bit.
Oh, really? I didn't get it.
Oh, you didn't get it? I'll send it to you in a second. Danish Jargon for $2 says, what's the musical theory of Little Armalite?
Not sure.
Little Armalite is a Irish Republican song that praises Armalite rifles.
Yeah, I was going to say, isn't that a gun company?
Yeah, Armalite is. So I don't know what the musical theory that is. I guess it's good old-fashioned shooting. So technically it's American. So that means that the Irish are stealing or culturally appropriating American gun culture. How dare they?
It's okay. We'll steal their Irish step dances for violin. They're great.
There you go.
Don't they have some liquor too that's good? We'll
Yeah,
be
I've heard
appropriating
things
everything.
about Guinness.
Oh yeah, Guinness is my
and
favorite.
potatoes.
Don't bring that
I
up.
sent you on Twitter the picture, the other one that he made, that Noble Savage made.
Did Destiny get banned from Twitch?
Destiny lost his Twitch partnership, which I believe means he can't make money from Twitch. Is that how that works anymore?
Yeah, sounds evil.
Kind of fucking crazy, but yeah, Destiny can. So this is so funny. So in a conversation with someone, a very not super heated, but a conversation with someone about all the rioting and looting, and the person was basically, Destiny's been on a long stint of defending Kyle Rittenhouse, talking about why rioting and looting is bad, to a bunch of leftists who keep saying that rioting and looting is bad, but they keep making excuses for rioting and looting and castigating Kyle Rittenhouse as being some sort of terrorist or whatever.
Active shooter, remember?
Active shooter, that's right. That was the Vosh term. So Destiny said, I don't remember the exact quote. He said something like, He said the rioting and looting, and this is in the context of him saying that he thinks rioting and looting is going to get Donald Trump elected. Okay, so he's coming from from an anti-Trump perspective.
Wow.
And he says the rioting and looting has to stop. If white redneck militia guys want to drive around and mow down people who think they can set fire to buildings at 10 o'clock at night in order to stop it, then they have my blessing. That's all you have to say in order to apparently get demonetized completely from Twitch.
Well, it is violence. It is inciting violence. So you
Well, no,
think
he's
he would
saying
be
they have my
careful
blessing.
about that? Yeah.
He's saying they have my blessing. I don't agree. I don't think he's inciting violence whatsoever, any more so than all the people who are inciting the protests and riots to continue and that keep making defense for the rioting protest.
I'm not giving my blessing to anyone mowing down anyone.
Here's what I'll say. I had a conversation with the guy at the gun range today who said,
Oh my
essentially,
God.
if I was a cop, I would be shooting these looters and rioters left and right. And I said, I'm very glad you're not a cop.
Oh, okay. There you go. Yeah,
Right?
exactly.
Like, if that's your response to this, to looting and rioting, is to just start gunning people down, I think you're in a very bad position.
Well, you're going to make it worse for one thing.
Yeah.
Like it's going to be 10
you're
times
not,
worse.
You're not really helping making things better by doing that. Sure, you defended your property, but is that the best thing you can do in that situation? I'm not always sure that that's the best
course,
thing
yeah,
you can do.
I agree. Not the best thing you should do whatsoever, but I do agree that it needs to stop.
Yeah, look, if that's your business and you're defending your business and or somebody is with you defending your business or whatever, morally you can do it. Is it the best thing to do? I'm not sure. I also have a slightly centrist take on the Kyle Rittenhouse situation, which is that I think he did what was morally right, but possibly still illegal.
Oh, that's not
The reason I say that is because if you look at the charges that they levied at him and you look at the felony murder law in the state where he committed the crime, there's a bunch of crimes that get you felony murder, which is basically first-degree murder. They charge it as first-degree murder, basically. They get to upcharge you if you committed one of a bunch of felonies or if you committed a crime with a dangerous weapon. And the first crime that they charge him with is having a gun as a minor, right? So then, because he committed a crime with a dangerous weapon, I think, at least this is my suspicion, that legally he did something wrong and he can get charged for all those murders as first-degree murder because he committed a misdemeanor with a dangerous weapon.
Well, he might be able to be charged. That doesn't mean he's going to be found guilty of.
That's correct. I don't think morally he's guilty of anything.
He's already been charged.
But from a legal perspective, I think he very well be guilty before the law, even though morally I don't think he did anything wrong.
My prediction is that he will be found guilty of some of the minor charges, like having a gun or whatever underage. I do not foresee him whatsoever being found guilty of murder or anything.
I hope that's the case.
I do too. That'd be crazy. If that's the case, that's gonna be. If he gets found guilty of murder,
I was amazed when they filed charges against the McCloskeys. They didn't even shoot anyone.
Yeah, that was crazy. And the whole
My favorite part is that the gun that she
too.
had was inoperable.
You
didn't hear about
McCloskeys?
this? Yeah.
Oh.
So the lady's gun that she was pointing at people throughout that whole thing was found to be inoperable by the police.
Nice.
And that was when they took it apart and then they put it back together, back into an operable condition.
What happened? What's happening in this picture, Sitch? It looks like I'm taking out the whole birthday cake.
So
They're
so
lighting
this is
the
from
candles.
this is from Felix. Dear Felix, been with us for so long. The DM of our D&D game. He drew us celebrating our 100th stream. And here you are lighting the candles on fire.
I like how he's got all of our vanquished enemies here. He's got no BS.
Oh, yes, that's right.
He's got Corn Jake. He's got One Species. Suck it, One Species. Cancel culture's real.
Yep.
He has
He's got Vosh with an X on. He's got No Bullshit.
Who's this over here?
I don't know who the
Is
guy
that
on
Big
the far
Joel?
right is.
Is that Big Joel?
No. Maybe it's Quentin or something. I don't know.
Quentin Reviews, maybe.
Maybe. But I do like it. It's great. Felix always makes great art. See, I'm like, Adam, you're going to melt the cake. And you're like, no, Sitch.
Watch. I just got done writing my name on the moon with a big fat dick. Now I'm going to light this cake up.
Maybe it's what's his name? Movie Bob or something.
Oh, Movie Bob. He's had some hot takes on cuties. I think he's got it on a loop.
Oh, really? Movie Bob has been talking about cuties? I haven't seen that.
I think he's right.
Have you guys heard Ben Shapiro's take on cuties?
Yeah, I watched this video. It was okay. I guess there's some things I didn't agree with a lot of what he was saying, but
I haven't watched Cuties, nor do I plan to.
No,
so
I can't
I'm not
watch
going to
Cuties.
have a take on it.
I'm physically incapable of watching
it's
Cuties.
really boring.
You've watched it?
Yeah.
I did a whole long Twitter thread on it. Yes,
He did,
Very
yeah.
boring. Yes.
All
It's one
art
of
house
these
movies are boring except for Rubber.
Art
Rubber's
house
like
meandering, plotting, terrible, aimless, shitty movie.
If you want to see a good art house movie, watch the movie Faults. Faults is amazing.
Mr. Guy from 999 says, world started yesterday with grievance studies. Have to ignore atonal music. Oh, we already did that one. Yes. Let's see.
You can do it a second time just to give them
Looking its nose down on classical for decades, incremental liberalism inclusion hasn't happened.
We're trying to inspire you guys to give us super chats that are on topic by reading them.
True.
So classical music as a group, I know because I play in this genre all the time, is super elitist. They definitely are.
Yeah, of course.
Definitely super duper elitist.
They all come from money.
Like all of these, no, not all of them, but enough of them come from money that they get super duper elitist, but not just about, like they get elitist about what writers, what time periods, what is and what is not classical music. So like for some classical music elitists, they get super duper iffy about anybody who claims to do anything classical after 1900. So even people that are mainstays for some people, like Shostakovich, because he was writing in 1920 in Russia, he's not really classical to some people.
Oh.
Makes sense.
The black community kind of does that.
Snooty elitism has many levels.
Yeah, there's many levels of this elitism. And so that's one part of the elitism. And then the other part of the elitism is something that I see in every single type of hobby of any kind, which is you have the big name stays, which is what they were talking about. They're talking about like, why don't you have some black artists
Be the big name. Yeah, exactly.
the big name? So there is one that comes to mind, which is Joseph Bellon, also known as Chevalier de Saint-Georges, also known as Black Mozart.
Oh my
He was
God, it
in
is Black
France.
Mozart.
Yeah, you actually showed a picture of this guy when we were talking about Mozart and the Nick Cannon thing.
Really?
You showed a picture of this guy
That's
instead of actually Mozart. When somebody said Mozart was black, you found a picture of Black Mozart, but it was actually Joseph Bellon Chevalier de Saint-Georges, not actually Mozart.
This guy
He
here?
wrote,
That's from
maybe I'll
Noble
find out in
Savage.
20 seconds, but
Noble Savage, his second Family Guy piece of art is very funny. He says it's Brian Stewie and what's the Jewish guy's name in Family Guy? I don't remember.
I can't remember either.
Mortimer?
Yes, Mortimer. He says,
Yep,
look at
that's the guy.
Yes.
Yep, that is Joseph Bellonier.
There you go.
Yeah, so he wrote over a dozen violin concertos and like, I don't know, half a dozen operas or something. And he was a favorite of the queen of the time, but he never got far because he was half black. One of his
So he
parents
would be
was
a
a
good
slave.
inclusion in the curriculum.
No,
Yeah,
the
he
black
would be a great
community.
inclusion
The
in
black
the curriculum, but he
black
never made it
community,
far in
no.
his time,
Right.
and he never made it very far after his time either. And
Well,
so
they
he
care more
is
about
a
that,
big
more
part of
about,
the
like,
community
his
for people who really pay attention.
Right.
But just like in any group or any fan, like you have the people that are at the top of the peak that everybody knows who they are. And then the more detailed and the more granular you get, the more you find out about these other smaller artists. Like Bach wrote over 1,000 pieces of music. This guy wrote like 20, 25. And
Wow.
yeah, he was popular and he led an orchestra, but he wasn't huge by any means compared to the people that were the hugest of their time.
Right.
So there are
what's his-
black composers. This guy's probably the most famous of the black composers. And he was alive at the time of Mozart, which is why they call him Black Mozart. Also because he lived in the same house as Mozart for a couple of months.
They were
But
roomies.
He's not going to make it into your music theory class, but he probably would make it into something more detailed.
Right.
What's this meme? Let's
so-
finish this meme up.
So the picture is Brian Stewie talking to Mortimer. He says, "Look at the offensive way they draw Jewish people." And it's a picture of me, the Jewish star on. So it was very funny, Noble Savage. I do appreciate it.
And very offensive. But that's part of why it's
Very
funny.
offensive. That's true. Where were we? 95 Keep for $5 says, "Of course, classical music is white supremacy. Haven't you heard Flight of the Racist Bumblebee or Ride of the Aryan Valkyries?" Yes. Okay, so Sheep and Felix in the chat said that the person on the table, the far right, was Lindsay Ellis. I'm sorry,
we thought
I
it
did
was a
not
guy.
instantly- That was a guy. Sorry, not instantly recognized.
Poor
that
Lindsay.
it was
Poor Lindsay Ellis.
Yes. So sorry. Destiny's Tiny Coke for $4.99 says, "Critical race theory is sophistry to help guilty white progressives feel better about their discomfort around non-whites." Yes.
Mhm. Yeah.
Alex Karras for $5 says, "Man, this is really interesting case of separating the artist from the art. Like Ellis in the movie reviews, I still like Sungazer, and so can you." Yes, definitely. Very true. Destiny's Tiny Coke for $4.99 says, "Last time I was this early, Sitch couldn't pronounce Lieutenant Amazel." How dare you?
And now you're a pro at it.
I know. A Very Dead Horse for $4.99 says, "Super annoyed by this. Music YouTube is my palate cleanser for politics and culture stuff."
Oh
No,
my
nothing
God.
is sacred. Adam is one of my favorite music YouTubers. I stopped watching at Shapiro. Yes.
Oh no. I know. Oh my God. I tweeted what's worse than your favorite celebrity coming down with TDS, and people were like, "Oh." That's exactly what that super chat is about.
Right.
Oh my God.
So who did that show 100 picture?
Me.
Oh, we don't have to show your art, Adam. God.
I did that
We hear
one.
about you enough.
I made some stickers too. Look at that.
Do you have CT's second picture?
Sweet.
Hey, Adam, send me that show 100. I'll use it for the podcast tile.
Sure.
Do you have CT's
Oh, that's a
second
good idea.
picture, Adam?
I do, yeah. I sure do.
I think there's some other. Yeah, there's some other pictures I'll have to send to you too that I don't think we showed last week. If you don't have them. Mark the Cyborg for $6.99 Canadian says, "My girlfriend and I just got a new puppy who we named JoJo. She's a living, breathing JoJo reference. Awesome. Totally S-class. Ain't you know it? Ain't you know it?"
Did he say totally S-class, or did you yell? S-class. Did you say his puppy's S-class because it has a
No,
JoJo
he
reference?
said he's totally S-class. Okay.
Oh, they're getting away from me. They're getting
Derek Drummond.
away.
I know they are. Watch out. Actually, they've always been away from you because I've always been on top, Adam. Okay, I've always been on top. Derek Drummond for $5 says, I hate the never going to use this argument. I think education should be just as much about appreciation as it is practicality.
Yeah, you gotta appreciate your past, unless it's boring.
true.
Then just chuck that shit
And
to the
fuck it.
curb. Let's get serious here.
Is something that you guys touched on that I think really needs to be enunciated is the absolute inefficiency and impracticality of the vast majority of college courses if you want to learn how to function in a business environment. Like if you're going into school for IT, there's no reason for you to take calculus.
Totally.
They make you take calculus.
Totally.
If you're going to school to become a jazz musician, there's a lot of classes that you don't need to take.
Yeah.
They're making you take so that you have a 4-year degree and so that they can charge you for 4 years of degree instead of the 2 years it would take for you to learn the stuff.
No. It's because the
you
white
ask-
supremacy, okay?
If you ask any lawyer, nobody saw, but I just rolled my eyes very hard at PSA 6. If you ask any lawyer, like, how much of the stuff did you learn in law school that was useful for you practicing law? They'll tell you about a semester, maybe 2. But you go to law school for 3 years.
Yep.
And
it's all a
and then
scam.
you get on the job and it takes you about a year to learn what you actually needed to learn in the first place.
You're there to suck up to your professors. Make them feel
Like-
important.
School has turned, specifically college education, I'm going to say, has turned into this hugely inefficient system built to uphold elitism rather than to give you practical job skills.
So
It drives me nuts.
I have CT's second thing up. Second photo. Did we lose Sitch? Sitch fell asleep.
His mic is muted. Something must be going on.
Oh.
Anyways, what's the next super chat?
That's a good question because I don't have the super chats up. Sitch has them up, so. But this is
Dang it,
CT's. This is CT's. Well, something might have happened. This is CT's second one. You have me here fighting the YouTube algorithm, which I'm very good at fighting, by the way. And Sitch looks like he's getting ready. This must be like the self-hatred part because it looks like he's about to stab himself in the back with that
I am
sword there.
cutting the YouTube guy in half. What are you talking? What are you talking?
Well, you're in this. You're here, and then you're down here as well, and it looks like you're trying to take yourself out. I don't.
Adam
So it
doesn't
looks to me
know how
like he's
paneling in
already
comics
swung from the left-hand side of the panel over to the right-hand side of the panel.
Okay.
Yes, Nathan understands comic perspective more than Adam does. Why Nathan should be drawing the comic, not you, Adam.
There we go.
You definitely don't want Nathan drawing the fucking comic. That's a terrible idea.
So the man is here. I mean, this looks like he's riding a surfboard, though. I thought this was like a surfboard he's on.
I think it's a wonderful drawing.
No, it's wonderful, but now you're making like it's doing a kind of gestalt thing here. I thought I was like the Silver Surfer up here.
I think you're a boomer and you don't understand how anime works. I think that's what's happening.
okay.
I think that's what we're learning right now.
Well, explain it to me. Why are you about
okay.
to chop your own head off?
So, in one panel, you're shooting lasers at the guy.
The YouTube guy, I see that. Yeah.
And you can see in the background of my panel, you can see the lasers. Okay?
Yes.
And I'm flying underneath the lasers and I'm cutting the guy in half. That's what you're seeing. I'm cutting the guy in half, like anime.
Where's
style.
that happening?
So it's already happened. See how the
okay.
panel is split? It's as if his slice was so deep, it not only cut through the robot, but the comic itself.
Comic itself.
Oh
I'm already on
my
the
God.
other side. Yes. On the other
Sitch
side
can't
of the guy.
swing that hard. Sitch
Right.
can't swing that hard. No.
I can definitely swing that hard, okay?
How do we know that the robot just didn't die from the lasers? It looks like the lasers got him. And such.
Because look, in the last panel, you can see the robot's cut in half and he's leaking pink, purple blood everywhere.
But he's also on
While
fire.
you read a bunch of really good books, Sitch studied the Blade. Okay?
That's true. That is very true.
Studied the Blade.
The gay
You
blade,
read
maybe.
about society. I studied the Blade.
The gay blade.
While you were developing your laser eyes, he perfected the blockchain.
Wow. Look at this.
Look, we do a
Adam's just
fist bump.
jealous.
We're doing a fist bump at the end here.
Adam's just jealous. He doesn't want to share the limelight with anyone, guys. This is ridiculous. This is absurd. Anyways.
That's funny. That is funny.
Mountain Man Chuck for $5 says, figured bass, harmony, and religion are self-contained things. One should not argue these. That's a quote from Beethoven. Interesting. So even Beethoven maybe wasn't on board with the figured bass.
He's like, that tired old shit. I'm going to write my own shit.
Loner L. Renault for $5 says, this guy wants to claim that Beethoven was whipping black people while he wrote the Fifth Symphony. I am not one calling all classical music whiteness. Yeah, exactly.
The only time I've actually seen figured bass be used is on double bass and on tuba, where the notes go so low that it's literally off the chart. And so they'll just write it up an octave and then put the number next to it telling you how low it actually is supposed to be.
Oh, that's interesting.
It's the only time I've ever seen it be used. And even then, most of the time what they'll do instead is they'll write 8 BA, which just tells you the same thing but down an octave.
Right. So I sent you a bunch of art.
Yeah, I know. I'm pulling them up.
So
Pulling them up now.
Just letting you know. Ivan Geterix for $5 says, happy 100 so. May the absolute dearth of female skeptics drive us to fetishize you both even further. But be careful. It's a slippery slope.
Dearth is a weird word. Dearth is totally a weird word.
Why?
Because it sounds like girth, which makes you think big, but dearth is tiny.
I see. That's true. I read that one. Mango for £5 says his channel, Adam Neely, is devoted to music theory. Is he outing himself as a racist? Yes. Unfortunately, racist now means white-skinned, so self-flagellation is due. Yes.
We're not going to do that stuff, right? I'm not going to self-flagellate.
We're not going to do that.
Speaking of girth, what's this picture?
Which one did you put up? I can't see it.
Obviously, the one with the dildo on your head. Of course, I'm going to put that one up first.
Oh,
You're
if
just
you
teasing
remember,
me here.
So first of all, this was by Felix, and if you remember last stream, as I was criticizing Jake's corn costume, I was saying how silly it would be to put a big dildo, some big distracting dildo on your head while you're trying to talk about race and race theory. So in the comic, I've got the big purple dildo on my head, and I'm talking to a black man, and I'm saying, so you see, the plight of your kind is. Thank you, Felix, for actualizing my dream. Yeah.
I love the look on the black guy's face. It's like, dude, you got a dildo on your head. Dude.
A great picture.
My favorite part is that it's floppy.
Of course. Felix really, really nailed the floppiness.
Nailed that flaccid pink dildo. Thank goodness.
Thanatos777 for $1. Thank you. Joshua Worley for $20. Thank you, Joshua. Says, oh my God, I don't know how to pronounce his name. It's the person that directed Cuties. Maimuna Dudekar, I don't know, whatever. Is the Mott and Sylvani de Zagores is the Bailey of Cuties. His IMDb was scrubbed. He auditioned 650 girls and has made stuff like this before.
Whoa. Whoa. I knew it. I could, like,
you're very cultured.
If I was a cinematographer and I was shooting that stuff, I would be like, oh my God. Like, who's not screaming like, this is disgusting?
Right. That's
true. I heard that the Sundance Festival person was some kind of child porn person.
Of course.
I don't know if that was true.
God.
I never verified it but I did hear that the person who is in charge of the Sundance Festival, where they won the award, was arrested for child
There's
pornography.
an unconfirmed report that allegedly, we'll use that word, okay?
Yeah.
It's alleged, right?
Well, he said he heard. Could be not true.
I heard a rumor that someone once told me, yes.
We didn't even use the guy's name, so.
No. Metal Minister for $2 says, y'all should have a discussion with Don the Pleb.
Don the Pleb. Okay,
Don
cool.
the Pleb. Do you know who that is? I'm not familiar with his work.
He goes on Academic Agent stream all the time. Last time
cool.
Last time I saw Don the Pleb, though, he was smoking like 10,000 cigarettes and talking about how coronavirus was a scam and didn't exist. And I was thinking, it's so ironic that you're smoking all those cigarettes when it's a respiratory virus. So
right.
Yeah, that one I never got why all these states like let you smoke weed and considered that an essential service in the middle of a respiratory virus.
all right, we're gonna have to let you go now.
Didn't they say? Well, haven't now they discovered that? I thought smoking actually helps prevent coronavirus.
Yeah, smoking weed does. Smoking
I
weed
don't know if
helps
cigarettes or if it was
prevent
just weed, but-
everything.
Of course, it does.
It's a cure-all for everything.
When it first came out, I heard that it really impacted the male Chinese smoking population really badly.
What?
It would make sense. Isn't smoking really big in China?
Yeah. So men do most of the smoking in China, and because of that, the virus actually disproportionately impacted men in China just because of smoking.
Because it's a respiratory illness. Yeah, totally screws you up. Look at this.
So this is David Aragorn. He drew this wonderful picture referencing last stream of me and Adam eating corn cob Jake.
Mm-hmm.
The last stream, and on Adam's shirt is T-Jump.
Does T-Jump wear
T-Jump's
glasses?
faces through that whole stream were just priceless.
They were very funny. Yes.
He was good.
Very good, very great picture. T-Jump responded to this picture, David, and said, "Why isn't Adam on my shirt?" So I like that.
Of course you would.
Yes.
Of course.
Stug, of course I would. Stug for $2 says, "I want my money back." You can't have it, Stug. You already gave it to us.
Well, how do you get? Why does he want it back? We need reasons. Super chat us again and tell us why you want your money back.
Give us another $2 and tell us why you want it back, and maybe we'll consider it. Gemini for $2 says, "Adam talking down on homophobia ironic." Ooh.
When did I talk down on homophobia?
I don't remember. This was 5 hours ago.
I said the Greeks were in favor of homophobia. That's not
Right.
talking down on it. That's saying it was cool with them. What's this? Sitch getting out of Twitter jail, I think.
Okay, so is this another FedEx picture that you linked?
Yeah.
Or is it the other one? I can't see yet.
It's the other, it's you getting out of Twitter jail, I believe.
Describe the picture to me. Is the one me bending the bars?
Oh no, it's you doing your Shawshank Redemption coming out of the soil with your
there's
spoon.
Phalanx has me escaping from Twitter jail
Oh.
with the spoon. Yes.
This is all
Shawshank Redemption.
This is all like human waste on your face and stuff, right?
It's dirt. I'm digging through.
No, it's human waste.
Digging out of the dirt.
He went through a sewer. Shawshank
guys,
Redemption style, I already said.
This is the length I go through, okay, to be able to talk to you on Twitter. Really appreciate it. Really appreciate it.
Don't you understand? The narrative's already been established by Adam, so anything
Yeah.
you say now just doesn't matter.
And actually,
This could be Sitch reaching up in victory after he finally had that good poop he's always complaining.
That's
He's
true.
always complaining about.
There's a nice little attention to detail there. Look, Felix I've tied my tie around my arm because it's fallen off my neck.
Oh yeah, that's good. I like it.
Nice little detail. Lieutenant Amazon for $5 for bringing it back says, "Happy 100 to celebrate. I guess we're watching a man simp for an Indian girl." Oh, horrible bigot. How dare you?
Yeah, what's up with that? He must.
He did simp a little bit.
He did simp a little bit.
Is there a
Daniel
name for that? I mean, they call it yellow fever when white guys
Wow.
are into. Well, I mean, that's what it's called. Is that racist? I don't know.
Wow, Adam.
I think any response in trying to answer your question is just going to automatically make this even more racist. So we're just going to blow right by this one.
It's not. I mean, I don't know how you describe that other than that.
Daniel Collective 1 for $4.99 says the song from Twilight is my wedding dance song. It's the most embarrassing normie thing I've ever done besides liking sports and American Idol. Well, when you like it, Danimal, it's okay. Because we like
that song I have played at multiple people's weddings.
I see.
It's very popular. Probably the second most popular wedding song, right behind Pocket Bell's Cannon.
Really interesting.
Oh yeah, super popular.
Stug, I will see it right now, and I won't forget. Stug for $2 says, you win. Oh, see, he gave us another $2 to explain. He says, I was talking about messing up the intro. Oh, that's why I wanted his money back. Because we messed up the Bob B intro.
Oh yeah.
Was he in
on the Bob B intro?
I don't know. Stug, were you in on this? I don't know. I have no idea. The NREP for £2 says, why isn't he simping for gay/trans Indian singers? Yeah, that's a good point. That's an excellent point.
What do they call that if you're into gay trans? If like you're a white guy who likes to date gay trans.
Yeah, I don't know.
There's not a specific name for that.
I don't know if there's a name for that. There's got to be somewhere. Ubiquitous for $2 says it's called music cultures or world music class. So there you go. See, that's the problem. It's labeled music theory. Okay, it's music theory. It affects me. It triggers me. The Wooster for $4.99 says everyone who has the nerd writer / NPR condescending view essay voice should be banned from using the internet. We would all benefit from their absence. Does Adam Neely have the NPR condescending video and essay voice?
Oh, he definitely had major condescending at the end there when he's like shaking his head and being like, quoting Wikipedia. Oh my God.
Wikipedia. Ugh, you're doing good. You're doing a good job right there.
The guy he's making fun of probably
NPR News.
Right.
The guy he's making fun of there probably has a PhD in something or other.
Mm-hmm.
Today we're determining why all white professors should be removed from their positions just for being white.
Yeah,
exactly.
Totally.
I have a very interesting interview.
That would be on NPR
another
too.
Progressive professor.
Yeah.
This is an associate professor and black and a woman. And this whole thing about them wanting all full-time white professors removed from their jobs has nothing to do with the fact that they want their jobs. We just want to get that out of the way.
The Jim for $5 says, I was told that if sufficiently bribed, you might do a show with Don from Plebeian Media. So are you fiscally lubed up enough? Pops $5 bill. Are we fiscally lubed up enough, Adam? We're fiscally lubed up enough for me to tell Adam to go check it out. How about that?
It could be interesting. I mean, like I said, he was talking about not. Are we still talking about the pleb?
Yes. Don
yeah.
the pleb.
I mean, it could be interesting. He doesn't think coronavirus is real.
There you go. Very interesting, I guess. The Wooster for $4.99 says, Sitch exposing that the BC Common Era CE push was initially done by Jews. It might not have been. That was my young childlike mind assuming it was, but it could be done by psychos. I have no clue, actually. It's interesting. I don't know who started it. I do think it's stupid and not really necessary.
Before Common Era? I mean, I heard that it seems like in a lot of history classes, so...
Oh, really? You've seen it? I haven't seen that very much.
I've seen it all over. Yeah, I've read it in
Maybe that's a California
thing.
I don't know.
Well, I mean, I'm not reading books that are exclusive to California. I mean,
you're not? Oh, okay. I thought you had the California.
Yeah, California has their own books. Yeah.
Right, of course. 95 Keat for $5 says, you know who uses BC and AD? Sitch. Messianic Judaism.
Jews for Jesus, right here.
Messianic Judaism. Yes.
I think I technically might be a Jew for Jesus.
Really? Interesting.
Yeah. My father's side of the family is 100% Jewish. So it depends on who you ask whether or not I'm Jewish. If you ask the more strict Jews, I'm not Jewish because my mother's not Jewish.
Mm-hmm. Wait, you said your father's Jewish?
Yeah, my father's Jewish.
Oh, you're not Jewish. No, you're not Jewish.
Yeah, so the more strict Jews say that's not Jewish.
Yeah.
The less strict Jews are like, you're fine.
You're still kind of Jewish. It's fine.
And of course, the white supremacists still think I'm definitely Jewish.
Right.
So it really depends on who you ask whether or not I'm a Jew for Jesus.
I don't believe in strictness.
Right. So you just flashed the Zofrat's picture of me as the companion cube.
Yeah, I think we did that last week.
I think we did that last week.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes. There were some other ones I sent you in the DM.
Dude, this art
Oh,
page
really?
looks awesome this week.
There's more coming? My God.
Yeah, there was 1, 2, 3, I think you haven't put up yet.
Hilarious.
$2. Stug for $2 says specializations are racism, guys. Yeah, I know. It's very silly. Noel Campbell for $2 says, do we not enjoy multicultural because it's different? Yeah, exactly. That's a good point.
True.
That's true.
Very true.
Corey Roberts for $2 says, food theory equals racist. It starts with French gourmet. Yeah, I was actually talking about that with a friend of mine the other day who's all into food, and she was talking about how influential French cuisine was on food preparation and I guess food theory or whatever you'd call it. And so it's funny because it would also be considered white supremacy, even though all the German classical music guys hated the French classical music guys. But that's another story.
I only eat freedom fries.
There you go. The Wooster for $4.99 says, music theory can't be racist because Italians invented it, and we all know that Italians aren't white. That's true. Italians invented the original notation that we use today, the staffs and all that stuff. Pingle Dingle for $4.99 says, question for a guest. Oh, I'm so sorry. Did 12-tone music ruin classical music for the 20th century?
No, because classical music snobs totally hate it and absolutely refuse to have anything to do with it. And so as a result, it has not ruined it because it's confined to its tiny niche group of people who in college who all go, look, the math, it's so beautiful. And then they sit in their little dorm rooms and listen to it on records and demand that other people listen to it. And anybody else who listens to it goes, this is disgusting. I'm not listening to this ever again.
So the picture that you put up, Adam, was, I don't know how to pronounce her Twitter name. Atersa Enduk on Twitter made this funny meme, and it's got Jake as Cornholio, and he says, I'm the great Cornholio. I need TP for my bunghole. Again, referencing Jake's insane corn outfit.
Yes, and also the cartoon Beavis and Butthead.
Yes, of course. I thought that would go without saying. Papa Rock 777 for $20. Thank you very much, Papa Rock says, popping in to say thank you both for helping me get through the Monday grind. Congratulations on 100 episodes, and I look forward to the comic if it comes out. It will not be
if it comes out.
It is a question of when. It's a question of when. Adam is showing me fantastic art that he's been drawing. Fantastic.
Working on it constantly.
Okay.
How many pages do you have completed now?
All
100,000.
Yes.
They're just not.
Out of how many?
We're perfecting them.
200,000. It's a very long comic.
Can you imagine?
200,000.
The world's longest comic.
Oh my God. Jeez.
Brandon Jensen for $2 says, bingo, bango, bongo, why people need more Congo music. Oh my God. That was very racist. Didn't know that going into that super chat. Oh, I denounce it.
You did worse than me.
I know. The opinionated one for $5 says, rock is a derivative of blues. Bar blues is the most common chord progression and is the basis for various other genres. Oh, and black people invented blues. Yes, of course. But that's fine. And apparently that doesn't make people who study blues or jazz black supremacists for some bizarre reason.
I love blues. Blues is one of my favorite things to play. It's absolutely super, super simple, meaning that any group that you get into, basically, you can, if they don't know how to play blues, you can teach them blues in like 5 minutes.
Oh, well, then what do you need to go to school for?
1-4, 1-4, 5-1. It's super, super easy. 12-step blues, super duper easy.
Yep.
And then as long as they can do that, anybody who's more skilled and able to improvise can just right on top of that bass line that the people who are less skilled are doing, and you can jam with almost anyone, almost anywhere, regardless of whether they even speak your language. Blues is awesome at crossing musical boundaries. And that is why I think it's one of the best genres out there.
Well, it's interesting because you can see like classical music was very classism and elitist, and blues was obviously constructed to be very like the opposite of that. Very like, oh, you know, anyone on the street can go pick it up and play with other people.
Even if you know almost nothing about even the instrument that you are playing, you can learn blues in almost no time at all.
What's this picture, Sitch?
Okay, so this picture is by Tank Slime, and it was inspired by Felix's picture of me breaking out of jail. So here's Tank Slime's picture of me breaking out of jail. Of Twitter jail. It's very cool looking. Lieutenant Amazil for $5 says, you know why the Russians aren't counted? Because YouTube won't let me say the S word, so look in chat.
What?
The S.
Sexist? Is that the word?
No, I don't think that's the word. Sorry, we missed it, Amazon. That was a long time ago. Bobby for $2 says 100 episodes and Sitch finally has a good point. I have nothing but good points.
What?
Every word that comes out of my mouth is dripping with intellectual awesomeness.
There was some good stuff, but Adam Neely's video was a little boring at the beginning. So
that's true.
Look at you getting out of jail.
We made it not boring. Where are we? Celsius music. We already read that one. Convincing reality for £2 says twerk it, Sitch.
Yeah, that was when we were talking about you breakdancing. So have you learned the twerk? Do you twerk at home at all?
I twerk every night before I go to bed. You gotta get your booty in the right jiggle rhythm before you go to sleep. Otherwise, you'll lose your rhythm when you wake up. Okay, it's a trick.
Man.
It's a trick you guys gotta know.
Trying to imagine such twerking is hilarious.
Let me see that booty work. Booty work.
See, Adam always envisions me twerking. That's what helps him get to sleep at night.
It's terrifying to think about.
Wow, terrifying because he's so jealous. He wishes he could twerk his booty.
He just imagines Sitch twerking.
I can't imagine.
So terrified of how attracted he is to the thought.
I might try twerking just to see how.
Homophobia causes him to black out.
There you go. I love it.
Oh, that's a good sleeping pill right there.
There you go. So the picture you put up is Zofrat's. Zofrat's picture of me breaking out of Twitter jail.
That's not how it went down.
That is
Did you ever delete the tweet?
That is literally exactly how it went down.
Did you delete the tweet? Was the tweet deleted?
Uh-oh. Wait a minute. Uh-oh.
What happened?
Is Adam Neely talking about us on Twitter or something?
Oh no. Oh no.
Oh no. I mean, that's hilarious, but
we
look it up.
journalistically busted him. Of course he's talking about it.
Uh-oh. Oh no. Oh my
drama?
God. Oh shit. I'll have to send this to Adam so he can play it. Okay.
Oh no. What, he already did he did a response?
He did it. He did a Twitter. He did a Twitter tweet.
Yeah, but a tweet doesn't count. I thought you said play it.
Oh, I'm sorry. I meant put it up.
Like bring it up.
Bring it up. So I just sent it to you. While you're doing that, I'll keep going. See, you read Josh F. Kerwin's horrible bigotry already.
Oh shit, the Chuds made a literal 5-hour reaction to the music theory and white supremacy video. He's already calling us Chuds.
Yep.
What a fucking bastard. It's so adorable seeing them try to talk about music theory. Really cute. Oh my God. Oh, the condescending. Oh my God.
Condescension, right.
What an example of white privilege that is. Look at that.
I know. I should respond and say, let's see. Say, you're right, Adam. I should just
Invite my
should
friend
just
on.
lie and take people out of context to make them look racist like you did.
Yeah.
Them look racist like you did. There you go. That's like a tweet, right?
Sure.
Sounds good to me.
You're right. I should just lie and take people out of
No,
context.
don't
and make them
respond.
look
don't
racist
respond.
like you did.
This guy doesn't
Why
deserve
not?
a
Are
response.
you kidding me? You guys live for drama. If you
We
don't
live for
respond,
Oh my god.
what are you even?
No, don't send that yet. Tell him, hey, we're having who's the guy that he lambasted? Tell him, hey, we're having that guy on the show next week. Would you like to talk to him?
Well, we don't know if we're gonna have that guy on next week.
So he doesn't know that. He's not even listening to our 5-hour video.
Okay, I'll hold off on the tweet for now.
Ask him why he didn't interview the other guy. Ask him why he didn't why he just took one side of the argument and didn't actually talk to the other guy that he totally tears apart in the video. Why didn't he let that guy respond?
I'll work that in when I have a breath.
I think the best possible response
Yes.
is where you take him out of context by taking something that he quoted the other guy saying as if he said it the way he did that to the person in his own video.
That's true.
That right there is the ultimate move.
That's
Why
true.
is he?
And then when
why
he
is
calls
he
you
calling
out
us?
on it, you say, "Oh, like you did to this person," right there.
I'm trying to
That's
figure out.
prime nailing.
I'm trying to figure out what we did to earn the
Chud
title
comment?
Chuds. What the fuck is that all about?
That's just code for anti-leftist. I think that is bad and is
Okay.
racist.
It seems racist. What's it?
Because it really means a gross, physically unappealing person. So he's calling you ugly, Adam.
Oh, really? Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's calling you
Fascinating.
ugly. Wow.
I didn't know. I never knew what Chuds meant. I just know Vosh says Chuds all the time.
It's a reference to some weird horror movie from the 80s. There, these
Cannibalistic humanoid underground dweller.
Yes.
Well, if he
originates from the 1984 film Chud.
if he can keep the ad hominem to a minimum, we could have him on. But obviously, if he's if all he thinks of is after he completely lies throughout his entire video, if all he does is go to ad hominem.
That's
then,
true. Did we even add? I mean, I guess did we add him this stream?
Not really.
I mean, you did call him a white male once or twice.
That's true. That's true. That's basically the same as saying racist. So
Well, I'm a white male though, so I mean, am I?
That's
I'm I don't know.
You're
I feel like
you're allowed.
I feel like white straight males are allowed to call each other out.
Naz a Jewel for $2 says S-Class will reign for 1,000 years. Huzzah for 100. Thank you, Naz a Jewel. John Smith for $4.99 says Stitch. Oh, Stitch. How dare you? Says, I want to help you shill for Israel. How do I send you my 100-page essay on how the planks in your stream are wrong? Looking at you, Sheckelberg. The planks. What are the planks in our stream?
I don't know.
I'm not sure what that means, John. But if you want to send me a 100-page essay, you can email it to me at psa6@gmail.com. I'm not going to promise that I'm going to read a 100-page essay, but... Stug for $5 says, there's some biological validity to musical affinity. Some girl got brain damage and couldn't recognize music for a while. Netflix documentary. Interesting. It's actually very interesting. I'll check that out.
He has LICC in his profile with his pronouns. What Thank God I didn't misgender him. Oh my God.
There definitely are biological components to musicianship and music. I mean, you just need to meet any savant in any instrument, and as a violinist, let me tell you, to have practiced for an hour a day every day and get one result, and watch somebody else practice for an hour a day every day, and they get a completely different result, can be very infuriating.
Right.
And the same thing goes for perfect pitch. I am blessed to have perfect pitch. In some ways it's a blessing, in some ways it's a curse, but I have perfect pitch, and there are other people who will never have perfect pitch. There's no amount of training that you can do to fix that.
Right.
It's just something that you have or you don't. There are biological parts to music and musicianship that we do not fully understand.
Are you crafting your response such as so gun into Like,
I
I
well, I
think
just-
you
I
did
just
more
realized-
research.
Are you taking my advice on trapping him and taking people out of context?
No, I decided that I'm gonna say that he did a nice ad hom, and that it was in order to dismiss from the fact that he was openly promoting white nationalism on YouTube.
Yeah. There you go. That's
So-
it.
But I'll hold off until the stream is over.
Yeah, you
to
got to
make
think
sure
it
it's
through.
just
Yeah.
right.
Yeah, you want to make sure. You don't want to, because if you misspell something, they're going to go crazy on you. That's
You've
what
only
they
got
normally-
280 characters. You gotta make sure it's absolutely perfect.
Joseph Kerwin for $5 says, "How much overlap is there between Indian music culture and Mongolian throat singing? It seems like culture is massively more significant than race." Very true. John Smith for 199 says, "The Nazis were the ones trying to impregnate humans." Oh, he's saying there's some sort of Nazi chimera hybrid experiments. So
Yeah, this guy was Russian and openly did it. I don't know if they did it secretly or what.
I wouldn't be surprised the Nazis are doing shit like that too.
Yeah, totally. They're nuts.
Joseph Kerwin for $2 says, "I saw Turtle Dreams. You can dance to anything." I don't know what Turtle
Sweet.
Dreams is. It's a weird song by Mary. Opinion 1 for $5 says, "Grats on 100 episodes. Y'all two of my favorite enlightened centrist YouTubers who actually give me some hope for political YouTube culture. Keep it up." You're welcome. Opinionated 1. Convincing Reality for £2 says, "Rap has its origins in Scotland." Oh, I didn't realize that. Does that mean that rap in America is culturally appropriated from Scottish culture? Incredible.
Yeah, I read
Joseph-
that in the book, Black Rednecks and White Liberals, that book that the guy suggested, I think a couple weeks ago. That book was amazing. I couldn't put it down. Thomas Sowell. I finally found a Thomas Sowell book that I love, but I immediately started reading Conflict of Visions again, and I realized, okay, this is Thomas Sowell's problem. Like, everything is concept, and it just wears your brain out. Like, if you don't have something that's a story or a picture, it's just hard to pay attention to.
Right. You can take off Adam's triggered tweet.
Adam just lives for the charts and the
triggering you?
graphs in every book.
No, I'm saying we don't need to. We can have our beautiful art. Adam Neely's terrible slanders tweet shouldn't be displayed over the beautiful art that we're showing.
Very true.
Joseph Kerwin for $5 says, "The trouble with being white supremacy adjacent is what it does to your property value."
That's good.
That's funny. That's funny.
And just destroys it. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure the people who live next to the Westboro Baptist Church are going to have a lot of trouble selling their house.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. The Woot Man for 5 Canadian says, "Celsius is more based around water freezing at 0 degrees. If it's above 0, it means no snow. Below 0, water can freeze into snow/ice." And for another 5 Canadian, he says, "The 100 point isn't useful, but the 0 point is extremely useful, especially when you live in snowy climates. Canada, happy 100th." No, I agree that being 0 for freezing is fine. But again, the problem with Celsius isn't the starting point. It's the scale.
The high.
Yeah.
What
the
if
scale is useless.
we just double all the numbers in Celsius? So it takes 200 degrees to hit the boiling point of water, right?
It'd probably be more useful then. Yeah, that'd be fine.
Yeah, so then you can basically just take every number and split it in half,
right?
Or double it to swap between old Celsius and new Celsius, and then we all just agree to use the new Celsius.
Never gonna
That's
happen.
interesting. Yeah, they're never gonna happen, but that'd be interesting. The Woot Man for another 2 Canadian says, "What's the freezing point in Fahrenheit?" It's 32. I know that. Everyone knows that. Everyone knows that, Woot Man. That wasn't a gotcha. I see you trying to get me with a getcha. Everyone knows that. Okay. Jay Marino 09 for $5 says, "Ironically, the closest rapper Shapiro described is Eminem." LOL. There you go. Maybe that's the only rapper Shapiro's listened to because.
So, if you're taking rap as pure rap and not hip hop, maybe he has a point.
Right.
Like if it's literally just rap and there's no beat at all, it's just the rap all by itself, then maybe he has a point. Because then there would be no harmony or melody. But as soon as you introduce a bass line, which you have in every hip-hop song ever, then that argument falls out the window.
Right.
Hold on.
What?
So they're responding to his tweet. You probably spent more time on making your video than they spent making theirs. I don't know about that.
Do they know how videos work? Do they know how temporal time works? I'm not sure.
Well, you read the guy's paper like back and forth,
that's
like
true.
you know
I did read
everything
the guy's
about
paper.
the guy.
That's true.
Like, come on.
That's true. I actually read the material, Adam.
This
Neely.
wasn't us going through and just making fun of the way you dress, dude.
No.
Seriously.
Right. Mark Collins for $4.99 says, "Someone tell Adam Neely to stop speaking. I already have enough reasons to vote for Trump. He doesn't need to do this." Shinzo Bean for $5 says, "Music theory is less of an objective standard and more of a tool to objectively describe something that is subjective." Exactly. It's a very good way of saying it, yes.
He's in there responding to his fans too.
Of course.
It comes off like licking his wounds. I think we might really have heard him.
Philip Ayan Does Nuts, Ayan Day Nuts for $5 says, "First time viewing live. Congratulations on 100 guys. Thank you, Philip." 95 Keep for $5 says, "This guy could have made all his points in a 10-minute video and still have time to spare. This feels so stretched." Yes, very true. Very true.
Oh, I'm
Brian K.
tempted to
$5
respond
says,
here. I'm so tempted to
Yeah,
respond.
but if he
Don't
did that, he
don't
wouldn't
respond
have
yet.
enough time to dox perfectly reasonable opinions.
That's true.
Made by qualified professors.
That's
so.
That's true.
Someone's saying never underestimate the Chud's ability to whinge endlessly about topics they don't understand. I don't know. It seems like we had a pretty good understanding of the situation here.
Right. Hey, we even brought on a music expert. Okay?
Yeah, exactly. Like
So,
it's their
excuse me.
brand.
I know. So
You
funny.
brought on 2 musicians.
2 music experts. That's true. Brian K. for $5 says, "Shanker seems like a Nietzschean to me. Nietzsche was elitist, anti-democracy. He was friends with Wagner, but later hated him because he was anti-Semitic." Maybe.
It's Wagner, not Wagner.
So sorry.
How
So
dare you?
Sorry. I'm American, okay? And in the good land of America, we see W's and we see wha sounds, okay? Not this other nonsense. Not this
Wagner
German
is
nonsense.
a truly great composer.
You've got your work cut out for you this week, Nathan, because I think these clips might be hot with him mouthing off on Twitter so much.
Maybe.
People seem to want the cliff notes here. They want to
Should
know
I
the
put
high
Adam
stakes
Neely's
drama.
name in the title of the video?
You can, but I mean the clips are really. I mean, in the
You
third
put it in the
act.
description. You're fine.
Okay.
In the third act of this video, because it's long, like we're approaching 7 hours here.
Well,
we
I'll
pretty
do a main
much
channel video on this.
Sure, totally, yeah. But the clips will be out sooner than the main channel video.
obviously.
We're talking like you got to animate and stuff. Come on,
Yeah.
it's like this guy's already been destroyed. There's no need for a main channel video.
I do the podcast Monday and then clip Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday is usually my schedule.
Calvin says sitting in front of a camera for 5 straight hours talking about something they know next to nothing about is the fascist most popular form of video. Oh my
Fascist
God.
now. Oh my gosh. Terrible. This all sounds anti-Semitic to me. I don't know about you guys.
I know, exactly. Oh, but wait, they already went after the guy who's Jewish, so don't think that's going to spare you. Like, come on, you're
right.
Of course you do hate Ben Shapiro.
And don't
so.
you know being Jewish only matters if you have the right opinions?
But he does have the right opinions. Sitch has TDS. What are you talking about? Like
The same thing
like
happens
he's
with
untouchable.
Yeah, it happens with all the other races, nationalities, and genders, and all the rest of it. Right. Don't you remember one of those crazy people said we don't need black voices unless they're gonna be a black voice. That's what they said, I believe.
How? I'm almost
At the
amazed
end
by
of the
the
day, that's what it is. If
How?
you don't
I'm-
have the right opinion, then it doesn't matter what your
Regis says how.
intersectional identity.
Regis says how. I'm almost amazed by the sheer persistence of chuds. But how can you attempt to defend people who are literally mask off racists?
Amazing.
Like they weren't even being subtle about it. Oh my God. Oh my
I know.
God.
You know what? He's right. Adam was not being subtle about his racism in this video. He was entirely mask off racist. That's very true.
Because the chuds are racist, probably. Look at this. Look at
Take it
this.
from their perspective. If they believe what Adam Neely said is true, then they would believe that the people that Adam was denigrating are in fact racists.
I went to an all black Catholic school. I'm willing to bet that Adam Neely went to a private school. It seems that way. It seems that that's the case here, but maybe I'm wrong. I'm not calling him a chud or anything. I think did we call him a chud in the entire video? I don't believe we did.
No, I guess, yeah, no. We actually stuck to the arguments. So, you know how it is.
People in the
awesome.
well, I'm afraid to ask, but what's a chud? There's a lot of those. What's a chud?
Asayar for 5 Aussie bucks says, taught Shanker for his career. Now white supremacy is in vogue. Shanker is going to help his career again. Wow.
Oh, I know. So bad.
That's true. It's very sad. Hummer Eduardo Rodriguez Medrano for $10. Thank you very much, Hummer. John Smith for $4.99 says, Adolf Hitler technically wasn't a white is best guy. He wanted to erase half the Slavs and chain the rest. He also liked the Japanese and Arabs. Yeah, exactly. He was a German supremacist. He wasn't necessarily a white supremacist. It's very true, but everyone forgets that, especially the neo-Nazis and people like Adam, who's parroting white nationalist talking points.
Adam Neely, obviously. Adam
Neely. I'm so
friended
sorry.
would never.
Adam Neely, yes.
This one's a good one. Tabby says, was it EFAP? Oh, no. Throwing Mahler under the bus, too. Seems like something they do. Right. And about to correct runtime. Oh, my God.
Right. Yep. There you go.
Mahler doesn't escape.
It's always funny how they bring up the length of time as if that's some sort of negative quality. It's like, how dare you go over someone's video in long format so you can address everything they say instead of just clipping things out of context and addressing little bits and pieces of it. How dare you, sir?
There was one cut in there that I didn't even mention, but it was a cut of what was the professor's name? I can't remember.
Ewell
said one thing and said the second half of the sentence was a completely different idea. It was one of those Frankenstein things put together that I was like, oh, that could have been anything.
Could have been anything. Yep. Mark Collins for $4.99 says, please get Sargon and Vosh to debate whether or not child porn should be illegal. I never get tired of laughing at YouTube comments.
That's not going to happen, but that's it.
No, I don't think that's going to happen, but that'd be interesting. Mr. Guy for $4.99 says, the word hegemony and at about 2017, Haidt wrote on Heterodox that the concept creep change to white supremacy was here and to resist it too late. Yes. So Haidt talked about this concept creep change to the definition of white supremacy. Interesting.
Many times, yeah.
Right.
JJ says, now who is an elitist? Ooh, pushing back.
Ooh.
Yeah, totally elitist. What are you talking about?
Yeah, guys, feel free to respond to Adam Neely, asking him specifically why he's parroting white nationalist talking points on YouTube.
Here's a good one. They are genuinely insane, to be honest. Vosh and many others have had to deal with these guys for a long time. Maybe you could get on his live stream to talk about it. He has trash music knowledge, so it'd be fun to see him get educated. Well, we brought in our expert. What we're admitting.
No, he's saying he wants Adam Neely to go on Vosh's stream. That's what he's saying.
Oh, okay. I gotcha.
Just deep in that ideological bubble as much as you can.
Look at this. We got a Vosh simp right here. You should virtue signal Vosh some more. We need more communists.
Sonico Forever for $5 says, we need to make woke bingo. Mentions Fox News, makes fun of Shapiro, condescends to the audience, etc. with mentions racism as the free space, of course. Yes. I like it. I like it.
Yeah, that's good.
Derek Drummond for $5 says, wait, can we believe Wikipedia when it says Wikipedia is not a reliable source? But Wikipedia isn't a reliable source? Now I'm confused. There you go. It's a conundrum. It's a conundrum.
It's like infinite regress.
Right.
Don't believe this. Technically, Wikipedia is a great source then.
Vagabond666 Gmail for $5 Dingo Dollars Didgeridoo says, why do you assume the point is to find ways to improve music theory and not to find examples everywhere to justify and further their racist agenda? That's a good point. It's an excellent point. Aussie Yar for 10 Aussie bucks says, all this sounds like is one college department trying to take funding away from another department.
Oh,
If the
definitely.
music department is racist, then maybe we, the social science department, can get their funding. Maybe.
They're both in the liberal arts.
Yeah.
This is a woke off. I just want to say here, I've never used the word chud. I've never called someone a chud. I've never typed out chud. Like, I literally had to ask what chud meant.
All of us didn't know what it meant.
Bobby for $10 says, show number 101, review the debate of I Hypocrite versus Gazi Kodo, aka Black Hitler, aka Blitler. Did I Hypocrite recently debate Gazi Kodo? Or
Oh my God.
Thing? I didn't think people still talked about Gazi Kodo, so I'm assuming this is like an old video.
So Rose Dees has done a great service to the Twitter community by summarizing our live stream. I could probably summarize it without watching it. Never happened. Nope. Jews rule the world.
They said.
I don't know. Like, Sitch does say Jews rule the world quite often, but I think for a far different reason than Rose Dees believes.
That's true.
All right. Anyone who did get curious, how close was I? Should I say right on the money? Exactly.
I don't think you should say it, but maybe I'll say something.
Yeah, that's true.
I do have the Jewish immunity idol, so. Orion,
Is that your mezuzah on your door?
That is the mezuzah on my door. It says right there. It says I can make fun of Jews right there on the door. Orion above average for $5 says so much of a. Oh no, I read that one.
I'm tempted to block him just for fun. What do you think?
No. Don't be a bussy. Steve asks for $5 says Vosh finally won the war against Destiny and got him departnered. It's like a Greek tragedy. Your thoughts, gents? So was that Vosh? That was. I know that there was a picture of, I think it was Vosh's Discord or some community of Vosh where his girlfriend and Vosh fans were trying to all send the clip that got Destiny deplatformed or departnered to Twitch. So maybe that would be like a Greek tragedy if Destiny raised Vosh up and then Vosh turned around and A2 Brutus stabbed him in the back. So
yeah, it's sad. Dick Masterson was on Twitter going fucking crazy about that shit. Yeah, it sucks.
Stug for $2 says, I haven't said it yet, so happy 100. Thank you, Stug. I am Bob for $5. Aussie Buck says, congrats on racking up a century, boys. Good to see. Thank you. I am Bob. JJ Cheeker for $5 says, congrats on show 100. I always look forward Sunday with you guys. Thank you for the good times. Cheers. P.S. Go A-Team. Sorry, Sitch. Heart. Oh,
sweet.
I don't forgive you.
A-Team for life.
No. The Wooster for $4.99 says, how many times do I have to tell you, Sitch? Only I have free will. There you go, guys. You're going to have to take it up with Wooster. He claimed that only he has free will.
All of us are living in the dream space of Wooster's mind.
That's right. That's right. Wooster is the main protagonist in a shonen anime, and we're all part of his delusion. Yes.
I got another one. Man, these guys are some incels if I've ever seen them.
Hitler was interesting that the supposed feminists are always the first to attack men for not being able to supposedly reproduce with women. It's very interesting.
Well, there is a, like, if you believe in that kind of stuff, there is a very tangible reason for that stuff. I won't get into it here, but
no, sure. But I'm just saying the feminists are the ones objectifying women whenever they call someone an incel.
Yeah.
So
big time.
It's very interesting.
Hitler was a German supremacist, not a white supremacist. I'm done. Hope they're eaten by the wolves. So what did we say anything about? I don't recall us talking about Hitler much in this stream.
No, I said that, but that's true. Hitler was a German supremacist.
Oh.
It is true that we talked about it, but mostly we talked about Hitler in reference to
Right.
Shanker.
Shanker,
right.
And his
German supremacy, yes.
And that he was a fan of Hitler. Because he felt that they both agreed on German supremacy.
Yes.
Right. Well, I'm curious, what color are the Poles? Because didn't Hitler invade Poland first?
What about all the white Jews he killed? Were they not white?
Yeah, exactly. Okay.
What about the Brits and Russians he was killing?
Yeah, exactly. The French, yeah.
I know. It's very silly. Wolfspan00 for $10 says, as a person of color that identifies as a black man, I find it funny that ones that participate in critical race theory are usually the supremacists. Also, it's ironic that your number 100 is on my birthday. Congratulations, by the way. Oh, happy birthday, Wolfspan.
Oh, man, we already got our guys going at it, too.
I know.
I think it's really important to point out the difference between most nationalist supremacy movements and the way America views its nationalism. Because in German nationalism, you can only be born a German to become part of a German nationalist movement. But America views its nationalism very differently.
Totally.
It's a set of ideals. It's a set of principles that you abide by.
Nation of immigrants.
And you come into the nation, you can join the nation. So it's almost like a church where you have to believe in the precepts to join, but anyone can join no matter what you were doing before you joined.
Yep.
And that makes it very different from almost every other type of nationalism that we've ever seen.
It's a great point.
David Owen in the chat is saying Adam's entire family is from moneyed classical musicians.
Oh, Adam Neely. Interesting.
Yeah.
Very interesting. So there's a lot of white guilt going on, I guess.
Oh
I'm telling you, this is all him trying to get ahead of accusations of him being racist.
Really? Wow.
Yep. Asa Yar for 5. Osbeck says, congrats on the 100 episodes. Been here since Adam was Atheist Squared. Wow. Very long.
He's got to be A-Team. Oh, my God.
Got to be A-Team. Yep. King Dance Killer, a.k.a. Dingus McBingus for $4.99 says, Stevie Ray Vaughan. In terms of a white, I guess that was in terms of who was a white blues person.
How close are we? I told my wife I'd be off at 8. I'm just curious if I was even close.
We'll see. I don't know if we're close, Adam. Pragmatic Culture for $5 says, lefties call something X-phobic because they've unlearned the emotion of disgust and now can only relate it to fear. Interesting. Maybe. I don't know if it's that or if it's all cynical framing.
Maybe it's just all care harm, and if you're afraid of somebody unreasonably, you're harming them somehow, and it's all just pure care harm, and so you can't determine it in any other part of the 6 moral virtues.
Wolfsbane00 for $2 says, did Vosh get demonetized for his comments on cuties? I'm not familiar what his comment on cuties was. His child porn argument was much older, I believe. This clip that I saw was he was talking to Vegan Gaines about the ethics, about how buying a computer made from slave parts was morally equivalent to a pedophile buying child pornography, which sounds fucking crazy to me, but I'm not a big brain leftist who's going to give up myself to the mob and just hope for the best. So what do I know? Pragmatic Culture for $5 says, pew-pewing the rioters and teaching them their antics have life-altering consequences is in fact the best thing you can do. Bales milk sop. I'm not familiar with what the last part means. Prince Charming for $5 says, dude in the video be like, I am mad that music I like not promoted in school. Everyone must worship what I like. Also says everyone. Yes. Very true. The Noble Savage for $5, who made the art, says, don't worry, Adam, baby. I can get away with that comic because I'm punching up against the pale faces. Congrats on the 100. I love this show. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much for the amazing artwork too, man.
Stug for $2 says, you win. I was talking about messing up the intro. Oh, yes, that's true. Alex Karras for $5 says, to be fair, Neely has a ton of other videos that are great. My favorite one was when he goes over CCM. He's not a bad guy. He seems genuine as fuck. I don't know, Alex. I don't know. Maybe you can. This super chat was before we started to see his Twitter response.
Alex actually responded. Alex Karras says, I personally wouldn't call them chuds. I'm a mod in that 5-hour video, and I was standing up for you and the rest of your work. You might have some new Sungazer fans at this point. I do think that that they made some valid points. Stay fresh, base man. Yeah, that's a thing. Yeah, the guy that we had on, Captain is an Adam Neely fan. Like this video triggered him because he's been an Adam Neely fan for so long.
Right. Exactly. John Smith for 199 says, YouTube censor. Plank was the best I could think of. Oh, I got you.
Plank.
Right. That was his earlier super chat. Yeah.
Oh.
I got you. DJM Voices for $10 says, I decided it's objectively moral to exercise my free will and donate for 100 episodes. Thank you, DJM Voices, for having free will. Thankfully, taking music theory didn't teach me to hate capitalism. Team Wagner. W's aren't V's in America. So Team Wagner. Yeah. There we go.
Yeah, if you're taking it now, though, it might be anti-capitalist. They're turning. Who knows what they're going to do with music theory in the next couple of years?
That's true. Stug for $2 says, having a long attention span makes you look stupid. Yeah, apparently. Zara Riches for $2 says, good job going the cult of the long hashtag, copyright sign boys. Yes. That means that we're racist, obviously. Right?
I don't know.
DJ Crunk Factory for $5 says, happy Hundy, guys. Now step in the front of the classroom so we can pull your ears 100 times and spank on the ass for good luck. Adam can take all my spanks and ear pulls as a sidekick.
What? No spanking in my pool.
John Stoffel for $1 says, when watching a video about space, try replacing the term astrophysics with anti-flat earth propaganda.
Oh my God.
Like it.
Anti-flat earth propaganda. Yeah, no. It's long and hard to do.
Paradox for $1 says, fuck it. I want in on this one. Oh, sorry, Paradox. We can get to you in time. I can add to the conversation.
Yeah, I sent him a link, but he said he'd already gone to bed. So
right. To Love Dr. 69 All Day for 150 says, I haven't seen Cuties, but from what I've heard, it really comes across as though they are trying to make it a reject tradition message, but it sloppily got changed into going against society, but it failed to even make tradition society look bad. That's my theory. I think that originally, and I'm looking at I'm looking at interviews that the director-writer gave before the controversy many months ago. And I do think that it was originally a movie that was sort of about how stifling anti-female religions like Islam can push young girls into going into going to the extreme in the opposite direction. I don't think it was ever intended to be a critique on society sexualizing girls whatsoever, because if that is the intention, the movie fails horribly in that regard.
Yeah, exactly. By making that same mistake.
Right, because the movie doesn't actually show society pressuring girls into sexualizing themselves. It does kind of the opposite. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if that whole line about how it's being moved by Netflix to kind of try to salvage the movie.
Damage control. Yeah.
Damage control, yes. After they did their terrible photo poster release. See, Fadikajukus for $5 says, happy 100 guys, much love, even if you won't play Street Fighter with me. Oh, but thank you. But
Street Fighter's great. You should play.
Yes.
Sorry.
The Love Doctor.
Let's get through these super chats. I'll stop interrupting you.
Yeah, says also congrats on 100. Been a fan for over 50 episodes and looking forward to the future of the show. Also, since I have characters left, talk about Destiny losing its partnership because of a bunch of butthurt leftists. Well, I assume they did it. Okay. Yes. It's sad.
It is super sad. Yeah. I don't like this. People are going crazy with the election.
Gartham for $69.69. Thank you very much, Gartham. Says, for years we have searched for the truth. Philosophers using reason, scientists exploring the universe, secret organizations keeping it buried. Now the truth has been revealed. The truth that it is objectively moral to be on A team rather than S class. How dare you, Garth? How dare you?
He got you, dude. And
Got
for
me.
$69 super chat, A team for the win.
There you go.
For the win.
I'm hurt. I'm hurt, Garth. I'm hurt.
Snuck it in there.
DJ Crunk Factory for $3 says, music theory from Europe has contributed so much beauty to culture. It's fucking awesome. White people did some cool shit sometimes when they weren't oppressing peoples of color. Get over it. Oh.
Occasionally.
I know.
In that book, we were way over, and I'm trying to get through the super chats. But in the book, black rednecks and white liberals, he talks about how every white culture has slavery in their past. They were enslaving everybody. That's what they did in the past. Of
course.
Yes.
Caleb Black for $3 says, when I'm not animating for work. Oh, okay, I read that one. Yeah. Let's see. Left argue. Yeah, I read that one. Keith Rhymes for $6.40 says, listen to Neely, really, throwing out dreary theory. Whiteness isn't rightness, however bright and cheery. Neely knows the evidence shows that whiteness blows. But wait, I wander over yonder. I wander over yonder. I heard word isn't citing evidence itself. Isn't citing evidence itself white malevolence.
That was amazing. I didn't think we'd get a super chat in iambic pentameter, but man, that's good stuff.
Obviously, iambic pentameter is a structure of white racism. So.
Who says I don't know anything about music?
Exactly.
Come on.
DJ Crunk Factory for $2 says the irony of this is it's actually demeaning to black artists. Artists like Louis Armstrong and Jimi Hendrix understood music theory innately without formal lessons, and he's not giving them credit for that genius. Yes.
Yeah.
See, I read that one.
Music theory and being able to create music are two very different things.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, I guess the question he's saying is that they innately understood aspects of music theory without formal training. Is what they're saying.
Things that are quantified in music theory can be understood without taking any classes in music theory. Obviously, like you can learn jazz, you can learn classical music, and you can learn the concepts within them without ever learning any music theory classes. I'm a perfect example of that. But I wouldn't call any of that stuff music theory.
Okay.
Like learning how to play the instrument, learning how to create music on that instrument or create new music is not really music theory. Even if you're doing something that music theory has a name for, you're not really engaging in music theory.
Super chat.
Anonymous Pedo for $5 says, I guess I'm S class because Adam keeps saying he wants to kill me. Adam.
What? Oh, because he's a pedo. Sorry, you can take all the pedos.
I get the pedos. That's fantastic. Wonderful. Mental Masturbator for $1 says, for 100 pennies, I like a lot of Adam Neely's videos, but when I saw the title of this one, I skipped it. I guess I need to commit and lose my liking for him when I listen to this tomorrow. Congrats on 100 streams over 97. Congrats on 100 streams over 97 Sundays, you massive Ewoks. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. Crazy.
Fidikajukas for $2 says, Japan primarily learns about Western music, musicians, and artists. Oh, that's hilarious. Part of its 1864 opening and success up until World War II was because of adopting Western culture without throwing everything in the garbage like China's Cultural Revolution. Interesting.
Yeah, you can't do that.
Paradox for $1 says, music is a finite set of physical properties. Its frequency, timbre, decay, their relation to time. Out of the combination of properties of sound, you can have nigh infinite musical styles, but not infinite theory. Sound and music Sound is physics, so the baseline, nothing different from the periodic table, an agreed way to discuss the properties of sound. If these critical musical theorists want a new language to become how we communicate music, they must invent it and present arguments for its superiority over the old system. And by the way, because it's white or because it's old are not arguments against a working system. There have been attempts to do that, but all failed. Also, don't accept music theory as 18th century music style. Nobody teaches that.
That's my problem. It's just if it's a whiteness, like whiteness to me is hitting below the belt. Like, can't we
Right.
just keep this civil? Like, can't you just come up with some other people that you want to include? I'm all for that.
Very Dead Horse for $1 says, if Vincent Van Gogh was on Instagram, he would say, if this starry thing doesn't get 1,000 likes, I'll cut off my ear.
Yeah, totally. And guess which one would be the more successful post?
Yep. Nathan Ravenstein for $3.64 says, congrats on 100 episodes. You make monotony less melancholic. You're welcome. You've inspired me to be more centrist teacher and individual. Oh, there you go. My greatest enemy is myself, as I attempt to counterbalance everything I believe. Cheers and excited for 100 more. A team for life.
Why?
He was doing good.
I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't understand.
Disgusting.
Sitch is like smarter. He does more work. He reads
That's true.
everything. Like,
That's true.
I don't get it. But A Team is just cooler. Everyone knows it.
They just like your pedo jokes and all your jokes.
Everyone just knows.
Yeah.
Everyone knows.
Must be it.
Hard work won't get you anywhere, guys.
That's
It's better
true.
just
That's
to be
very
cool.
True. That's very true. Utter Nonsense for $1 says, why do all Lefty Boys sound the same? Maybe they have the same NPC voice actor. God.
Oh my God.
CT donated $1, says, oh my God, your 100th show. Congrats. In honor of the great achievement, I feel like I should donate $100. You're welcome. Oh dear, I put the decimal in the wrong spot. Damn, that was totally an unintentional shame. Oh well, better luck at 200, guys.
Thank you so much for the great artwork, though.
Yes, and for everything that CT does for us.
Yeah.
Nathan Ravenstein for $2.18 says, there's a conspiracy that claims Shakespeare didn't write his plays, but instead his wife did. It correlates with current trends of X category should not have inspiring creator. In the end, it doesn't matter who made it. Shakespeare's popular because his plays are so richly archetypical and his sonnets made women's pussies so wet that Shapiro's wife would be concerned. Lion King based on Hamlet. Lion King 2 is Romeo and Juliet. Aladdin references Othello. This explains Disney's demise.
So some people theorize that Black Mozart and Mozart, while they lived together, had some sort of rivalry, and that
Oh, I thought you were going to say they
actually
had sex.
stole-
I thought that's what
No,
I thought you were going to say they banged.
Yes.
Some people go so far as to say that Mozart stole some of Black Mozart's music.
Oh, I'm sure they did. I'm sure that's totally in vogue right now.
There's no evidence for this claim, basically.
Right.
But in the same way that some people say Shakespeare's wife wrote some of the plays.
In the same way that there's no evidence
and
that weird
Shakespeare
chuds
stole
and
them.
incels.
People claiming to inject intersectionality into history will do this sort of stuff, in my opinion.
Yeah, definitely. That's their MO.
They basically just take a fan fiction of what they wish had happened so that it would be more intersectional and just shove it into history whether or not it fits.
I wish they would just be honest about it. I wish they would just say, listen, this is a computer generated avatar from the past. Like it's complete fiction, but your mind won't know that. Like Quentin Tarantino is rewriting history with his movies. Why can't we just do that?
So should we just like lie to kids about history? Kind of like we should just use like some sort of Santa-like tale. that
Yes.
There was secretly all of these super famous Black composers, and if you become a good musician, one of the Black composers will come down your chimney and
it's better.
place a violin concerto under your bed at night.
Which is less dangerous for society? The kind of lies that I'm talking about, or the kind of lies that Adam Neely's spreading? where
Exactly.
everyone is white supremacist. Everyone's
Look,
motives have to be questioned. Everyone's a
This
secret
is the
racist.
solution, Adam. Okay,
I'm on board with magical Black Mozart.
We should
let's do it.
remove the names of all famous people who have done things that have contributed to society. Okay, we should erase them all from history and attribute them to a magical deity that it changes their race and ethnicity depending on who is looking
Oh,
at
I
them.
like it.
And
It's like
they
a
are
real
responsible
avatar.
for all great works of art and all scientific achievements in our society.
I love
Or
it.
we could, stop giving a shit about race. But
That's
that's not gonna happen. So
okay.
Let's just make up some bullshit.
Of course,
instead.
a white man would say that. Oh,
Yeah.
By the way, I just was watching Vosh's video on cuties, and it seems like he is not a fan.
Oh, good.
Like, he's quoted saying, "Oh yeah, that's bad. That's bad. That's really, really bad." So
Maybe we finally agree with Vosh.
Maybe.
The reasons why
How much more do we have to go? It's like 8:15.
We have more
it's
than
bad.
Yeah.
Not sure, but
You're
does think
coming.
it's bad.
You're coming in, Nathan, fresh. Sitch and I have been sitting here for 7 hours.
Right.
Give me the super chats. I'll read them. I don't
No.
care.
Contras for $2 for Contras for 218 says, "Happy 100 guys. May you have everlasting access to a lot of attractive women with bit titties. Not Adam though. He is married, a man of faith. Adam gets the promised land and not you, Sitch, since he makes videos even without my Patreon membership." There you go.
There you go.
I get all
Look
the big
at that.
titties, so that's what matters.
Good for you.
Paradox for $1 says, "Why is the conservatory called conservatory? Do you know?" Yeah, because they're conserving. This reminds me, the whole critical music theory reminds me of the girl who went viral recently with her TikTok asking, "How did the first mathematicians know they discovered math?" It's a 10-year-old's question. Lemmer Wrench for $3 says, "As someone who grew up in a very conservative but racially diverse culture, I saw colorblindness as something that connected me to the broader outside culture. When suddenly everyone was saying that the way I'd been taught to not be racist had been the real racist all along, it felt like a cruel prank had been played on me. At this point, as far as I'm concerned, attacking colorblindness is denigrating my culture, and I find it unironically offensive."
Here.
Hear,
Thank
hear.
you so much. That's
A lot
what
of
that's.
people-
Go ahead.
I think a lot of people have that same feeling of like betrayal when
Big
they've
time.
kind of adhered to this colorblindness, honestly, for so long, and suddenly they're getting hit over the head with, "Oh, you're the real racist now."
Yeah, exactly. It's offensive.
It's very offensive. Paradox for $1 says, "We can't analyze every music genre with a new tool created specifically for it because we don't have the time in life for it. There's barely time in one lifetime to listen to all music ever created. We need more universal analysis tools that cover more ground."
I think you vastly underestimate the nerdiness of music lovers.
That's true.
I
Caleb
don't.
Black for $1. Yes.
I don't underestimate them. They're total nerds. What are you talking about?
Caleb Black for $1 says, "These arguments aren't the same. We don't treat jazz theory as a standard because it derived from classical. On the other hand, we don't treat East Asian theory as standard because it's far less relevant to contemporary music than classical." True. Gabe for $5.40, thank you, Felix, says, "Thanks for over 2 years of fun entertainment, edutainment, and friendship. Here's to 900 more, you lovely bastards." Thank you, Felix.
Let's do it.
Let's do it. Paradox for $1 says, "Adam is 100% correct. Piano is technically a percussive instrument."
I know. I love throwing it in there. It makes me sound smart.
It is. It is what a hybrid instrument that is percussive. Yes.
You also got to be rich to own one.
A Varied Horse for $1 says, "Pretty sure Shapiro is a classically trained violinist."
He is.
I believe he is. Yeah.
That's why he's biased. Yes. Genos Kuhn for $5.92 says, "Happy 100th to you and your sidekick, Adam. I might leave S class on one condition." Oh.
Okay. I'm all ears.
"According to you, Adam, which JoJo character looks the gayest? If I agree with your choice, I will join a team."
Oh, no.
Hint, it's not Joseph, the best main character. So true. So very true.
God, I'm going to have to pass. I don't even know what.
Is that
I don't
guy?
Hold
who
on.
The cherry really aggressively.
Gayest.
Yeah, that guy.
JoJo
I forget his
Oh,
name,
look.
but that guy. I'm
Oh
going
my
with
God.
that guy.
It's self-populated. I just typed in gayest JoJo and gayest JoJo characters popped up. Ranking JoJo.
I like this. There's a YouTube video ranking JoJo from straightest to gayest.
I know.
Amazing.
I know. I don't know
Paradox for
JoJo
$1.
characters, but I'll get back to you.
Paradox.
Hopefully I can win your allegiance to A-Team.
You have to actually watch JoJo first before you comment, okay? That's
I
why
would love
Genos
to.
Kun will always be S-class.
I would love to.
You know that Adam doesn't even read One Punch Man? He just looks at the pictures.
Oh my God. All my secrets. You're giving everything away, Sitch.
If it's not an audiobook, he just he won't read it.
Doesn't even
Adam,
read One Punch Man.
Sitch, I can't read. Why are you making fun of me? I'm just a lowly chud. I can't fucking read.
Just a lowly chud who can't read.
You're
oh my
such
God,
an
Adam Neely's
ableist.
making fun of a disabled child. Oh, what a bad person. Paradox for $3 says Adam is correct about the golden. Adam is correct about the golden mean in music. Oh, we talked about this, yeah.
Yes.
No, Sitch, I don't want to refine music theory to apply to Indian. I'm saying it already includes Indian. It's like asking, why am I learning decimal mathematics instead of this cool hexadecimal mathematics? Well, the reason is simple. We need to learn a common mathematical language once you have a grasp of which you can use it to learn others. This common language has to provide most developmental options. Decimal and music theory achieve this. What they are doing is 2 + 2ing equals 5ing music theory. Yes, sounds like what they're doing.
So, yeah, Indian music theory and classical music theory have crossover, where like we pointed out that you have a term in both types of theory to describe the same action, but the context of those actions is usually different, and so the definitions of them are usually
right. Paradox was just saying that musical theory should just refer to a baseline concept of theorizing music regardless of culture. That's all he was saying.
Oh, okay. I thought they were talking
I agree.
Western
no
music. Okay, yeah.
Okay. Utter Nonsense for $1 says, in my culture, we only listen to PSA Sitch ASMR and music boxes from Dishonored. I like it. I like that. Thank you, Utter Nonsense. Thank you. Paradox Engine for $1 says, holy fug, Shanker was Jewish. Oh, I read this one already. Yes, of course, the whole Shanker being Jewish thing is totally lost on Adam Neely. Let's see. Lemmer Wrench for $1 says, music theorist. What if we remove the cultural bias from music theory? Critical race theorist. It sounds like you're trying to conceal the cultural bias in music theory.
Oh my God.
Exactly.
Two sides of the same coin.
Crazy. Contrast for 146 says, now that the Watchmen movie ending debate is settled, I don't know what you're talking about. I mean, it is settled. It's worse. So yeah, that's right. It has been settled. Do you prefer crunchy or smooth peanut butter?
Oh, a new debate? Another
Smooth
debate?
peanut butter is the way to go. Obviously.
Really?
Obviously.
I like crunchy, but you know,
Oh,
it's just
disgusting.
What are you on the
I gotta
opposite?
go with Sitch on this one. I'm a smooth man, born and bred.
Are you
There's only one way to be.
Where are you at on the pineapple pizza thing?
Disgusting.
Yeah, I love pineapple. Like I won't even eat pizza without pineapple on it.
Here's what
my
I'll say.
God, look at Adam's terrible taste. Oh my God.
If you cook the pineapple before you put it on the pizza,
Mm-hmm.
it doesn't leave all that liquid in the pizza, and I think it's
What do
acceptable.
you
if
realize
you
you're
pre-cook
supposed
your
to
pineapple before you put it
Nathan, you realize that you're not supposed to dump the can with the juice onto the pizza, right?
know that.
You realize you drain the pineapple. What are you talking about
the,
here?
the
Just
pineapple
imagine
is
Nathan
still wet. It's
like
still
Nathan
filled with
opens the
liquid
can
even
up.
after you cut your pineapple.
Yeah, you know that pineapple is like 90% water, right?
Nathan
Like, it doesn't matter
opens
if
the
you drain
can up, the pineapple can, and you just like dump.
First of all, I don't
It's
even
like
cook my own
Niagara
pizza.
Falls.
Second
Whatever.
of all,
We all know pineapple on pizza is disgusting. That's all that needs to be said. Okay.
All right.
Disgusting.
it's
You
not
guys.
terrible if it's done right.
Stop being an enlightened, nuanced centrist fence. Okay.
Come on, how close are we? I'm dying here.
We're close. We're
Like
close,
I'm
Adam. We're close.
exhausted.
We're close. We're close. The Love Doctor 69 all day for $2 says engaging in cancel culture makes you scum. No ifs, ands, or buts. I don't see how people who believe in workers' rights can honestly believe even a little bit that someone deserves to go homeless for opinions. I almost feel like a socialist on this topic. I know,
but does it make you a chud? That's the question everyone wants to know.
True. It's incredibly hypocritical that the people who care so much about workers and property, material conditions, are so quick to try to get you fired.
They want to cancel everyone.
I know, it's terrible. The Love Doctor 69 all day for 150 says, although to add some nuance to the topic, I would agree somewhat that being canceled is sort of a temporary position for celebrities. I agree for celebrities. It does seem that after a while, they're able to get back to work. That said, cancel culture obviously still exists. Right. And they always try to do is they always ignore the non-celebrities who get fired. And who the fuck knows if those people are ever able to get work again.
Yeah, James Damore.
I guess this depends on how you define celebrity, right? Like, there are lots of celebrities who I think have been shunted off really hard, out into the wayside. Yeah, they're still doing work, but not the kind of work they were doing before they got canceled.
Right.
Sure, totally.
Right. Well, it's like the people saying it's okay if you get your business burned down because you just have insurance. Like even if you did have insurance, which obviously lots of insurance policies don't cover fucking rioting, it still doesn't make up for the fact that you had your fucking business burned down, you psychopath.
Yeah. Hard to start up and run invoices and continue business with the business burned to the ground.
I know. It's so funny for people that care so much about microaggressions and all this nonsense. They don't care about the psychological damage of society turning against you for bullshit.
Oh, totally.
Vengeance for Zim for $20. Thank you very much. Says, from another metalhead, one of the reasons I like the genre is that it borrows heavily from jazz, which borrows heavily from classical music. There's nothing supremacist about learning from each other. Very, very true.
Very true. Yeah, love it.
Paradox
I would say jazz borrows from blues, which borrows from classical, but okay.
Fair enough.
Never correct the super chatters.
No.
I'm just kidding.
Especially ones that give $20. Paradox for $1 says, it's too late for me to now come on, but I'm still listening and love the show. Scott Adams, wow, congrats, boys. Now that you've gotten through the 100th video, congratulations are officially in order. Thank you, Paradox.
I swear that Scott Adams video made my day. Like that thing. All day long I was thinking about that. Bob B, that was amazing.
That was amazing, Bob. Thank you. Gabe for $1.08 says, one of the things I love most about you guys is how you somehow managed to inspire so many people to make fan art through your streams. Not just me or the regulars, but anyone who's ever posted fan art to you guys have you to thank. We thank them for making such wonderful, amazing art. Yes,
yeah, definitely.
Keep it coming. Really appreciate it. It's always amazing. Let me make sure.
We made it. Oh my God.
Hold on.
We did it.
Hold on a second.
Adam lived. Oh my God, I lived.
No, wait. There's a couple more. One more.
Adam Neely's trying to cancel
all day
us.
for $1 says, glad to hear Vash didn't like cuties. That's good. But let's just say a hypothetical, a bunch of older men, let's say a mob, were to,
oh my God,
to rape the cutie. Should she submit to the mob then, or should she kill them all? Would like an answer. Ouch.
Yeah, damn, coming for Vosh.
Yeah, look, the mob just said they were going to rape her and then headed towards her menacingly while she ran away.
They didn't know. Yeah, she didn't know if they were actually going to go through.
You don't know for sure if they're actually going to do what they said they were going to do.
Exactly.
If it's a coin flip, you must submit.
Ryder John Buck for $2. Thank you. And Desert Runner for 4 Aussie bucks, or sorry, 5 Aussie bucks says, I have 500 cents for your 100th show. S class is best class. Thank you very much, Desert Runner.
Such a depressing note to end on.
Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for going on this journey with us. All the way from 1 to 100 and to another 100 more in our future. Thank you all for your very generous donations. Thank you all for your eyeballs. Click that like button. Click to subscribe. Make sure in the description you click to Nathan Margos's clip channel and subscribe to that too. Thank you all for coming. Hope you enjoyed it.
Bye-bye.